Under the unspoken rules, the best actress gave birth to twins for me. Chapter 1, Taken Advantage of. A lively bar, filled with flashing lights and a hum of conversation. A woman, casually leaning against the railing, made seductive gestures, casting flirtatious glances toward the VIP section. When she didn't get the response she wanted, she angrily entangled herself with a man who approached her. Kai Yang sat upright, wearing a white shirt that made him appear very clean and out of place in such an environment. "Baby, with your looks, when you get moving, it must be quite a show, right?" A chubby man reached out to grab Kai Yang's hand. But he missed. "Mr. Wang, please respect yourself. You came to the drinking party just to entertain, didn't you? Come on, darling, stop pretending to be reserved." "What? Are you saying that in this day and age, you discriminate against bisexuals?" "You misunderstood. Gender is only used to distinguish bathrooms. Love has no gender, but my sexual orientation is strictly female. For a straight guy, mature people are really terrifying." Kai Yang couldn't understand why it was always men trying to take advantage of him. He assumed that his appearance was probably the main reason, capable of attracting both women and men. But what could he do? Was it his fault he looked good? Mr. Wang chuckled wickedly. "What should I do? I think I like you even more now." Kai Yang looked around and realized his agent was nowhere to be seen. Sensing something was wrong, he tried to leave. But it was too late. A dizzy feeling gradually overcame him. Mr. Wang's smirking face formed countless illusions, and his vision began to blur. At that moment, he could only think of one thing. Damn it! His unreliable agent sold him out. "Men shouldn't say no, baby, you're disappointing me. I hope the next time we meet, you'll..." This sentence was like a cold knife stabbing into Kai Yang's ear. He instinctively wanted to resist, but had no strength left. His eyelids were heavy, unable to stay open. He recalled that before leaving, his agent had handed him a cup of coffee in the car. His fists clenched tightly. But he couldn't hold on much longer, and his shoulder was suddenly shoved, sending him crashing down. Damn. Hotel. Kai Yang's eyelids felt heavy, unable to open fully. After seeing his surroundings, he rubbed his head and tried to stand up, struggling to escape. The drug was taking its toll. After a few steps, he stumbled and fell. Finally. Click. Through his blurred vision, he saw the door slowly open. A woman entered, pushing him onto the bed. "Who are you? Let me out." She hurriedly began to undress, then pounced on him. Just once, okay." No, it wasn't okay. The woman seemed as disoriented as he was, but her strength was unreasonably great. Kai Yang tried to struggle, but it felt like he was drowning, his stiff hands firmly pinned to his head. Her thighs pressed down on him. The next moment, soft breath hit his chest. Tilda. During the ordeal, Kai Yang considered fighting back, but since he'd been drugged, his muscles betrayed him, forcing him to yield. The room was dark, and he couldn't make out the woman's face. But through touch, he could tell her body was exceptional. The air was intoxicating, a mixture of clarity and haze. She was gentle, and he began to lose himself, becoming more aggressive. She weakened, and he pursued her relentlessly. It was a night of indulgence. Not just once. A night that felt like 1,000 nights. Tilda. The next morning, Kai Yang was awakened by the woman's scream. Watching her hurriedly flee, he called out to her. "What's your name? How long have you had a crush on me?" She didn't turn around, her back stiffening. Grinding her teeth, she spat out a cold sentence, then quickly ran out the door. "Pervert, don't expect me to take responsibility." Kai Yang gave a bitter smile. Wasn't it this woman who had pounced on him like a wild animal? Why was it all his fault now? More importantly, she had said just once, yet what happened in the middle of the night? She clung to him. Kai Yang slapped his dizzy head, forcing himself to focus. Looking at the ambiguous love bites and scratches on his body, his mind was in a mess. He had been taken advantage of by a woman, who then left a stack of money and ran away, claiming she wouldn't take responsibility. They were adults. It was as if she had slept with him and now expected him to be responsible, as if she had gotten pregnant by him. Ridiculous. Oh. By the bed was the stack of cash and a note left by the woman. The note read, "Good service, highly recommended." Kai Yang's face darkened as he began to recall what had happened last night. His agent had told him there was a mandatory drinking party he had to attend. He usually avoided these kinds of events. Even though he was a faded actor, he wasn't desperate enough to rely on selling his body for movie roles. Having been in the entertainment industry for a few years, Kai-Yang knew full well the hidden agendas of those old guys at these drinking parties. The idols that fans constantly praised out of every 10, 7 had already been consumed by the capital. 2 others were rich heirs just playing around in the industry. And then there was him, Kai-Yang. Well, now he had joined the ranks of the 7, and to top it off, he had even received a good review afterward. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought about it. When he first entered the entertainment industry, it was for a mere 1,000 yuan to attend an audition. Unexpectedly, he was picked by the famous director Yuan Cage, who said he was the perfect match for the male lead. But Yuan's judgment was accurate. That TV drama aired, and Kai-Yang became famous for a while. Not to brag, but if Kai-Yang hadn't angered Yuan Cage back then, he might have even become a film emperor by now. So how exactly did he piss off Yuan Cage? Kai-Yang still remembered it clearly. Yuan Cage had given him an opportunity, so Kai-Yang had always respected him. But that didn't mean he would do anything for the sake of repaying a favor. Since his debut, Kai-Yang had mostly avoided drinking parties. He was smart. After making some money, he opened a small studio and became his own boss. But even then, he still encountered the unspoken rules. Yuan Cage's daughter, Yuan Mi, got his contact information, introduced herself, and said she wanted to be friends with him. At first, Kai-Yang didn't think much of it. After all, she was the daughter of his benefactor, and Yuan Mi was already married with a child, so being friends didn't seem like a big deal. But the problem was, Yuan Mi didn't want to be just a regular friend. Kai-Yang only learned this after a deeper conversation with her. Yuan Mi had fallen for him and wanted to support him. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Despite his polite refusal, he still managed to hurt Yuan Mi's fragile heart, and she told her father about it. It was their "if I can't have it, no one can" kind of mentality. When Yuan Cage found out, naturally, he wasn't happy that his precious daughter had been rejected. He sent people to corner Kai-Yang. In this day and age, mistresses are a norm. If everyone were as self-righteous as you, who would play the role of the mistress? Just make women happy, and you'll live a carefree life. I advise you to see life more clearly. Think about the days when you were too poor to even afford instant noodles. Everything you have now, the glory, the money, was given to you by me. Kai-Yang, do you even know what you owe yourself? Back then, Kai-Yang was loyal to his ex-girlfriend and refused without hesitation. Yuan Cage, losing face, publicly declared that he would no longer work with Kai-Yang. Soon after, Kai-Yang found out that he had been blacklisted. The rise was instantaneous, but the fall was just as quick. He hadn't worked for 6 months, and last night was his first time attending one of these drinking parties. But he hadn't expected it to hit the mark so quickly. Luckily, the person who tried to take advantage of him was a woman. If it had been that drooling Mr. Wang. Chapter 2, The Super Dad System. At that moment, Kai-Yang's ex-girlfriend, Jiang Xie, suddenly called. Oh, he had forgotten to block her number. Kai-Yang was in a bad mood and now needed to vent his frustration on someone. Well, the person was quick to show up. He answered the call, and loud music blared from the other side. Back again to be scolded. Hubby, my roommate's boyfriend bought her an LV bag. Didn't you say if others have something, I should have it too? Hearing Jiang Xie's cutesy voice, Kai-Yang remembered the first time he dated and was cheated on by her. Don't you understand human speech? We broke up. If you want money, go ask those male models. Jiang Xie's voice became a little choked up. But you're the only one I have. Who told you not to let me touch you? By the time we were supposed to get engaged, the virgin had already turned cold. Kai-Yang felt speechless. He met Jiang Xie when she was just a freshman, and she was his avid fan. She had pursued him for over half a year before he finally agreed. He had considered the fact that she was still in school while he had already entered the chaotic entertainment industry, so their views would be different. At that time, he thought that a young girl who liked someone just wanted to get what she wanted, without considering the complexities of relationships. During their time together, Kai-Yang always felt like he was deceiving a naive girl who hadn't yet entered society. That hateful sense of guilt. Even when Jiang Xiaoye tried to initiate intimacy in hotels, he refused due to his conscience. She subtly tried to tempt him, but he endured with veins popping on his temples. You need to love yourself. I like you very much and want to respect you, so I won't touch you. Xiaoye, do you understand me? At that time, Jiang Xiaoye, confused, nodded and then asked for 100,000 yuan, saying she would return to her dorm. Kai Yang, foolishly thinking his little girl was pure, promised to love her twice as much and transferred another million yuan to her. During those days, the money he transferred almost reached 50 million yuan. Kai Yang had wondered where Jiang Xiaoye spent all that money, thinking it was on jewelry and bags. It wasn't until the incident with the male model that he realized the truth. She had used his money to support a male model. The night she asked for 100,000 yuan, she was out playing with the male model. No wonder the noises next door that night were so loud, and they sounded so familiar to Kai Yang. Jiang Xiaoye was chasing thrills, even renting a room next to his with the male model. That's when Kai Yang woke up and realized the truly naive one was him. Now, times had changed. Not every woman was like before, blushing from a mere glance. In the modern era, in big cities, there were all kinds of women. It was rare to find one who simply wanted to get married and live a peaceful life. Kai Yang wasn't against modern women, but he was against those who used men's money to fool around, jumping from one man to another while pretending to want marriage. It was trendy now for women to be female sea kings, wasn't it? If a woman could independently use her own money to play with men, fine. But don't use the guise of marriage to deceive men, then use their money to mess around. Jiang Xiaoye was just like this, poor and fond of playing, with nothing but the label of a college student to her name. Jiang Xiaoye, unable to get what she wanted, became extremely furious. She thought Kai Yang was being unreasonable. You washed-up actor, you've been blacklisted. No one would dare marry you in the future. I'm the only one who hasn't abandoned you. You should be grateful. Her tone was filled with a sense of condescension. Fuck. He was so pissed off. What followed was a long string of insults, including some very offensive remarks. Kai Yang, with his fast speaking skills, was able to speak faster than she could interrupt. When Jiang Xiaoye angrily hung up, Kai Yang still had plenty of words to say. Soon, Jiang Xiaoye called again, this time with an air of triumph, like a peacock with its tail raised, full of arrogance. You scumbag, how long has it been since we broke up and you already changed your heart? I'm going to vent to my best friend about you. Also, people from Xingji Entertainment have approached me. They are going to promote me to debut. I'm not short of your petty money anymore, stingy ghost. You useless man, don't ever tell anyone you know me again. I'll be embarrassed. With a click, the call ended again. Kai Yang doubted whether he had lost his mind when he was with this woman. He had spent millions on her, nearly handing over his entire salary book. Jiang Xiaoye said he was stingy. Har. After calming down, Kai Yang took a deep breath. He glanced around the suite, his expression suddenly turning awkward. The woman from last night, like Cinderella, had left something behind at his place. This thing. The floor was a mess, clothes scattered everywhere. His shirt was at the bathroom door. Her personal items hung on the plants by the room's door. A pink lace item with a small bunny pattern. It seemed like she had been in such a hurry that she had forgotten to put it back on. Suddenly, the little bunny pattern on it emitted a blinding white light. Kai Yang shielded his eyes with his hand, feeling an intense headache, as though his brain was about to explode. Memories suddenly surged up, memories that didn't belong to him. He was standing beside, watching it from an omniscient perspective. He was just an NPC in a female-oriented Sea King novel. Soon, he would fall into despair, giving up on himself after a breakup and career failure, and die by train after getting drunk. And in this book, the main character and the antagonist were twins, both closely related to him. The main character's mother was the famous actress Yang Shi. The woman who had been with him last night was none other than Yang Shi. Kai Yang was stunned. So, he was the short-lived father of the main character. Was he about to die soon? Ding, congratulations, host, for joining the Save the Sea King female protagonist plan, unlocking the Super Dad system. Complete tasks to receive a large gift package reward. A soft, sweet voice like a little baby echoed in Kai Yang's ears, and a panel appeared before him, showing various functions. He clicked to unlock the main storyline. In most female-oriented Sea King novels, the female protagonist has a tragic past, and this story is no exception. The female protagonist, Yang Mo-er, lost her father, a washed-up actor, before she was even born. Due to her mother's unmarried pregnancy, her grandfather, ashamed, secretly sent her and her twin sister to an orphanage. The female protagonist's values were skewed by the people around her. After growing up, her stunning beauty got her signed by an entertainment company. She married secretly to an actor and appeared on a dating variety show, presenting a perfect image. But secretly, she indulged in multiple affairs with men and lived luxuriously. The antagonist, on the other hand, is completely different. She was well protected by the female protagonist, pure and innocent. Her transformation into a villain happened because every boyfriend she had was deliberately taken away and discarded by the female protagonist. The antagonist's crush, who she kept dear, didn't even have the chance to be treated like a dog by the female protagonist. The antagonist then went black-hearted, taking photos of the female protagonist playing with men, intending to threaten her. But the female protagonist's loyal dog killed the antagonist and left her dead in a rented room. Hearing this, Kai-yang fell silent. So, was this his twin daughters? Your main task is to find your daughters at the orphanage, teach them with love, guide them to the right path, and help them develop a good worldview. Chapter 3, Parenting Books. After receiving the main storyline, Kai-yang slowly lowered his head. To his shock, the pink pen was somehow in his hands. Instinctively, he tossed it away. At that moment, the system voice turned mechanical. Please carefully manage the system's parasitic items. Kai-yang hesitated. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a woman's thing. He'd gotten a closer look at it last night. He picked it up, stuffed it into his black jacket pocket, then casually slipped his hands into his pockets as if nothing had happened and walked out. Back at his rental, the roof was leaking again, leaving the floor damp. The tenant upstairs was a rugged, muscular man. The last time Kai-yang went to talk to him, the man reeked of body odor, and his aggressive stance was intimidating. Kai-yang had to cover his nose and escape in embarrassment. Though Kai-yang had been in the entertainment industry for several years, he never imagined he would be living in a place with frequent leaks. He scrimped and saved to send money to his ex-girlfriend. That was how he treated his girlfriends. He always tried to give them everything he had. Thinking of that horrible woman now, or? The system coldly announced, detected that the female lead is 431,818 minutes from birth. Rounded up, you have 10 months left. Please work hard to make money and support your daughter. Kai-yang was still in a daze. His wife hasn't even appeared yet, and now he is about to have 2 kids. Does Yang she need me to take care of her? He had watched plenty of educational videos and knew that the pain of childbirth was like 20 bones breaking simultaneously, level 10 pain, according to clinical standards. Childbirth was so painful, so during the pregnancy, he should take good care of her. As a father, at least he should be there for the birth. The system responded, Yang she is a movie queen, with enough money to hire a professional nanny. She will have a painless delivery. Please focus on managing yourself. Kai-yang. Oh. The system issued a side task. Expectant fathers should prepare for what is to come. Learn basic parenting knowledge. The system answered its own question. Task 1, during Yang Shi's pregnancy, place a book titled The Parent's Language by her side. This book discusses how early vocabulary and language content from parents influence children's intelligence, self-management, self-discipline, independent thinking, and willpower. Kai-yang questioned, reading books during pregnancy really influences the baby in the womb? I don't really believe that. The reward for completing this task is a prize of 100 million. Kai-yang immediately smiled. All right, I'll definitely finish this task. After all, it's not him reading the book. Since childhood, Kai-yang had always felt sleepy when reading, and his academic performance wasn't great. Even reading scripts could put him to sleep. Of course, things were about to get tricky. The system continued to announce the task, directly hitting Kai-yang with a metaphorical hammer to the back of his head. Task 2, before the baby is born, read How to Be a Dad Today and First Time Daddy. You must read each of them from start to finish at least 10 times, and ideally, be able to recite them backward. Reward for completion, 50 million. Kai-yang was immediately speechless. Why is the reward for reading 2 books so much lower than the reward for her reading 1? This feels like a complete brush off. Though he felt resistant to the books, some mysterious temptation still led Kai Yang to obediently buy the parenting books. Now, the question was, how to give the books to Yang Shi and make sure she read them cover to cover. As everyone knows, China has 3 major mysterious organizations. Kai Yang rode his electric scooter, deliberately making himself look unattractive to avoid being recognized by fans. He was going to deliver food. According to the system, Yang Shi lived in the Tinglong 18th district, and Kai Yang's delivery zone was within that range. Outside the complex, Kai Yang checked the order on his phone. A woman had been observing him for a while, attracted by his looks, and shyly approached to ask for his contact information. However, just as the woman pulled out her phone, she saw Kai Yang calmly pull out a book titled First Time Daddy. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The woman quickly turned around, pretending to fix her hair, and scurried away. Kai Yang continued delivering food while reading the parenting book, too busy to notice the strange behavior of the woman. He was soon to be a father, so he didn't want to chat with random women. Finally, the food delivery app notified him that Yang Shi had placed an order. The system reminded, please be cautious and do not reveal any plot details to her. Kai Yang rolled his eyes. Do I look like the kind of idiot who blurts out everything? He entered the upscale villa area and was immediately stopped by the security guard. The guard looked him up and down with disdain. You can't go in. With that, he tried to grab the food delivery bag from Kai Yang. The packaging looked high-end and stylish, and the special logo from a luxury restaurant was clearly visible. The security guard hesitated, his eyes glinting with greed. Kai Yang dodged the guard's reach. Oh, then I'll call the customer to come down and get it. Kai Yang stepped outside, ignoring the guard's hand reaching for him. The guard, clearly irritated, growled, don't stand in the way. Kai Yang looked at the empty street. He was standing on the pedestrian path, not blocking the road. Blocking the dog path, he said. The guard quickly realized what Kai Yang meant. What do you mean? Exactly what you think, Kai Yang retorted. You. The guard raised his fist, clearly planning to punch Kai Yang in the face. Kai Yang remained expressionless and didn't dodge. He looked at the guard with a hint of amusement, like he was watching a clown. Without a care, he took out his phone and called Yang Shi. Yang Shi's crisp voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of sleepiness and playfulness. Hello, who is this? Kai Yang's mind instantly associated her voice with the seductive sounds from that night, and he became flustered. He cleared his throat and said, your delivery is here. The guard won't let me in, so he is asking you to come down and pick it up. The security guard, whose fist had been suspended in mid-air, suddenly froze, completely confused. Did he say that? Yang Shi's voice was so distinctive that the guard quickly recognized her as the movie queen, and his attitude softened. He shot Kai Yang a few glare-filled looks. Don't say nonsense. It's obviously you who didn't want to bring it up. Hurry up and go. Kai Yang glanced at the changing face of the guard, purposefully asking, where should I go, or are you telling me to leave? The guard, irritated, almost kicked Kai Yang in anger. I'm telling you to take it upstairs. Don't you dare delay. You don't want to get penalized for being late, right? People like you can't make money easily. Yes, not bad, actually. Kai Yang opened the speaker on his phone and took out his recorder. Chapter 4, Should I abort the baby? The conversation between the security guard and Kai Yang played through their voice recorder. The security guard's face turned a deep shade of anger. Caught in a lie, he could only wave his hand and flee, looking utterly defeated. Kai Yang didn't dwell on the scene. His focus was solely on the task at hand, nothing else mattered. Arriving at Yang Shi's floor, he was taken aback when he saw her figure curvaceous and alluring. Even though Kai Yang had already seen photos of her before, he never expected her to look even more beautiful in person. She exuded a pure and untouchable aura, like a delicate flower on a high mountain. As soon as she opened the door, the familiar fragrance of gardenia filled the air. Hello, here's your delivery. Kai Yang handed over the takeaway, with the parenting book tucked inside. Yang Shi froze. She hadn't expected the delivery person to be so handsome. She had seen all sorts of handsome men in the entertainment industry, but someone as striking as Kai Yang was a rarity. There was something strangely familiar about him, though. She felt as if she had met him before, but couldn't place where. Kai Yang waved his hand in front of her. Hello, here's your delivery, he repeated. Only then did Yang Shi snap out of her stupor, awkwardly taking the heavy delivery. "Thank you." She quickly closed the door, avoiding his gaze. Kai Yang smiled gently. "It's fine." He noticed the faint pink blush on her earlobes. The veteran actress, Yang Shi, had been in the industry for so long, yet she still blushed so easily. She looked like a naive middle school girl who had just bumped into her crush. After that brief encounter, Kai Yang didn't leave immediately. He lingered outside, seemingly deep in thought. Inside, Yang Shi leaned against the cold door, her heart racing. Her face was flushed, and she struggled to breathe. At that moment, Yang Shi had no idea she was pregnant. Instead of opening the delivery, she peeked through the door's peephole, watching Kai Yang. Her gaze was timid, yet filled with a kind of longing. Her intuition told her that she was in trouble. She had developed feelings for this delivery boy. Before falling further, Yang Shi slapped her face to snap herself back to reality. She then recalled that night, the energetic man she had encountered. When she looked outside again, Kai Yang was gone. For some inexplicable reason, she felt disappointed. She opened the takeaway, revealing the books inside, and frowned. When did she buy books? After reading the title, her spine stiffened. These were parenting books. Yang Shi, in the prime of her career, would never have bought books like these. She didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone children. At that time, Yang Shi didn't realize the gravity of the situation. She casually placed the books on the shelf and never looked at them again. For months later, Yang Shi suddenly started vomiting incessantly and had no appetite. A sense of foreboding washed over her. With trembling hands, she saw 2 lines on the pregnancy test. Yang Shi couldn't believe it. She rushed to the obstetrics and gynecology department at the hospital, covering her face. The doctor confirmed her worst fear. She was pregnant. And it was twins. Her mind went blank, as though struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, and the urge to vomit returned. Could this really be happening? She remembered taking the morning after pill. That slim chance of pregnancy, and she had fallen right into it. At 22, she had just graduated and won the title of Best Actress. Her career was on the rise. And now, she was pregnant. With twins. Yang Shi felt conflicted, holding back her nausea as she gently touched her stomach. Inside, there were 2 little lives. But right now, she didn't even know who the father was. Suddenly, Yang Shi closed her eyes, feeling hopeless. Should I abort them? The doctor hesitated, sighing. She had seen this situation countless times. Are you sure? The chances of twins are low, and if you terminate now, it might be difficult to conceive again later, the doctor kindly reminded her. Yang Shi hesitated. Should she go through with it? She had the money to raise 2 children. She could hire a nanny to raise them overseas. But the process would be complicated. But what if the children resented her for bringing them into the world without a father? Yang Shi rubbed her stomach, silently praying. Baby, if you really want to be born, kick mommy, okay. 1 second, 2 seconds. Yang Shi slowly opened her eyes and said, or. The babies kicked her. But they were only 4 months old. How could they have the strength to kick? Well, since the babies wanted to live, she would respect their wish. Yang Shi made her decision, stood up, and left. Raising 2 children alone would be tough for a woman. But Yang Shi believed she could afford nannies and had the ability to raise them. She would keep them. At worst, she'd remain single for life. Yang Shi was an anti-marriage advocate. She thought of marriage certificates as nothing more than a piece of paper that could be torn up anytime. But if she met a man she truly liked, she could accept marriage, as long as he loved her babies and treated them well. Otherwise, she would prefer to stay single forever. When she got old, she would have assets to support herself, and 2 children to bury her and take care of her grave. She would never be forgotten, and her tombstone would never be overgrown with weeds. Yang Shi habitually thought far ahead, imagining different futures. Though, of course, life was full of surprises. Suddenly, she remembered the parenting books on the shelf. She picked them up and began reading them with great interest. On the other side, the system prompted. Congratulations to their host for completing task 1 and earning a reward of 100 million. A few seconds later, Kai Yang's phone received the payment notification. His bank account suddenly had 9 digits, and it felt surreal. Testing the waters, he donated 1,000 yuan to a poverty-stricken area and then treated himself to a meal at a high-end restaurant. That was when he finally realized this was real. He left with the wind. The muscle man upstairs blocked his way. Moving out. There was a hint of threat in his voice. Kai Yang straightened his back, his presence as formidable as the muscle man's. Yeah. He then shoved the muscle man aside and walked straight ahead. The muscle man was stunned by this action and reached out to stop him. But Kai Yang pulled out a stack of cash and slapped it in the muscle man's face. Stay away from me. Before the muscle man could react, the moving company rushed past him in a hurry. The muscle man's eyes widened in fury. He had just been humiliated with money. He clenched his fists, wanting to take a swing at Kai Yang, but then noticed the money on the ground. It seemed like a pretty generous amount. What was going on? Was this guy robbing a bank? Chapter 5. You help me. The muscular man squatted down and picked up the money one by one without hesitation. It seemed that hesitating for a second was disrespectful to money. Who would have trouble with money these days? The muscular man said, "Par," at Kai Yang's back, then greedily counted the money and left. During Yang Shi's pregnancy, Kai Yang was not idle either, and went to check on Yang Shi's condition from time to time. After all, according to the system, during the original plot, Yang Shi was depressed and suffered from postpartum depression due to her family's disapproval during her pregnancy. Kai Yang paid attention to Yang Shi's mental state to prevent such a thing from happening again. Of course, he was not just for this. The system said that there was also after-sales service for Task 1. That is to say, even if 100 million was directly deposited, Kai Yang still needed to supervise Yang Shi to read parenting books during her pregnancy. As long as Yang Shi was lazy, Kai Yang would find a way to urge her. Of course, not only Yang Shi was studying, Kai Yang was also reading books. Kai Yang couldn't concentrate on reading books before, but now he has a golden finger that can remember everything he has seen, and he can recite them by heart. Soon, Kai Yang finished reading the parenting books required by the system and memorized them in his mind. The cold voice of the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 2 and getting 50 million. This time the payment was faster than the first time. On the day Yang Shi gave birth, Kai Yang also stayed outside, anxious. After all, she was the mother of her daughter, and she couldn't even think about the pain during childbirth. Sadly, none of Yang Shi's relatives were present. Yang Shi bribed the hospital staff in advance, so she was able to go into the operating room alone to give birth, without the signature of relatives. After giving birth for more than 10 hours, Yang Shi was exhausted. Kai Yang, who was outside, didn't hear the sound, and stood up to know the situation inside. He stopped a nurse and asked, "Hello, is the pregnant woman inside okay?" The nurse saw that it was a handsome guy, and immediately became reserved. "Very good, it is expected that both children will be born in 2 hours." Seeing Kai Yang caring so much about Yang Shi, the nurse thought Kai Yang was Yang Shi's husband, and tears of envy flowed down. She had been in the obstetrics and gynecology department for a long time, and had seen many men playing games outside, not caring about their wives' lives, and even throwing them into the trash can or turning away after seeing that the baby was a daughter. There are really very few people like Kai Yang who are handsome and love their wives. The nurse squatted down, took out her mobile phone, and said shyly, "Little brother, can you add me as a friend?" Kai Yang got goosebumps and felt strange. His 2 daughters have not been born yet, and the mother of the child is suffering. The nurse must think that he is Yang Shi's husband, but why did she still ask him for contact information? "Sorry, I don't have contact information." Kai Yang refused tactfully. The nurse suddenly turned pale and looked a little ugly. This way of rejection is exactly the same as, "I don't have a cell phone," too direct, don't know how to be more tactful. The nurse felt embarrassed and went into the operating room in disgrace. At the same time, a "wow" sound came from the operating room. 2 babies came out in a line. Kai Yang wanted to see, but was stopped by the doctor outside. "Please don't come in and make trouble." The doctor knew that Yang Shi had no family members when she gave birth, so he knew that Kai Yang had nothing to do with Yang Shi, and naturally would not let irrelevant people stay here. Kai Yang could only watch the baby being pushed away from a distance. While the doctors and nurses were busy, he secretly entered the ward and saw the drowsy Yang Shi. There was a parenting book next to Yang Shi. It seemed that she was very concerned about the baby and was reading the book before giving birth. When he opened it, there was a line of words on the first page, "Who are you?" This is Yan Shi's question to Kai Yang. When she ordered takeout, she was suddenly given several parenting books. At that time, she had not found out that she was pregnant, but Kai Yang knew it in advance. It is very likely that he is the biological father of the baby. Kai Yang calmly wrote his name on it, and added a few words, baby's father, confirming Yan Shi's guess. Yan Shi had just given birth to twins, and her body was still very weak. It is best to eat light food. When Yan Shi woke up, Kai Yang had not left yet. Isn't this the takeaway boy? How could he be here? The figure of the man in her memory slowly overlapped with the man in front of her. Yan Shi's lips were chapped and she remembered something. She pointed at Kai Yang weakly, her voice was as small as a mosquito. Are you the man in the hotel that night? Kai Yang showed Yan Shi the words he had just written on the book. I will be responsible for the child. In fact, Yan Shi often saw Kai Yang's figure during her pregnancy, but she did not connect these. Even though her delicate face was very pale at the moment, it still couldn't cover her beautiful appearance. My child doesn't need a father. Yan Shi was determined. But Kai Yang's attitude was more determined than hers. I am the father of the child. I will take good care of you and your mother. You have worked hard during this period. Yan Shi felt a little sad when she heard the second half of the sentence. Although she hired a nanny to take care of her, a nanny is still a nanny after all, and the difference between her and her relatives is still very obvious. In her heart, Yan Shi really hopes that a relative can accompany her during the delivery. Now, the baby's biological father Kai Yang is in front of her. Yan Shi actually felt very happy and slowly accepted Kai Yang's existence. These days, for the sake of her daughter, she completely broke with her family. The feeling of being alone in the delivery room was as if she had fallen into the abyss, and countless ghost hands stretched out from it to drag her down. So when Kai Yang appeared, she grabbed a life-saving straw like a drowning fish. It's good to have someone accompany her. On the day of discharge, Kai Yang thoughtfully bought a wheelchair and drove a luxury car at the door. There was plenty of space in the back, and Yan Shi and the baby were not crowded together. The babies are very well behaved and don't cry. The two sisters look very similar, and their big watery eyes blinked twice. Are you still living in Tinglong now? He asked. No, I'm ready to move out. Yan Shi's eyes dodged, she didn't want to be discovered by her family. With her father's temper, it is very likely that he will secretly send the two babies away. She wants to hide and protect the babies. Kai Yang stepped on the brakes. Why don't you live with me first? My house is big enough. He bought a villa with a small garden for her to grow flowers and plants. 500 square meters is enough for the baby to play. Yan Shi hesitated for a few seconds, thinking that it was inconvenient for her to find a house and move. And she subconsciously still had a good impression of the baby's father. The scene of that night emerged in her mind. Okay. Suddenly, her milk swelled and she felt painful, and her expression was very uncomfortable. Kai Yang noticed and asked politely. Do you need my help? I heard that it's normal to be like this right after giving birth. If you suck it out, it won't hurt. Yan Shi's delicate cheeks turned red instantly, and she cursed, hooligan. Kai Yang shrugged indifferently. Chapter 6 Dismissing Agent Yang Qinjin. I'm thinking about you. I don't want to see you feel bad. Besides, I've touched and seen all over you. Don't be shy. If you get too swollen, you won't be able to sleep at night. Think about it yourself. Yan Shi actually thought Kai Yang was right, and hesitated, not knowing how to answer. After a long time, she said, okay, you help me, suck it. She gritted her teeth, feeling shy. Kai Yang pulled over, opened the car door and came to the back. Don't be nervous, it will be fine in a while. Yan Shi unzipped her skirt. Her skin was white and smooth, like the best mutton fat jade. She turned her head away, and her earlobes turned red unnaturally. Be gentle. Kai Yang sat beside her and leaned down. The difference was that babies would be very rough, but Kai Yang was very gentle, gently helping her relieve the pain of swelling. Looking at his serious look, Yan Shi's body trembled slightly and slowly closed her eyes. Accepting Kai Yang's care, Yan Shi shivered and felt a little comfortable. After a long time, Kai Yang wanted to get up and stop. But Yan Shi didn't want to. She stretched out her hand to hold Kai Yang's head and pressed it down. Her voice was low and hoarse, with a charming magnetic temptation. The next words made her cheeks hot. I want more. Kai Yang's back was a little stiff, and his head was forcibly pressed down by the woman. Since she took the initiative to invite him to this point, he was embarrassed to refuse. Yang Shi's breathing became more and more rapid, and he twisted his body restlessly. Kai Yang clapped his hands. "Don't move, it will hurt." Yang Shi was very disobedient. Even though she had just given birth to 2 children, her figure was still as charming as a little goblin. She seemed to be unaware of how attractive her action was to an adult man. Kai Yang's voice was hoarse. "Good boy, don't move, okay?" This was the second time he made this request. Yang Shi also noticed something was wrong, but her body instinctively prompted her to do whatever she wanted to feel comfortable. She acted coquettishly. "No, husband, don't." She actually called him husband. The woman in front of him obviously didn't know how attractive her actions and words were to Kai Yang. Kai Yang swallowed his saliva. The trace of rationality he had stored in his mind controlled him and prevented him from losing control. Yang Shi had just given birth to a child and was still in confinement. She couldn't do strenuous exercise before her body was well. He had to control himself. But Yang Shi, who was bright and sweet, was still restless in his arms, holding Kai Yang's head tightly. Kai Yang wanted to struggle, but was afraid of hurting her. So he had to accept it reluctantly, constantly helping her to solve the uncomfortable pain. After an unknown period of time, Yang Shi finally felt a little comfortable, and her body was not so tense. Because they were too involved, they didn't know when they got entangled. After reacting, she quickly pushed him away, her face flushed. Like a helpless little white rabbit, her eyes were flustered. Kai Yang had seen Yang Shi on TV many times before. She was a glamorous, young actress who attracted the attention of thousands of people, with a cold personality. And at this time, the cold actress on the screen became his child's mother, blushing. This feeling is something that most people cannot empathize with. Moving is a laborious job, and even if you call a moving company, you have to count the luggage yourself. Yang Shi's body hadn't recovered yet, so this job naturally fell to Kai Yang. He knew a little about psychology, and seeing the paintings on the wall of Yang Shi's house, he could roughly guess that she was an insecure and delicate person. He had heard a lot of gossip about Yang Shi before, and even once Yang Shi's best friend posted a dynamic, severely criticizing Yang Shi for being love-brained and unable to be pulled back. According to her best friend, Yang Shi insisted on not having sex before marriage, so she felt very indebted to every boyfriend, so she would give her boyfriend whatever he wanted during the relationship, whether it was money or resources. Sometimes, in order to help her boyfriend get a leading role in a TV series, she would be willing to make a friendly appearance in the TV series and be an inconspicuous supporting role to increase the popularity of the TV series. Combining various details, netizens found that what Yang Shi's best friend said was roughly true, and the news that Yang Shi was a love-brained person spread. Kai Yang carefully observed the painting, as well as the placement of the house, various cartoon toys, and a lot of 2-dimensional stickers on the bedroom wall. There is a room dedicated to JK sailor suits and Lolita. A true 2-dimensional girl, with a simple mind. The cold appearance is just a disguise, but she is actually a little lowly inside. Just then, the phone rang, and the caller ID was that unscrupulous agent Yang Qingjin. The call was connected. "Hey, I told you to be quiet. You haven't worked for almost a year. Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? I was looked down upon everywhere for you. I finally found you an opportunity to get close to the big guys. I slept with you 4 times in total, but you didn't cherish it. Since you don't want to be famous, I don't want to care about it anymore. I want to resign. The new company I signed with has arranged a new person for me. You will live alone in that broken rental house in the future." Coward, fuck. Kai Yang. He didn't want to waste words with unnecessary people. The thinking is not at the same level. Now that he has enough savings, he plans to select a script first, then find a director to invest in filming, and he will be the male lead. Of course, first of all, he wants to dismiss Yang Qingjin who can't figure out his position. "You are not even an agent, at most an assistant. You can resign, but remember to pay back the 5,000 yuan advance for me." Fortunately, he is the boss, and Yang Qingjin is just a small employee in his studio. Yang Qingjin was unhappy when he heard it. "Where did I ask you for an advance? Don't frame me. I think you are crazy about poverty now. You want to squeeze me for 5,000 yuan. Come to me. You don't have money, but you have a life." Kai Yang snorted coldly. He wanted to cheat by relying on not having an advance salary slip. Har har, 5,000 yuan is just a few dollars, just treat it as a dog. His tone was full of sarcasm. Yang Qingjin on the other side obviously felt that he was swell-faced, but he was still insulted. You are just being stubborn. I guess you don't even have money for food now. You have to live under the bridge when the rent is due. Since you are so pitiful, I will give you 1 yuan to buy a steamed bun to beg on the roadside. Oh no, 6 yuan, and you have to use 5 yuan to buy a bowl to receive the money. Right, dead beggar. Come on, work hard, maybe you can get rich by begging. Full of sarcasm and ridicule. Chapter 7 Diaper Change Reward. Facing Yang Qingjin's ridicule, Kai Yang's face was calm. At this moment, he did not have any angry emotions. There is no need to look down on people who are not in the same class. After all, every word of Yang Qingjin is based on her narrow cognition, and she will be slapped in the face when the time comes. I heard that your husband cheated on you, and you went to the hotel to catch him in person. How was it? How do you feel? Every word was without swearing, but every word pierced the other person's heart. Yang Qingjin almost couldn't breathe. Mind your own business. Then he bit his back teeth and hung up the phone with a beep. What else can he feel? Kai Yang said that sentence for her, are you polite? But it was still a pity that the other party hung up the phone too early, and the bigger critical hit had not been said yet. After thinking about it, he edited a text message and sent it to Yang Qingjin, and blocked it after sending it. Yang Qingjin on the other side saw the text message appearing on the top of the screen, and subconsciously clicked it. It would be fine if she didn't look, but once she did, her eyes rolled up and the people around her hurriedly called an ambulance. Kai Yang, you have more than one husband. Kai Yang is not a soft persimmon, how could she be easily slaughtered? But revenge by verbal abuse will only lower one's status. There is a way of revenge that you don't have to do anything, and you don't have to say a word of swearing to make people angry. As soon as I walked to the parking lot, I met an acquaintance. Yuan Mi, who was heavily made up, wore a tight cheongsam and high heels, showing her sexy and slender long legs, and walked towards this side. From beginning to end, her eyes were always on Kai Yang. At a distance of half a meter, she had no intention of stopping her feet, as if she would stick to him in the next second. In the end, Kai Yang stretched out his hand to pull the distance and resist, so that she didn't get close to him. Oh, you're still pretending to be noble now. If you had been with me for a long time, would there be so many troubles? Yuan Mi smiled contemptuously. That face had a certain charm, and even with heavy makeup, she was still beautiful. She wanted to hook his shirt and tie, but she didn't have the chance to get close. I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you hiding from me, huh? She was not much taller than him, and she was a perfect queen. She stretched out her hand against the wall. If ordinary people said this, it would definitely be greasy. But at this moment, Yuan Mi was in Kai Yang's eyes, and she said this. It was even greasy, the kind of toes digging the ground. Yuan Mi had supported him many times but failed, and she had already formed an obsession. Kai Yang probably guessed her psychological journey. First, she was tempted by his beauty, and then she felt novel when she saw his resistance. She must have thought in her heart, no man has ever dared to refuse me, man, you are the first. No man has ever dared to reject me so many times. I haven't met you for more than a year. Man, you are the first one. Very good. You have aroused my interest. I solemnly tell you now that I want to. Oh, what are you doing? How dare you push me away? Kai Yang looked at him with a look of lunatic. Go to the KTV box if you want to be naughty. I am not someone you can get close to. If the other party was not a woman, he would have punched her twice. After more than a year of entanglement, she still refused to give up. How much she lacks men. Yuan Mi behind her suddenly laughed, with paranoia flashing in her eyes. If you are playing hard to get, then great. I like you even more. Since soft tactics don't work, then use hard tactics. Hearing this, Kai Yang almost lost his balance. Walking in front of the car, he found a cold woman sitting in the passenger seat. It was Yan Shi. Kai Yang calmly sat in the car, started the car and drove away. Looking at the figure standing still and getting smaller and smaller behind him, he also guessed that Yuan Mi would definitely make some small moves next. Yang Shi said in a strange tone, girlfriend. She looks familiar. Kai Yang explained casually, she's just a lunatic, don't take it to heart. Yangshi, yeah. Then she looked out the window, her clear eyes reflecting the scenery, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Why did you follow me? I want to go out for a walk, sorry to ask you to help alone. Kai Yang, but you didn't help. The twin sister is Yarn Moa, and the younger sister is Yarn Yinga, is that okay? These are the names of the original plot, intact. Yarn she was obviously shocked, her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Both of them have my surname, right? She was still thinking that since Kai Yang wanted to raise them together, one could have her surname and the other could have Kai Yang's surname. She never thought that the man in front of her could be so generous. Don't people generally want their children to have their own surnames? Yarn Shi's heart underwent subtle changes. I understand. Because I don't care, it doesn't matter whose surname the child has. Raising the child is just a responsibility. For some reason, she felt very disappointed. I see a lot of director information in the lobby of your manor. Are you going to the crew for an interview? I heard that Kai Yang offended a big shot in the circle and had no work for a long time. Yarn Shi guessed that he was just a small actor. He didn't make much money and was banned. He had no movies to shoot. His savings must have been used up long ago. How could he have money to raise the child? He was under pressure and was anxious to find a director for an interview. Kai Yang shook his head, yeah, almost. It was him who went to the crew to interview the director, not the director who interviewed him, but the meaning was almost the same. Yan, she said with some concern, the director Yuan you offended banned you. No one will support you when you go for an interview. No director will want you. I know a lot of director friends. How about I introduce them to you? She is a queen of the screen, of course she has a lot of resources. As long as she likes various variety shows, TV series and movies, she can participate in the recording. After staying in the circle for a long time, she gradually became a capital. Kai Yang understood what she meant. No need. Yan Shi felt that he was holding back, but she respected his idea. She checked the price of Kai Yang's manor on the internet, and her beautiful eyes were fixed in shock. Do you rent that small manor? It would cost 30 million to buy it. Although it is not expensive, it is unlikely that Kai Yang can pay the full amount in his current state. Faced with doubts, Kai Yang never talked nonsense and took out a property certificate in front of the car. Dad! The woman almost shouted subconsciously. Kai Yang straightened his back when he heard the name and looked forward, yeah. Yan Shi covered her mouth, but it was too late. She was extremely annoyed by the stupid things she said. She was led astray by what she saw on the internet during her pregnancy and spoke without restraint. After working for a long time, she finally had time to prepare to select a suitable director, and the system prompt sounded again. Change the diapers of the original heroine and the villain for a week, and you will be rewarded 30 million tilde. Kai Yang frowned. Why is the bonus getting less and less? System, the amount of the bonus will be determined according to the difficulty level of the task. It's just changing the diapers, easy. Kai Yang circled the list of directors he wanted to hire on the notebook, and then selected them one by one after changing the diapers of the babies. Chapter 8, Selecting Female Directors. Kai Yang looked at the two fair babies and was at a loss. He had to learn how to change online first. Turn the baby sideways first, put the diaper behind the buttocks, and gently pull it over. He did as he was told, and followed the video to learn. First, open the original diaper, and a mysterious smell came to his nose. He covered his mouth in disgust. Why is it still so smelly? I can't get close at all. That's because you covered your mouth. Yan Shi stared at him like a mentally retarded person. Don't lift the baby's legs too high, look at how I do it. She supported the baby's chest with one hand, and used the other hand to change the diaper with a skilled movement. It was simple and easy to understand, and it was done in 1 minute. Afterwards, she smiled gently, and the sunlight sprinkled in like white moonlight, with soft spots on her face. Hey, Yinger is so good. The best. Yinger baby grinned sweetly, as sweet as honey. Mower on the side hummed. 2 daughters, just right for each to change a diaper. Yang Shi, have you learned it? Kai Yang nodded, I have learned it. Then he started to take apart the diaper, and also imitated her method to support the front with one hand, and things began to change. Mower baby turned around restlessly. 10 minutes later. Can you do it? Or let me do it? Yang Shi questioned. No, I'll do it myself. 30 million. Don't be too anxious. Everyone is like this the first time. It will get better slowly. Yeah. She suddenly saw the list of directors on the table. She glanced at it and knew all the personalities of the directors. Don't lie, I don't recommend you to interview with him. He has very strict requirements and likes actors who bring money into the group. She analyzed them one by one to help Kai Yang eliminate the bad options. The last one, Zhang Yimou, is rich as his name suggests. He has no shortage of sponsorship and resources, but few people in the circle know that he is actually a bisexual. He is popular with men, women, young and old. His heroines are well known to those who know him. Hearing this, Kai Yang was not surprised. There are many fourth loves in the circle, same-sex circles, lesbian circles, and bisexual circles. On the surface, they are a pair of good girlfriends and good brothers, but in private, they have the most fun. The scenes of selling girlfriends and brothers in variety shows are actually public-funded love affairs. The poor audience knows nothing and envy such friendship. Of course, the ending is to find an honest man to take over and marry, but still go out and play with besties and brothers occasionally. As the name suggests, they are married, but just friends. As long as they don't say it themselves, and no one takes too explicit videos and photos, no one will find out. The last candidate is a female director. The last sweet drama has become popular. She is eager to transform and shoot other styles. The shooting style is almost the same as what Kai Yang needs. Have you chosen this one? I have her contact information. Ask her to take care of you in advance. Otherwise, she is afraid of Yuan Cage and the probability of choosing you as the male lead is very small. Kai Yang waved his hand. No, give me her contact information, I will talk to her and try to get her to free up time to be my director. She didn't listen carefully. Okay. After reacting. To be your director. Are you still asleep? No kidding, start choosing scripts now. Kai Yang had already taken out his computer and selected potential scripts in it. However, as soon as he opened the novel reading software, some red words automatically appeared on the screen. Each book is marked with 1 to 5 stars, indicating the potential value of explosive popularity. Clicking into the introduction, the reason for the star rating is written on the top, it conforms to the current market and has a large audience, and so on. She obviously didn't believe it and thought he was joking. You are really reading a novel? Are you kidding? He nodded, looking serious and focused. Do you know what kind of personality that female director has? Since she said that the female director is not bad, he didn't think much about it and asked casually. She opened her mouth wide and was shocked. It sounded like he was serious from his tone. Kai Yang was going to choose a director to invest in a drama. Where did the money come from? I guess he usually invests and makes a fortune. I admire such a person. She turned on the TV series and forced herself to calm down. She was a little uneasy. I didn't expect the child's father to have another surprise. Besides, she really admires those who get rich through investment. She has no talent in this area. She loses everything she invests in. She has never made any money. Oh, she has a good personality. She usually dresses in a neutral style. Her hobbies are also cool. She likes to play motorcycles. Don't worry, she likes women. She doesn't feel anything when she looks at men like monkeys. It sounded fine at the beginning, but it became more and more wrong the more she listened. Kai Yang. He twitched his mouth. The heroine should be careful. First choose the script, then contact the female director. If the final script style is not suitable for this female director, she can look for another one. Let me watch it with you. I have more experience in this area. She came closer while keeping a certain distance. Hey, why are you reading this? This work is really good, but the author is notorious for being difficult to talk to. He will deliberately raise the copyright fee, or hang up several companies at the same time, and finally choose the company with the highest bid after comparing 3 companies, and leave the other companies behind. It seems that she can't see the novel rating on the screen, and can only see the introduction and so on. Kai Yang repeatedly looked at the page, and finally clicked out to choose the next one. There was an old master helping by the side, and the old master's words still had to be referred to. Indeed, if I reach a cooperation with such an author, the other companies she hangs up will not look at me well. There is no need to offend people for a work. There is no shortage of good works in the current market. The next book is a campus suspense type. The male protagonist is a student of the police academy. He has brains but no physical strength. There is a deadly enemy, the second male protagonist, who happens to be a simple-minded type with strong limbs. The two form a good brother combination to break through various weird major cases. The story is quite interesting. Like most suspense dramas, the protagonist is a jinx, and people die wherever he goes. The overall style is quite passionate, and there are many themes expressed. The biggest attraction and special feature of this book is that the protagonist can be painted 3 years old, and the hidden vest is a famous feng shui master, and the second male is a tomb robber. The main reason why the two reached a consensus to investigate the case together was that one fell into the ancient tomb in the middle of the night while looking at feng shui, and the other happened to have close contact with a predecessor who lived 100 years ago. Kai Yang only looked at the red text on the introduction page and knew the general story of this book. Add this book to the bookshelf and list it. It's not easy to pass the review of suspense dramas recently. Not long ago, there was a drama on the Kiwi platform with a total of 30 episodes, which was cut to 16 episodes. The incomplete story connection was criticized by the audience. Investing in suspense dramas is very risky. Unless you go abroad to shoot. Yarn she analyzed rationally. Chapter 9 What to Feed? Kai Yang nodded silently. It needs to be considered. Wow. Forgetting that Moore was still beside him, Kai Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The cry was like a cry for life, anxious and angry. Such a small cry was so prominent, worthy of being the heroine. It was his lovely daughter. Don't cry, I'll be there soon. Kai Yang looked distressed and finally put a diaper on Moore. At a glance, it was a little crooked, so he pulled it straight. Yarn she applauded, great. This compliment came unexpectedly. Kai Yang scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, and accepted it humbly. Hello, who is this? The voice on the other side was obviously a little tired, like the fatigue after doing something. Kai Yang and Yarn she also felt something was wrong. The two did not dare to look at each other at this time. Yarn she blushed, and the hand holding the phone tightened unnaturally. Sister Lee, do you have any schedule recently? Li Qing answered naturally, without being humble because Yarn she was a queen of the screen. She said calmly, yes, why did you suddenly think of me to film? It's not me, it's another person. He has great potential. I want to recommend him to you. Oh? There is actually someone in this world who can be praised by our big queen of the screen. Yarn she is famous for her high standards in the circle. It's not that she thinks Kai Yang has great potential to recommend, but she just wants to recommend him. Want to help him. Hello Director Lee, I'm Kai Yang. Recently, the evaluation of me in the circle is not very good. Kai Yang introduced himself, and his confidence was not weak. Li Qing frowned when she heard the name. It sounds familiar. I seem to have heard your name somewhere. Are you the little actor banned by Director Yuan? Although she especially dislikes those big directors who use their privileges to arbitrarily ban actors, what Director Yuan doesn't like is still worth considering. Sorry, maybe we can't continue this cooperation. Directly refused. It can be seen that she looks down on Kai Yang. Yarn she next to him was very angry and wanted to grab the phone to speak for him. Kai Yang said calmly, I know what you are worried about. Director Yuan has cooperated with many investors. I have offended him. The chance of cooperating with these investors is almost zero. When the drama we cooperate with is broadcast, we will not be able to get funding. There is a high probability that we will not even have the opportunity to broadcast it. Li Qing's thoughts were revealed, yes, you still have some brains. Kai Yang persuaded, don't worry, these things you are worried about are not a problem. I can handle the funding. Li Qing didn't believe him. Since Yuan Cage dared to ban Kai Yang, it means that Kai Yang has no capital behind him. How could Kai Yang get funding in such a short time? That is not a small amount. But it is possible that Yarn she will help him. Let's talk slowly. I have something else to hang up first. Only the ambiguous woman's voice came from the other side. Director Lee, you are so busy that you don't even have time to accompany me Tilda. The outsider felt embarrassed and hung up the phone. Yarn she asked, do you think she will agree? Kai Yang looked at the system panel, where another task was posted. System, daily feeding task, get a reward of 5 million for feeding once. 5 million, it sounds like the number has become smaller again. But the number of times a baby is fed is small, for 5 times a day is fine. A minimum of 20 million a day, 600 million a month. After the baby is weaned after 6 months, he can get a reward of 3.6 billion for daily feeding. Of course, it would be tiring for him to feed every day, and sometimes he doesn't have time when filming outside, but he will feed for at least 3 months, and get 1.8 billion. If she doesn't agree, I can use money to make her agree. The words were so light, as if saying that the weather was good today. Yang Shi blinked her beautiful eyes. It seems to be right, money makes the world go round. In fact, she planned to get this done without telling Kai Yang. At most she would sell Li Qing a favor, but she didn't expect him to be so confident. By the way, I will find a house and move out as soon as possible. It will be bad for both you and me if paparazzi take pictures of us. Kai Yang agreed with Yang Shi's words. But he disagreed with moving out and not living together. The location here is very good. There is no place for sneak shots. I will rent a shop. You can go directly to the basement of the shop. The basement leads to the manor. The paparazzi will not take pictures of you living here. Yang Shi couldn't help but praise, you are so thoughtful. The woman in the parking lot last time was Yuan, am I right? Has she been pestering you these days? Kai Yang, well, she has just moved by herself. Yang Shi was thoughtful and didn't speak. She didn't say anything. In fact, she had already thought about secretly punishing Yuan Mi and making Yuan Mi restrain herself. Suddenly, she had a question, why should she help Kai Yang? He is the father of her daughters, so she wants to help him. It must be like this. Since then, Kai Yang has been feeding the baby and changing diapers at home, which is more diligent than Yang Shi. Yang Shi stood there, looking at her empty hands, and the bottle on them was snatched away by Kai Yang unexpectedly. She couldn't help but sigh, he is such a responsible and good man. It's really touching. It's rare for a man to care so much about a child, and a child who doesn't have his surname, and doesn't ask for anything in return. My heart was pounding. Here, Kai Yang sneezed with the bottle, and almost poked the nipple into the baby's throat. Baby. He arched his nose, always feeling someone was watching him. System, how many times have I fed now? System, 4 times a day, 8 times for 2 babies, 80 times in 10 days, a total of 400 million soft sister yuan. 5 million for each feeding, and it's just for feeding 1 baby. He earned 400 million by breastfeeding, shocking the world. Suddenly I felt so happy to breastfeed, and Yang Shi had nothing to do. Holding a bottle in each hand, doing it left and right at the same time, the money doubled. The next second, the system announced a new task. Feed Yang Shi fruit slices, reward 10 million. Kai Yang asked, what to feed? Next to their high-rise building is a river, and on the other side of the river is a backward urban village. Kai Yang drove a small electric donkey to come here, and his personal studio is here. The employees inside have changed a group, and the previous group was afraid that Kai Yang could not pay their wages and jumped ship. Today Kai Yang is here to review the new employees who apply for the job. There are 3 ordinary employees, plus an agent and an assistant, a total of 5 employees. He was wearing a mask and glasses, and the moment he walked in, everyone looked at him. Is this the new employee who came today? Maybe, it seems a little familiar, but I can't see it clearly with a mask and glasses. Kai Yang found a seat and sat down casually, and soon a woman came over, with gorgeous makeup, typical big red lips and big waves. 2 slender legs were exposed in black stockings, and the stepmother skirt made her hips look bumpy. The top button of the tight white shirt was not buttoned, and the material inside was squeezed together, giving the illusion that the button would be stretched open in the next second. Chapter 10. The boss's girlfriend must be very happy, unlike me who can make the boss more. Kai Yang frowned and said in a cold voice, can I wear this to work? He glanced at the woman's work badge. Jiang Xiaozue. Her name is very similar to Jiang Xiaoye's. Is there any relationship? Jiang Xiaozue didn't seem to care about it, and looked him up and down with contempt. I saw you riding an electric bike just now. You must have had a hard life. You did these jobs for me. Just take care of you. She threw a stack of forms on Kai Yang's desk. Kai Yang immediately understood what this was. Workplace bullying. Before he stretched out his hand, the man next to him grabbed him and whispered, brother, don't make trouble with that woman. It's obvious that she's not here to work. Who knows if she has a sponsor behind her? We honest people should work hard and try not to have conflicts. Kai Yang quietly broke the man's hand and smiled at him to reassure him. The studio is a 2-story building. His own office is on the second floor alone. Ordinary employees are not allowed to enter his office. Kai Yang stood up and no longer gave Jiang Xiaozui any eyes. Hey, brother, where are you going? The bathroom is over there. Here are the stairs. Going up is the boss's office. Except for the agent and assistant. The man's name is Hu Dao. When Kai Yang came in, he saw Hu Dao bringing breakfast to Jiang Xiaozui, and he looked like a good guy who was trying to please her. Kai Yang was carrying a small bag and reached in to take something out slowly. Jiang Xiaozui walked over with a sneer on her lips and her hands on her shoulders. Hey, if the boss knew you. What's that sound? A clanking sound was heard. The two looked at Kai Yang's hand. A bunch of keys. Kai Yang held it in his hand, and his nouveau riche temperament was fully reflected. Why did you stop? Keep talking. Hey, it's troublesome to have so many keys. I can't even find the office key. He took off his mask and glasses. It was a terrible silence. Jiang Xiaozui's eyes were about to pop out, and her throat seemed to be choked by something, and she couldn't say anything. Hu Dao leaned against the wall, trying to find a hole to get in, and his peripheral vision occasionally glanced at Kai Yang's next move. With a creak, the door opened. Kai Yang waved at them with a gentle smile. Why are you all silent? Come in and sit down. At this point, both of them knew Kai Yang's identity, so how could they dare to talk back or refuse? Kai Yang looked around, took out the tea set, and poured them 2 cups of tea. Would you like some tea? Jiang Xiaozui and Hu Dao looked at each other and nodded like crazy. I felt uneasy. I wanted to slap myself a few times. What did they say to the boss just now? One asked the boss to help her finish the work. The other asked the boss not to make trouble. It's over, don't expect a good life in the future. Hu Dao was so depressed that his hand holding the teacup couldn't stop shaking. Kai Yang pressed it with his hand, with a kind smile on his face. You're shaking like a sieve, don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you, it's not a big deal. Hu Dao trembled and took back his hand, not daring to look up at him. Boss, don't laugh. This laugh is creepy. Kai Yang was amused and laughed. The next second, he put away his smile and asked expressionlessly, after finishing the tea, do you have anything else to do? What a quick change of expression. Hu Dao shuddered and stood up suddenly, no. He disappeared in a flash. Jiang Xiaozui was not afraid. She looked at Kai Yang's face unscrupulously, her eyes shining with confidence. She looked ambitious and did not hide it. Kai Yang frowned frequently, don't you have anything to do? Do you want to increase your workload? Jiang Xiaozui suddenly stood up, walked around to his side, raised her legs and wanted to sit on his legs. Okay, but is a little enough? At the same time, her hands were not honest, and she tried to pull his collar. She kept panting. Kai Yang pushed her away quickly. She didn't control the strength and fell to the ground. She gently swung her proud black silk legs twice, then stood up and knelt on the ground, supporting herself on the ground with her hands, and the scenery in the white shirt was unobstructed. The woman licked her red lips and put her index finger in and out. Our master is so excessive, actually. Kai Yang's face suddenly changed. This was the first time they met, and Jiang Xiaozui dared to seduce him in his office. What will happen in the future? Kai Yang opened the door and pointed to the stairs outside, speaking sternly. Get out. Otherwise, I will check the surveillance and let everyone in the company know your shameless appearance. Jiang Xiaozui was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. With crystal tears in the corners of her eyes, she trembled and climbed up. When she passed by Jiang Yang, she fell down without standing firmly. Kai Yang watched her acting coldly, and did not mean to extend his hand. I really envy the boss's girlfriend. She must be very happy every night to have a man as good as you. Unlike me, I can make you happier every minute and every second, but you don't like it. The woman secretly scolded him for not understanding fun. The fire in her body could not be reduced. She stamped her feet angrily and went to the bathroom. Jiang Xiaozui came out of the bathroom and carefully washed her index and middle fingers. At this time, the phone rang. On the other side, hey, sister, I heard that you went to work in a studio in the urban village. Is it near Fujimoto's street? Jiang Xiaozue smelled her hand and confirmed that there was no smell before she felt relieved. Well, the boss seems to be a little-known actor, who should be rich. He gave each of us a salary of 20,000 in the first month of work, which is much higher than the usual company. The little actor you are talking about is Kai Yang. He has been banned. Where does he get the money to continue to run a studio? Sister, don't be confused, he. Jiang Xiaozue interrupted directly, what about him, don't I know? Jiang Xiaoye, do you also think he is handsome and rich, and want to compete with me? Jiang Xiaoye on the other end of the phone moved her buttocks in pain, feeling that her body was almost not her own, and there were marks on her hands. She secretly complained that rich people were really playing around. Har, who would compete with you? Cafe. Opposite Kai Yang sat a short-haired woman, dressed maturely, with 3 letters engraved on the ring on her finger. If Kai Yang didn't know she was a woman, he might have mistaken her for a man. Director Li, nice to meet you. Li Qing was also looking at him invisibly. I read the script you sent over. It has great potential. I have to say you have a good eye. Have you bought the copyright? Kai Yang nodded. Li Qing was a little surprised, with a little more admiration in her eyes. I also had my eyes on this book before, but it didn't work out for various reasons. I really want to know how you persuaded that stubborn author. Kai Yang took a sip of latte and said, money can solve most of the troubles. Li Qing almost couldn't hold back with such a casual remark. It was the truth. In other words, did Kai Yang really get funding? She didn't believe he could buy the copyright of the novel with his own money. Chapter 11 10 million, leaving Jiang Xiaoye. Li Qing's eyes became meaningful. Excuse me, what is your relationship with Yang Shi? He didn't believe that these two people were a good match. Kai Yang frowned, we are here to discuss cooperation, but I didn't expect Director Li to be so gossipy. Li Qing shrugged indifferently, gossip is the nature of human beings. Who is the investor? Me. Question mark. Li Qing took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and held it in her mouth. Hearing this answer, she paused when she lit the cigarette, and then wanted to see if there was any trace of joking on Kai Yang's face. Seeing that Kai Yang was very serious, she naturally lit the cigarette and took 2 puffs, and the smoke was lingering. One hand was propped on the table. Okay, I didn't know you were good at it. For this drama, I came to you only when I was confident. What do you think, Director Li? Kai Yang stirred the coffee and looked out the window. At this time, under a tree not far from the window, there was also a figure standing there motionless. From the figure, it was a woman. Li Qing also followed his gaze, and she recognized who it was just by looking at the figure, and the joy in her eyes flashed. Since it is the person recommended by Yang Shi, and he has the ability to invest in AB-level suspense film by himself, you dare to bet, why can't I dare? Let's talk about the contract and other matters slowly. I have something urgent to do. Let's talk next time. After that, Li Qing crushed the cigarette butt and threw it away. After confirming that there was no obvious smell of cigarettes on his body, he left and joined the woman under the tree, and walked out of Kai Yang's sight shoulder to shoulder. That woman is Li Qing's new girlfriend, an unknown little actress. I guess she will play the heroine of your play. She is famous for her love of praising her own people. Yang Shi came out of the next box and happened to meet Kai Yang. Kai Yang smiled and said, if she wants to promote me, she still has to ask me for my approval. If the actress's acting skills and image are not up to standard, she can be left as a female supporting actress. Yang Shi raised her slender hand, smoothed the wrinkles on his suit for him, straightened his tie, and said casually, what if Li Qing insists on being the heroine? Kai Yang hooked a strand of her hair and put it behind her ear, with a gentle movement. She won't. This drama has great potential. She has always wanted to buy the copyright. She has only one girlfriend, and the next one is even better. She is a smart woman and won't do such a stupid thing. Yang Shi's earlobe was covered with an unnatural pink. Well, why did you put my bangs behind my ears? Kai Yang. Oh, I was wondering why you looked familiar. It turned out to be you. Jiang Xiaoye was wearing a little white dress, her lips were pale and pitiful, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Kai Yang could tell at a glance which man she had just cried in. Subconsciously, she embraced Yang Shi behind her. Passers-by may not recognize Yang Shi in disguise, but Jiang Xiaoye can recognize her at a glance. Because Jiang Xiaoye's idol is Yang Shi, she entered the entertainment industry to make money on the one hand, and probably to get close to Yang Shi on the other hand. Jiang Xie only saw a woman behind Kai Yang, whose figure and appearance were covered tightly. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Which stupid wild woman is this, who actually fell in love with you, blind? She raised her head proudly, not even looking at Kai Yang and the others. Yang Shi couldn't stand it and was ready to stand up for Kai Yang, but was pulled back. No need. It's not the time yet. Yang Shi whispered softly, she is an artist of my company, I won't allow her to corrupt. Before she finished speaking, another man interrupted. Are you Kai Yang? The man was fat and big-eared, with a dazzling gold chain around his neck, and his wrists and fingers were full of decorations, and the smell of money was blowing in his face. Let's talk. Sitting back in the box again, Yang Shi sent a message to Kai Yang in the next box. YX, that man is an employee of my company, named Li Dier, with a high position. If he bullies you, tell me immediately. YX, don't hold it in your heart. I can't let the father of my child be wronged under my nose. Yang Shi is actually the big boss behind Star Entertainment. This is something Kai Yang didn't expect. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Li Dier shouted in a rough voice, full of anger. There was a bank card on the table, which he had just handed out. There are 10 million in it. Xia told me that the relationship is over, and pestering only shows that you are incompetent. I heard from Xia that you haven't been doing well recently. This 10 million is Xia's breakup fee for you. Kai Yang put down his phone carelessly, his eyes fell on the bank card, with a hint of sneer. 10 million, is it used to send away beggars? Li Dier's expression of giving arms changed, and his palm slapped the table. Bang! Don't push your luck. You still have the face to ask for a woman's money. He was furious, but the man opposite him was calm, with a playful look in his eyes. How about this, let's talk about a deal, I'll give you 50 million, can you terminate your contract with Jiang Xie? If you like to insult people with money, then he will give it back in the same way. Anyway, 50 million is nothing to him now. You can get it by feeding for 2 days. Li Dier's face was very bad. What are you bragging about? If you have the ability, take out 50 million and show it to me. Who can't do it with just a few words? How is it possible? Xia clearly said that Kai Yang was at the end of his rope and couldn't even afford to rent a house. Kai Yang smiled. He opened his mobile phone and the amount in the change was exactly 50 million, which he showed to Li Dier. Li Dier took the phone with disdain, and after seeing the 9-digit number on it, his throat choked as if he had eaten shit. You? Looking at the bank card he put on the table, there was 10 million in it, which was really not good enough in comparison. Li Dier's face turned pale, and he put the bank card back into his pocket. He stood up and wanted to escape. He could take out 50 million, but Kai Yang had 50 million in change alone, and he couldn't imagine how much he had in his savings. Kai Yang called him. 80 million, I want you Star Entertainment to hide Jiang Xie. He continued to raise the price. Li Dier felt his face burning. He didn't answer anything and just left. 80 million can at least sleep with 3 women like Jiang Xie. But he and Jiang Xie are in the passionate love period now. In a word, he hasn't had enough fun yet, and he can't bear to let go. After losing face in front of Kai Yang, Li Dier sat back in the car. The woman had been waiting for a long time and came over with a coquettish voice. My dear, you are so nice to me. She thought it was easy for Li Dier to deal with Kai Yang. Jiang Xie. Li Dier roared, not interested in the woman's actions. Didn't you say Kai Yang was a pauper? 50 million can be taken out easily, and this is called a pauper. Are you kidding me? He pinched her jaw tightly with his big hand, pressed it on the car window, and left a mark. Jiang Xie was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Chapter 12 I have a husband, do you? Li Dier wanted to strangle this woman to death, thinking of the cost of investing in her, he clenched his fist and held it back. Nothing. If this woman knew that Kai Yang was pretending to be poor, she would definitely kick him away. A woman who is greedy for money, She is only worthy of being played with. He didn't say anything, and Jiang Xie didn't think much about it. She thought Kai Yang scolded him and he was upset and took it out on her. So she stuck to him again. The car stopped at the traffic light. Faced with the woman's shameless teasing many times, the man was defeated. She stretched out her empty hand skillfully to roll down the window. As long as the passers-by slightly turned their heads, they could see the scene of exploring the mysteries of human beings in the car. Jiang Xiaoye knew what the man wanted most: excitement. Sure enough, this behavior made Li Dier more excited, and he wanted to merge with this life-threatening fairy. "I'd rather die here." Just then, the phone rang, and it showed wife. Li Dier saw it out of the corner of his eye, shivered with fear, and hurriedly pushed Jiang Xiaoye away. He made a gesture of silence. Jiang Xiaoye licked her lips in dissatisfaction. The dead man took so long to answer the phone, he couldn't be fooling around with other women. Very strong characteristics. This voice can be recognized as Yang Qingjin as soon as it came out. "My dear wife, I'm not on a business trip. It's not convenient to answer the phone while driving. You know I'm always honest and dutiful. I don't even dare to run a red light. I'll answer your call when the red light turns on." Suddenly, he, who was just coaxing people, stopped and shouted weakly, "R." Yang Qingjin on the other side, "What's wrong, husband? Did you hit the car? Where is it? Send me the address and I'll help you." Li Dier covered his mouth to prevent himself from making uncontrolled sounds. He glared at Jiang Xiaoye next to him with a reproachful look. Jiang Xiaoye smiled, flashing innocent eyes, and opened and closed her mouth. Her mouth shape was "Don't you like it like this? If you don't like it, I won't do it." Li Dier was so depressed that his veins popped out. He said something to the other end of the phone and quickly hung up the phone. He just wanted to punish the woman who started the fire. "It's okay. I'm about to enter the highway. It's not convenient to call. Honey, if you have anything you want, send me the link and I'll buy it for you." Yang Qingjin's eyebrows were happy, but she hung up the phone before she could answer, and she frowned slightly. However, thinking of what the man said later, she didn't take it to heart, and happily went to look through the shopping cart. My husband was generous and bought it, so of course she was happy. "Former Agent John, what a coincidence, I can meet you here." Kai Yang wanted to find a quiet place to read the script, but she didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance. He sat opposite her, with a playful look in his eyes. Li Dier didn't know Kai Yang, but as the husband of Kai Yang's former agent, how could Kai Yang not know him? Yang Qingjin rolled her eyes and didn't want to pay attention to him. Kai Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at her lazily. "How was your experience of catching an adulterer for the first time?" Yang Qingjin. Kai Yang continued to attack. "Don't worry, it won't be just once." Bang! Yang Qingjin slammed the table and stood up, pointing at him and yelling. Her eyebrows were splayed with anger. "Speak more clearly. I know what kind of person my husband is. That time he was seduced and plotted by a disgusting woman." Kai Yang glanced at her. "What a stupid woman. I heard that you are bringing in new people. The one named Jiang was introduced to you by your husband. It's really strange. Doesn't your husband always recruit people? Is that his relative?" On the surface, he was trying to get information. Yang Qingjin was a little alert when she heard it. "Do you know something?" Kai Yang stood up and didn't answer. Nothing else, just to mock. She will know how stupid she is in the future. Yang Qingjin was at a loss. Is she overthinking? Jiang Xiaoye just broke up with Kai Yang some time ago. How could she get close to her husband so quickly? It must be that Kai Yang deliberately provoked the relationship between her and her husband to take revenge on her. She planned to get him drunk and send him to the sponsor's room, which was also for his own good. Who knew that he would not listen, so it was normal for her to change jobs. She was not wrong. Is Kai Yang sick? He hopes that the relationship between the couple will not be good. Wait. Let's talk. Yang Qingjin stopped Kai Yang. Kai Yang was a little surprised and sat back. I am already a useless pawn in your eyes. What do you want to talk about? Yang Qingjin said, as a matter of course, there is a variety show for artists to date. I know you are at the end of your rope recently. Are you interested in participating? Even more surprised. Kai Yang's fingertips tapped the table rhythmically. Which artists are there? I didn't expect Yang's former agent to be so good to his former partners. Yang Qingjin couldn't look directly at Kai Yang's confident eyes. It was too tempting. Why didn't she realize that this boy was quite smart before, and it was not easy for people to understand his mind? Just answer whether you will participate or not. If you agree to participate, I will help you make connections. The contract will be delivered to you directly. Think it over. You offended director Yuan before because you were not tactful. You can't go on the road of being an actor. It's better to make some money by participating in variety shows and go back to find a stable class. It's also a savings to go home and see your parents. Kai Yang smiled indifferently. Jiang Xiaoye is also in it, right? If I'm not mistaken, you are going to give her a poor and beautiful woman who was hurt by a scumbag and entered the entertainment industry in a rage, and use public opinion to frame me as a scumbag and step on me to get to the top. I have to admire Yang Qian's former agent for being really smart. The useless chess piece has to be used for the last bit before being thrown away. Under the banner of doing good for me, you want me to be grateful to you, killing two birds with one stone. Yang Qinzhen's eyes widened. He didn't expect that his thoughts were guessed so clearly by him. When did Kai Yang become so smart? It would be better if you spent this thought on the sponsor. Kai Yang pulled the corner of his mouth. If you have this idea, you might as well go with her yourself. Just tell the sponsor that you are my girlfriend. The sponsor will be happier. Playing with other people's things will double the joy. Don't you think so? Yang Qinzhen's face turned pale and blue, and he issued an ultimatum. Do you agree or not? Even if I think so, it will be good for you. You can make the last bit of money, which is good for both you and me. How did he become so smart? It's hard to fool him. Are you short of money? Kai Yang asked. Of course I am not. I have a husband. Do you? Yang Qinzhen was furious and tried to keep calm to control himself from tearing Kai Yang's smiling face. It made people feel uncomfortable. Chapter 13. Yang Shi is everyone's dream lover. Kai Yang smiled but said nothing. Yang Qian is really infertile, and he. My daughter is almost done with cooking. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. It's boring. Do you want Jiang Xiaoye to become famous for her acting skills? It's not easy to get rid of the label of variety show star because of variety shows. Yang Qian was really confused and found that Kai Yang in front of him seemed to be much more confident and his words were even louder. I understand the reason, but there is no way. Do you have a solution? She obviously didn't believe it and put her hands on her shoulders, trying to watch the joke. Kai Yang, I have a drama here, and I need a female supporting role. Let's see if she can come. Yang Qian really thought he was joking. I don't have time to argue with you. You don't even have a movie to shoot, how can you recommend a movie to someone else? Kai Yang shook his head. It's just an opportunity. Whether she can be selected depends on herself. I just want to give her a chance to interview. I'm not kidding. You will know when the time comes. Get up and leave. Yang Qinzhen looked at the extremely familiar figure from behind, but at this moment she felt as if she had never known him before. For a moment, she forgot what she originally wanted to do. I want to invite Kai Yang to participate in the variety show to serve as a stepping stone for Jiang Xiaoye. But Kai Yang recommended Jiang Xiaoye to act. What did he want? Unpredictable. Kai Yang got in the car, and Yang Shi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, hesitated for a long time and asked. You want to recommend Jiang Xiaoye to star in the first TV series you invested in? You still have feelings for her. Pretend to be a casual joke, not wanting to be too deliberate. Kai Yang shook his head, it's just an interview, I trust her. Yang Shi didn't understand, believe in what? Kai Yang playfully flicked her forehead with his finger, and her forehead instantly turned red. I believe in Jiang Xiaoye's acting skills. She will definitely not pass the interview. Puff. Yang Shi covered her mouth and laughed, then looked out the window casually. While Kai Yang was driving, he occasionally turned his head to look at her. Sometimes she happened to be looking at him, and they stared at each other for a century. Soon, she quickly moved her eyes away and looked elsewhere. Nothing seems to be wrong. When Kai Yang looked over again, he caught a glimpse of the tender red on her earlobe. Has Li Qing signed the contract? It's signed. Everything will be arranged next month. Filming will start within 6 months. Trust your baby's father. He had to go back to feed the baby, so Kai Yang supported himself with his hands and climbed up. 210 million. The baby babbles with an innocent smile. According to the original plot, Kai Yang died a long time ago. The two babies grew up without a father or a mother, and I don't know how many difficulties they went through to grow up. Their main task is to go to the orphanage to find the daughters, teach them carefully, lead them to the right path, and cultivate good outlook on life. His daughters can study whatever they like in the future as long as they like it and are passionate about it, and they will not do anything illegal or follow the old path of the original plot. Just live a healthy and happy life. At the airport, Kai Yang had just gotten off the car when he was pushed back by a group of people. There are heads everywhere, and you can't see the head. The place was bustling with people. Yang Shi, your acting skills are the best in the world. Yang Shi, fly bravely, Xiaoshan is chasing after you. Woo, Sister Shi, look at me. Fuck you, whose pants fell off. It's so wicked to throw them on my head in broad daylight. The goddess of my dreams, even a woman like me likes this. In the panic, only a scream was heard. Someone fainted and was carried away in a high-profile manner by security guards. The fainted man on the security guard's shoulder suddenly came back to life. He waved upwards excitedly, Sister Shi, look at me. The security guard was speechless, so I'm your stepping stone. Some people suddenly had an idea and followed suit by fainting, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Kai Yang tried to squeeze out and put his arm around someone's shoulder. Brother, you like Yang Shi too? Kai Yang seemed to have met a soulmate. They shook hands and squeezed in while chatting. This brother is quite tall, nearly 2 meters, and stands out in the crowd. He is also big in stature, so he can squeeze in quickly. Oh my god, you like my sister Shi too? You have good taste. Before the big brother could react, fans of Yang Shi were everywhere. Kai Yang also continued chatting with his eyes closed. When he was about to reach the stairs, he took the opportunity to push the brother away and boarded the plane. The eldest brother touched the back of his not-so-smart head, thought about it again and again after going back, and always felt that something was not right. Watching the lively scene below from above is like watching ants getting into a pot. The cleaning lady next to her was also secretly looking at Yang Shi's poster. How beautiful, pure and innocent. Kai Yang covered himself up tightly and stood in front of the poster for a while. The aunt said, young man, you are also a fan of Yang Shi, right? I didn't expect that men these days are more obsessed with chasing stars than those little girls. Look below, Yang Shi's male fans must be no less than those female fans. To them, Yang Shi is an unattainable fairy. She doesn't even participate in variety shows, but only promotes TV series and movies. She is aloof, as if she is not from the same world as us. The corners of Kai Yang's mouth twitched under the mask. Unexpectedly, Yang Shi is not only popular with both men and women, but even old ladies are not spared. Well, she should be the dream lover of many people. But I'm not her fan. Auntie was surprised. Huh? Someone actually doesn't like her, you? When I turned around, the man next to me was gone. Looking closely, he had checked in his luggage and was already at the boarding gate. Auntie looked at his back and shook her head. No vision. Then continue to immerse yourself in the beauty of Yang Shi's poster. 6 months later. The interview venue for the crew of You Are Not Human. Jiang Xiaye sat in the back and looked at the young actors queuing up for auditions outside the window with a look of disdain on her face. How could it be possible that Kai Yang got me an interview opportunity? Sister Yang, you must be kidding me. Kai Yang himself doesn't even have a role to play. Yang Qingjin glared at her fiercely. You act like this in front of me, so don't act like this during the next interview. Believe it or not, you must pass today's interview, otherwise the company will not give you any more opportunities. The higher-ups suddenly issued a death order, deeming Jiang Xiaye's qualifications unqualified and putting her on ice. Therefore, the opportunity given by Kai Yang is Jiang Xiaye's last chance. Jiang Xiaye's pupils dilated in disbelief. I just made my debut not long ago by playing a small supporting role in a big production, and the company wants to put me on ice. Is this also what Mr. Li meant? Yang Qingjin frowned. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable when she heard her husband's name from her mouth. Li Dier is just a small official, how can he have any power? He is the boss. When did I offend the boss? I haven't even met her. You have to ask yourself. Get off the bus and line up for the audition, don't dilly-dally. Jiang Xiaye curled her lips in displeasure. Didn't Kai Yang fight for this opportunity for me? Can't he just use the back door? What kind of B-grade TV series is worthy of me lining up for an audition? Yang Qingjin looked at him as if he was an idiot. Chapter 14 Jiang Xiaye auditioned for the female lead. Hey, you must be the latest actor signed by Star Entertainment, what's your name? Jiang Xiaye. I'm. Jiang Xie was surrounded by the crowd and felt good about herself. She likes the feeling of being the center of attention. Jiang Xie pretended to be modest and said, "Har har, no, no." The young actors who came out one after another all had sad faces, and few of them walked out of the audition room with a smile. Jiang Xie suddenly felt something was wrong and nervously pulled an actor who had talked to her. "Sister, can you tell me what's going on inside?" The actor looked like he had eaten shit. It's hard to describe. Director Li Qing is still as strict and professional as ever in casting. It's hard for ordinary people to be chosen. It's just too fierce. Next second, another actor ran out with tears in his eyes, sobbing and covering his face, seeming very aggrieved. Jiang Xie was extremely confused. Female directors should be gentler than male directors. How could this happen? With a nervous mood, Jiang Xie walked in. At first glance, she saw a familiar face and froze in place. Why is Kai Yang here? Jiang Xie imagined countless possibilities in her mind, and just stared at Kai Yang. She found that this man had become much more handsome after not seeing him for many days. She was fascinated by the man's image of being aloof and not taking her seriously. She likes to tease cold and abstinent men, watch him go crazy for her, give up his principles, kneel down at her feet and put on her high heels, and then she will abandon him without hesitation. Jiang Xie became interested. He didn't expect Kai Yang could give him such a surprise. Fortunately, I didn't say anything too harsh at the time. They were just a few insignificant angry words. Why are you still standing there? Are you stupid? Come over here and audition. Li Qing saw through Jiang Xie's thoughts at a glance and was angry that someone treated her like air. Jiang Xie then turned her gaze to Li Qing. If she didn't look carefully, she would have thought that Li Qing was a rather neutral man. It turned out to be a girl with short hair. Kai Yang sat with his back straight, stern and looking extremely cold. He glanced at Jiang Xie opposite him, ignoring her furtive and inquiring gaze. Do you have any acting experience? Jiang Xie answered normally, I played a small supporting role in The Flowers of War. Then she smiled. Kai Yang, why are you so serious? You scared me. There was a hint of anger in his tone. Li Qing, with his face drooping, smelled an ambiguous scent from it. She didn't have a good impression of Jiang Xie, but since Jiang Xie and Kai Yang knew each other, she couldn't say much. Jiang Xie can be given any supporting role she wants, just consider it as a favor to Kai Yang. Kai Yang's eyes are unpredictable. Have we met before? Jiang Xie didn't expect that he would pretend not to know her and wanted to talk back. However, Kai Yang's next words immediately made her blood boil. Oh, you came with the man at the drinking party that time, so I have seen you before. Jiang Xie. Li Qing's eyes wandered between the two of them, and he changed the subject. During the audition, actors please do not try to make connections. No matter who you know, everyone is equal in the audition and no backdoor will be given to you. Jiang Xie is quite ambitious as she is trying to hook up with a man in front of her. What part did you audition for? Jiang Xie sat upright, not daring to look Li Qing in the eye. The part where the heroine was pushed off the mountain, and after her ultimate escape, she entered the cave on the cliff and found the criminals hiding something. Not only Li Qing, Kai Yang was also a little surprised. Asking her to audition and getting the female lead right away is a bit too confident. Li Qing wanted to refuse directly. She is a straightforward person and doesn't like to beat around the bush. Then you don't have to try. Next one. Jiang Xie was embarrassed, especially in front of her ex-boyfriend Kai Yang. Why? Is there some inside information in your crew? The female lead has been decided. The staff standing at the back were secretly criticizing the young actor for being so bold as to actually ask such a question. He is also a person with no emotional intelligence. Isn't the question he asked obvious? Li Qing sneered, you are not qualified to ask this question. Jiang Xie was so angry that everyone had always taken care of her since her debut. She had never been treated so harshly before. Then why did you not even let me try out for the female lead role when I just said I wanted to? You chased me away. It's obvious that there's something going on. Li Qing laughed angrily. Based on what you just said, I know you are not suitable to play the heroine of our drama. If you don't leave. Suddenly, Kai Yang said, since she wants to try out the female lead role, then let her try it out. We'll know if she's a real talent after we try her out. Since the investor and male protagonist has spoken, no matter how reluctant Li Qing is, he can only nod with a dark face and signal Jiang Xie to start the performance. Okay, I have a good temper. Even though you treat me badly, I will still give you a chance. Jiang Xie had more and more doubts in her mind. What is Kai Yang's identity? He can change director Li Qing's mind with just one sentence. Kai Yang had a standard smile on his face and gestured with his hand. Please start your performance, actress Jiang Xie. This condescending tone made Jiang Xie feel uncomfortable. Before, she was the only one who ordered Kai Yang to do things for her. She would get angry if Kai Yang's tone was a little bad. How could she listen to this tone? She was spoiled by Kai Yang to the sky, so she thought Kai Yang was her private property and that Kai Yang had no right to talk to her like that. Considering that what she said before was indeed a bit harsh, Kai Yang might still be angry and didn't take it to heart. If a man is angry, you can just find some time to coax him. It doesn't require spending time, energy or money. Kai Yang smiled without saying a word, quietly watching Jiang Xie's performance. He knew Jiang Xie's acting skills best. Before she entered the entertainment industry, she had already thought about becoming an actress and acted out famous scenes from classic dramas in front of him many times, asking him to comment on her performance. They were still boyfriend and girlfriend at the time, so how could he say anything bad? He kept praising her and used all the compliments he could think of. The result was that Jiang Xie was coaxed into thinking that her acting skills were really good and that she was born to be an actress. As long as she entered the entertainment industry, becoming a movie queen was just around the corner. But what is the truth? The acting is so bad that it's impossible to empathize with the character. To put it bluntly, anyone on the street could act better than Jiang Xie, and it wouldn't be so awkward. Jiang Xie has been praised to the sky, but now it's time to let her know what the sufferings of the world are. The higher you praise someone, the harder he will fall. Jiang Xie memorized the heroine's lines and began to perform confidently. She seemed to have her own unique sense of belief throughout the whole process. Ignore other people's expressions and immerse yourself in it. Li Qing was speechless. Chapter 15 earned 1.8 billion plus in 6 months. Li Qing wanted to say something but stopped himself. He really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. It was too disgusting. She turned her head to look at Kai Yang's expression and found that he didn't even look at Jiang Xie. That's right. Judging from Kai Yang's superb acting skills, Jiang Xie was just showing off her skills and hitting herself in the foot. My thoughts drifted to the past. Kai Yang acted as an investor and proposed to play the male lead, but Li Qing disagreed at first. Later, after Kai Yang showed off his acting skills in front of her, she was amazed and convinced. Okay, you can go back and wait for news. After Jiang Xie finished her performance, Li Qing said coldly. Jiang Xie also tried to observe their thoughts. Seeing that both of them were so indifferent, her originally proud heart gradually collapsed and she felt uneasy. Director Li, this is how I am. I just said the wrong thing accidentally. I'm sorry. She also realized that she had said too much and wanted to save herself. Li Qing lowered his head to look at the information of the next actor and didn't even look up at her. Jiang Xie. Kai Yang was also looking at the actor's information and had no intention of looking at her. Jiang Xie was bored and very annoyed. After she left, Li Qing asked quietly, "Do you have a grudge against that actress?" Kai Yang shook his head, not very familiar. After thinking about it, Li Qing felt that it was necessary to explain something. I'm not going to audition the female lead today, not because of any inside information, nor because the female lead has been chosen. I pay the most attention to whether the actor's acting skills and image are suitable for the role. The candidate for the female lead will be interviewed individually tomorrow. Are you coming? Kai Yang nodded, come. The system hasn't released any other tasks recently, so he has plenty of time. After 6 months of breastfeeding and other miscellaneous small tasks, Kai Yang has received a total reward of over 1.8 billion. Aren't you usually busy? Li Qing felt that Kai Yang might be a hidden rich second generation, otherwise how could he raise so much money for investment? Investing in a TV series and starring in it yourself, this is something only the second generation of rich people can do. It seems that Yuan Cage has hit a wall. Kai Yang shook his head, stretched and stood up. It's okay. Just send me the final cast list. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Li Qing was about to answer, but when he looked up, there was no figure beside him. The staff looked at each other in silence, but they all had the same doubts in their hearts. People in the circle said that Kai Yang was banned, so how could he still play the leading role and even sit with the director to interview for the supporting role? Li Qing is well known for his big appetite and bad temper, but he is surprisingly humble when facing Kai Yang and seems to care a lot about his thoughts. Unbelievable. Refreshed their understanding of Kai Yang. On the other side, Kai Yang just came out and saw Jiang Xie waiting for him for a long time. Ignore it and walk past. Jiang Xie was smiling, but she almost couldn't hold it back and grabbed his hand. Maybe we have a misunderstanding, can we talk about it? Kai Yang glanced down and brushed the woman's hand away, not wanting to have any contact with her. I have to say that some people are extremely thick-skinned. Things that are obvious on the surface can still be turned into misunderstandings. Do you think he is a fool and easy to fool? Jiang Xie couldn't accept that the man no longer cared about her, when it was clear that he loved her to death half a year ago. How could someone fall in love with someone so quickly? He must still have feelings for her. So Jiang Xie sent a message to Kai Yang without giving up. After editing the text message for a long time, click send. Jiang Xie couldn't help but shed tears while writing every word and sentence in the book. Then after writing it and sending it, she smiled. Hubby, I was wrong. I'm sorry I was too much. Please forgive me, okay? I haven't been sleeping well or eating well these days. I dream about you all the time. You know, every time we quarrel, I can't bring myself to come to you. I'll give you a way out. Can you come down on your own? Soon, a message was received. Jiang Xie thought that Kai Yang replied to her immediately, and sneered in her heart, saying that it was nothing more than that, he was just pretending to be cool just now. Failed to send. He actually blocked her. Jiang Xie was holding the phone in her hand and almost dropped it to the ground. She didn't give up and changed her phone number to continue her appeal. It was able to be sent out at first, but was later rejected. Jiang Xie's hands and feet were cold, the alarm bells were ringing loudly, and she had a bad feeling. I feel uneasy. Because she found that Kai Yang really didn't want her anymore. How can this be? Kai Yang found a new love so quickly. Scumbag. It was obviously she who didn't want him first, so when she came to find him later, he should have been obsessed with her. For the first time, Jiang Xie doubted her own charm. Boss, our company doesn't have any artists right now. Are you sure you don't want to bring in some idols from abroad? Or maybe recruit a few from the film academy? Secretary Lin paced back and forth in the office anxiously. Kai Yang seemed to be thinking about something. In the past few months, he also took the opportunity to start his own entertainment company. Now there are only him and Secretary Lin in the company. His goal has never been to make movies and win awards. No matter how good his acting is, he is a commodity created by capital, just a paper box. Kai Yang didn't want to go against capital. Instead, it merges with capital and becomes capital. Don't worry. Even if I don't find anyone, I won't delay your salary. Secretary Lin said, No, brother, you are just joking. He felt a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, he was his boss, and it was not nice to speak ill of him in person. Secretary Lin didn't dare to say anything more and had to go back to his workstation to do some sneaky work. For several days, he had no work and just slacked off to make money. Seeing that his boss was about to go out, he quickly closed his computer and followed him. Boss, where are you going? Do you want me to be your driver? He felt a little guilty for slacking off every day and only getting a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Kai Yan patted his shoulder and said solemnly, Come on, work hard. I believe your ability is worthy of this 20,000 yuan salary. Secretary Lin, what should I do if I feel even more guilty? Yeah. Boss, go recruit some people into the company and find me some work to show my abilities. Kai Yan lowered his hat. I'm just going out for a stroll. Secretary Lin was speechless. Just strolling around. His boss is so Buddhist. At the entrance of Kyoto Film Academy, people coming and going are all handsome men and beautiful women, all of whom are good-looking and dressed fashionably. Kai Yang got out of an ordinary car. The system couldn't help but complain, No, host, you only drive a small electric donkey and a cheap car all day long. Do you look down on my reward from the system? It's 1.8 billion. Don't be reluctant to use it. Kai Yang, I like to play the pig and eat the tiger. The system is helpless. All right. Chapter 16, I Can Marry You. Kai Yang's outfit is very normal in the film academy, because there are many young stars here, but none of them are very popular. Even if they have a certain number of fans, they have to be fully armed to prevent being ambushed by fans. However, once you enter the academy, few people dress like this. Kai Yang looked at every person he passed by in disbelief. He could actually see a line of words above people's heads. Those words describe each person's subsequent experience. Some have no chance to debut at all. Some were lucky enough to make their debut, but were never very popular and eventually faded out of the entertainment industry to do the simplest and most ordinary jobs. You can use this golden finger to see everyone's potential. At first glance, there has been no progress for 2 whole hours, and no potential stocks have been found that have the potential to become popular. There are so many people in the same class of the film academy, but only a few can become famous, and most don't even have the chance to make their debut, so it's normal. After entering the academy, in order to keep an eye on them and see their potential, Kai Yang ignored the strange looks and sat on a roadside chair with his hands folded naturally. Stare at passers-by blatantly in the most comfortable posture. The system covered its face helplessly. Help, I'm so miserable. Luckily you covered your face, otherwise I would really hit my toes on the ground. Kai Yang didn't care. Why should I be afraid? Anyway, I will probably never deal with these people in my life. Just do whatever is convenient for you. Even if we have a chance to meet them in the future, no one will remember you. At most, they will give you a nickname like the shameless pervert who stares at people. The system grinned awkwardly with its front teeth bared and sweat broke out on its forehead. You are quite Buddhist. Help, what is this stitched personality host? Zixinwan plays the pig and eats the tiger, and is still so Buddhist. The most important thing is that you are shameless and call yourself a pervert. Unexpectedly, a small figure rushed into my arms. Kai Yang was confused and subconsciously pushed it away with his hand. The woman fell heavily to the hot ground and got up with great pain. Only then did Kai Yang see her appearance. Unlike the internet celebrity faces that are everywhere, the woman has a very recognizable face that people can remember at a glance and leave a deep impression. She has clean eyebrows and eyes like a high school student. She is wearing a little white dress and looks pitiful with tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. When Kai Yang saw her, a word naturally came to his mind. The heroine of youth trauma literature. Looking upwards, the potential value of the woman's head is as high as 90. She is an artist with great potential. As long as we spend time building her personal image and provide her with suitable film and television resources, it is only a matter of time before she becomes popular. Kai Yang quickly saw the potential for development in the woman and extended an olive branch. Are you okay? She shook her head, bit her pale lower lip in pain, grasped the hem of her little white skirt with both hands, looked at the man's more fashionable outfit, and lowered her head in inferiority. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Kai Yang then discovered that there were some cream stains on his suit. Glancing at the ice cream that fell on the ground, he understood what was going on. Kai Yang said, "It's okay, just wash it." He observed carefully and found that the woman was in a tense mental state and something was wrong. She seemed to be afraid of crowds and covered her face whenever someone came. He was just about to ask her name and offer her an olive branch. The woman picked up the melting ice cream on the ground with a piece of paper, threw it into the trash can nearby, and ran away in shame. He ran very fast, as if there was a ferocious beast behind him. Kai Yang. He asked the system, "Do I look scary?" The system guessed, her name is Xu Jiaojiao. Her family conditions are not very good. She has suffered psychological trauma, which led to the appearance you see now. But don't worry, according to the original plot, she just has social anxiety in her daily life. Once she starts acting, she gets into the state. She is a natural actor. Kai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It'll be fine if we have news about her. We can ask someone to talk to her about the terms. If nothing goes wrong, she will be the first artist signed by the company, and she will be given priority in selecting resources. Since he is someone that even you, Tongzi, recognize, his acting skills shouldn't be too bad. When we got back to the manor, it was eerily quiet. Kai Yang noticed something was wrong, changed his shoes and walked towards the baby room. I opened the door and there was no one inside. Yang Shi. He called out tentatively. No one responded. Could it be that Yang Shi's father took the children away? According to the original plot, the 2 children were sent away by Yang Chengjun. Yang Shi searched for them for many years but couldn't find them, and ended up being very depressed. Without having time to think of the loopholes, such as how her father found his way here, he called Yang Shi. The call was connected soon. "Where are you?" No one was talking over there, it was very quiet. Kai Yang felt uneasy and said, "Speak." He anxiously took away his phone and looked at the screen. The call was still going on. "No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will not abandon you. I will face them with you." Yang Shi's voice trembled slightly. "My dad knows about the babies and wants to send them away. He has been arranging blind dates for me these days. He wants me to get married as soon as possible." Kai Yang didn't know about Yang Shi's family situation yet. He only knew that Yang Shi had a high status in the entertainment industry and that his star entertainment company was also very famous. So it was difficult for him to judge what era this was, where there were still elderly people forcing their children to abandon the flesh that had fallen from their bodies and marry someone they had no feelings for. The system provided information in a timely manner at this time. Yang Shi's family is quite special. Her father, Lin Chengjun, married into her family. Her mother passed away a few years ago and left all her property to Yang Shi. Lin Chengjun only got a small part of the inheritance. For this reason, he has always disliked this daughter. As for Lin Chengjun, he was having a lot of fun outside. When Yang Shi's mother was not in good health, he secretly kept several mistresses outside. Kai Yang praised, "It's great to have a system like yours that answers all questions." That is to say, Liu Chengjun doesn't want two granddaughters because he is afraid that the inheritance will be divided up. He wants Yang Shi to get married quickly because he also wants to get most of Yang Shi's inheritance. System, correct. Kai Yang patiently comforted Yang Shi, and felt a little more sympathy for this woman. "You are already old enough and have your own independent thinking. Your father will not force you to get married even if he forces you to do so. Don't be too anxious. By the way, did you hide the babies?" Yang Shi's trembling voice softened a lot. "Yeah, I'm afraid my dad will find the manner. If I don't get married as my father asked, he might expose me on social media. What should I do? I don't want fans to know that I have children. Although I love my babies, the image of mother will also mean that my future career will be much narrower. Many dramas will no longer contact me. I will definitely announce the babies later, but not now. I don't want to stop at the title of Best Actress. I love acting and I want to play the roles I like." As she spoke, she choked up. It can be seen that she likes acting very much. Kai Yang was very touched. People who work hard in the field they love always have a bright light. They are the most unique and attractive. So he said, "I can marry you, if you don't mind." Chapter 17, Getting a Marriage Certificate with the Movie Queen. There was silence on both sides. Kai Yang didn't expect to say this, but he didn't regret it. Yang Shi's heart seemed to skip a beat and he asked again in disbelief. "What did you say?" She thought she had heard wrongly. If I heard correctly, she was very willing to marry Kai Yang. She has been getting along very comfortably with Kai Yang these days, and he meets her requirements as a husband in every aspect. Over the past 6 months, Kai Yang has been the one taking care of the baby, and she hasn't had to suffer at all. Moreover, Kai Yang is a good cook and captured her stomach with just one meal. He is also ambitious and knows how to keep his distance. Yang Shi hasn't had this kind of heart-pounding feeling for a long time. Every moment she spends with Kai Yang, her originally irritable and depressed mood can be suppressed, and she is heart-beating all the time. Kai Yang thought he spoke loudly enough and Yang Shi pretended not to hear him, giving him a way out of the embarrassment. "It's okay, where are you now? I'll pick you up." Yang Shi replied, "I'll send you the address later. Come over and look after the babies first. I have something to do." Kai Yang asked, "Is it urgent?" Yang Shi said, and quickly hung up the phone. You can see that she is really anxious. Adults' emergencies always come unexpectedly, and Kai Yang understands. When he arrived at the address she sent and saw that the baby was still there, Kai Yang felt relieved. The system promptly reminded, the golden finger for looking at potential value that the host obtained before is not a pie in the sky. You still owe me a task. Kai Yang, what mission? It must be about children. The system paused, marry Yang Shi, the biological mother of the original Aquaman heroine and the villain, and give them a complete family. Kai Yang, what a coincidence. I just proposed this request to Yang Shi, but she seemed reluctant and wanted to think about it carefully. It turns out that the golden finger is not that easy to get. Kai Yang took good care of the two babies. They were well fed in the past few months and the frequency of diaper changes also increased sharply. They are only 7 months old. Although they are twins and look exactly the same, some small actions can clearly distinguish them. The delicate Moa playfully picked at the bed sheet, rolling around like a little meatball, with her chubby cheeks puffed up, and when she sucked on it, it was more chewy than jelly. On the other side, Yinger stayed quietly in the corner, blinking her innocent and beautiful big eyes, which were clearer and more beautiful than crystal. Her little face felt soft to the touch. When she saw Kai Yang, she grinned and laughed happily. On the contrary, when Moa saw Kai Yang, she simply ignored him and acted naughty and wanted to lift the bed sheet. Kai Yang has already imagined the scene in the future when Moa grows up and doesn't fight with people for a day. When changing his diaper, Moa would kick him hard with her short legs, using quite a bit of strength. Kai Yang was angry and wanted to laugh. This child has been naughty since he was young and always wants to be beaten. But no matter what Moa's personality is, he can't let her become the king of the sea anymore, and he must guide her to develop correct values. With his protection, Moa and Yinga's childhood would not be so miserable. Kai Yang suddenly wanted to know which brat in the original plot made his two beautiful daughters fight to the death for a man. Even Moa, who had protected Yinga since she was a child, hurt Yinga for that boy. As evening approached, Yarnshi sent another message. Do you have your family's household registration book? Kai Yang hesitated for a few seconds, then quickly replied. Have. Yarnshi, come out for a moment, I'll wait for you outside. Kai Yang took the things and went to the garage, where he saw their familiar car at a glance. Get in the car and sit in the passenger seat. He didn't ask Yarnshi what he was going to do, but he roughly guessed it. Unexpectedly, Yarnshi took the initiative to ask, can you get a marriage certificate with me? Just get a marriage certificate, nothing else needs to be done. Kai Yang raised an eyebrow, you mean, I should be a legal couple? Yarnshi's eyes were evasive. Yarnshi, who is very good at acting and a cool and aloof actress in front of her fans, now doesn't even dare to look Kai Yang in the eye. I want to deal with my dad, and I don't want the babies to have a father. If you agree to get a marriage certificate with me, I can agree to anything you want. Except for physiological requirements. Kai Yang had a headache. He couldn't understand what women were thinking. He brought it up just now, but she pretended not to hear it. Now. Does she think that if each person takes the initiative to propose marriage once, it will be equivalent to both parties agreeing? No matter what, the most important thing is to complete the task first and make it a done deal with Mr. Yarnshi. Can. The two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were not many people queuing today. The staff member was yawning the previous second, but when he saw Yarnshi take off his mask, his jaw almost dropped. Did he stay up late playing games last night and his eyes are blurry and see things wrong? Isn't he this the famous movie Queen Yarnshi? He even dreamed that Yarnshi married him. Is he still asleep? Then the next second, the staff's world seemed to collapse into pieces. Yarnshi took off his glasses coldly and looked at Kai Yang to the side with a somewhat shy look. Hello, get married. The staff also looked at Kai Yang. Although this face was quite handsome, he had never seen it before. At this moment he thought Yarnshi had married a man outside the entertainment industry, and his heart was almost broken. When he took the household registration books handed over by the two people, his hands were shaking, and he wished he could tear up these two annoying household registration books in a minute. Kai Yang felt their friendly gaze of the staff and smiled at them. They are all men, how could he not know what the staff were thinking? He was probably just a little fan of Yarnshi. It was this smile, which looked so nonchalant, that made the staff stare at him hard. The glare was too obvious, and Yarnshi frowned in displeasure. Why are you staring at my husband? The staff member quickly explained, he looks a little familiar, har har. He felt so heartbroken when his dream lover called another man husband in front of him. But he still pretends not to care, alas. Life is unpredictable, and the big intestine is wrapped in the small intestine. However, Yarnshi's face still didn't look very good. The staff member glared at Kai Yang, and Yarnshi glared back at him twice as hard. Kai Yang stood aside with an innocent look on his face. He did nothing. Staff. Brothers, doesn't he want to live anymore? Yarnshi snorted coldly, stop staring at other people's husbands. She knew Kai Yang was a good person, but she didn't want to stare at him and not look away when she met a man, right? Calling him husband came out very smoothly, and Kai Yang raised the corners of her eyes in pleasure. The process of getting the marriage certificate went smoothly. Kai Yang thought that Yang Shi would change her mind halfway, but he didn't expect that her attitude was even more resolute than his. The moment he received the marriage certificate from the staff, Kai Yang smiled at him. This time, the staff didn't even dare to look at Kai Yang. Chapter 18 Yang Shi's boyfriend outside the entertainment industry revealed. Who would have thought that the aloof actress in everyone's eyes not only got married secretly, but also protected her child so much? They are two completely different images. Yang Shi in front of me looks like she is just obsessed with love. I really feel sorry for her. In fact, the staff also knew that he didn't think Yang Shi was bad for being in love, but he thought Yang Shi was not good for being in love with him. Crying like crazy. How great it would be if Yang Shi was in love with him. I want to run naked in the rain. God, please make the storm even worse. He casually searched for the words, Kai Yang, in the browser, and the information that popped up was like a bolt from the blue. What? An unknown actor. No filming for nearly a year, jobless. The staff member completely collapsed and reached into their hair and scratched it. Very irritable. How could his goddess Yang Shi, the flower of the mountain, who cannot be desecrated, fall in love with such a man? Standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Kai Yang asked Yang Shi. You said you had something to do. Did you go to your father's place and steal their household registration book? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Shi turned his head away embarrassedly, pretending to look away. If I ask my dad for it, he definitely won't give it to me. Kai Yang asked doubtfully, why? Doesn't he want you to get married soon? Yang Shi hesitated for a moment and said, I tend to be straightforward, don't be angry. Because my father married into my family, even though you have some savings, in my father's eyes, you are essentially no different from him. He wants me to marry a rich second-generation man so that I no longer need my mother's inheritance. If I marry you, he will think that I am using my mother's inheritance to support you. Plus, Moore and Yinger share my last name. Kai Yang thought about it and it was true, but he did have some savings. 1.8 billion is not a small amount, and the mission rewards you will get in the future will only be more. Seeing Kai Yang didn't say anything, Yang Shi said, why don't you let Moore and the others take your surname? When they grow up, change their surnames. Anyway, we are married now, so it doesn't matter whose surname they take. Kai Yang refused without hesitation, no need. Yang Shi tilted his head in confusion, with a row of question marks appearing on his head. Why? Don't men want their children to have their last name? Kai Yang smiled. I think they sound good if they have your last name, Yang Moore or Yang Yinger, but with my last name Kai, it doesn't sound good. This is a fact. But the main reason is that he didn't want to change the names of the original heroine and villain. Kai Moore, Kai Yinger. This name is indeed not very nice. Yang Shi was amused. Puff. That seems to make sense. Then just take my last name. Or I can change it to a better name and take your last name in the future. Kai Yang changed the subject. That staff member just now seemed to be your fan. What if he exposed that you are married on the internet? Yang Shi remained calm. Don't worry, he won't. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Even if he posts anonymously on some software, not many people will believe him and will just say he is talking nonsense. In the worst case, his posts will not get any attention at all. Kai Yang agreed with what she said. A lot of news in the circle had actually been leaked a long time ago, but no one believed it at the time, and only when it became a hot topic did people come to find the original prophet. In fact, he is not a prophet at all, just an insider in the circle. Everyone in the circle knows all those trivial matters, but they just keep them to themselves and don't say them out loud. When I returned to the manor, I just sat down and turned on my phone, and a piece of entertainment news with the word explosive popped up on the top of the screen. He had no interest in clicking on the news about the entertainment industry, so he swiped away the news. Soon, several news items popped up, including Yang Shi's name, and he clicked on them. Breaking. Yang Shi is dating a man who is suspected to be her boyfriend outside the entertainment circle. What should I do if my goddess is taken away? Oh my god, buy him quickly. Forgive Kai Yang for being dazzled. The third trending search was about live streaming selling goods, and he mistook it as a response to the previous trending search, kill him, kill him, kill him quickly. When I saw this, I felt a chill down my spine. After looking carefully, I realized I had read it wrong. Clicking on the first hot search, there were 2 photos attached to the post, which showed Yang Shi and him from behind in the parking lot near the Civil Affairs Bureau, but his face was not captured. But Yang Shi's fans can recognize it as Yang Shi as soon as they see Yang Shi's back. There was a series of crying in the comment section. What kind of person is that man? How dare he be my sister Shi's boyfriend? He doesn't deserve it. Crying for inch. I really want to know who that man is. Sister Shi is famous for being a stubborn person who doesn't like men or women. Who on earth managed to win Sister Shi over? I admire her. I guess that man must have been a bootlicker for Sister Shi for at least 5 years, otherwise Sister Shi would never have agreed to him. Yes, that must be the case. If that's the case, I'll feel better. Am I the only one who noticed a blind spot? Was the place where they were photographed very close to the Civil Affairs Bureau? I advised you to be careful with your words and actions, but that's impossible. I don't even want to hear about the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Fuck, it's really possible that I can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. I don't want to listen, I can't hear it. Wow, married woman, it's even better, I'm a thief tilder. Yang Shi didn't know anything at this time and came out after washing up. Eyes met. Kai Yang's eyes fell on her hair, which was still dripping with water beads. Do you need me to help you blow dry your hair? Yang Shi was flattered and wanted to refuse, but when she thought about the fact that they had already obtained a marriage certificate, it was actually no big deal to help blow dry her hair, as long as there was no other physical contact. Thank you for your help. Kai Yang picked up the hairdryer and said, you weren't so polite when you called me husband in front of other men. Yang Shi had just squatted in front of the sofa with his back to Kai Yang. When he heard this, he thought it was a teasing and his earlobes turned red instantly. I was anxious to protect you, so I called him husband a few times because of a slip of the tongue. He thought you were easy to bully, but you didn't even glare back. Kai Yang, hey, your shout is so beautiful. Yang Shi. She pretended not to care, picked up the phone on the table, so the trending search, clicked on it with a frown, and then came out with a relaxed expression. Have you seen the trending searches? Kai Yang said honestly, I saw it, but I didn't get a photo of his face. You can post a notice saying he's a relative, cousin, or just an ordinary friend of yours. Just deal with it casually. Our body language didn't cross the line, so they can't conclude that he must be your boyfriend. What if it's my husband? After hearing what was said before, Yang Shi agreed with it and they both thought the same thing. When she heard the indecent sentence at the end, she looked a little unnatural and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Why are you blushing? Maybe I just took a shower and there was too much steam, so I was a little hot and sweaty. Chapter 19 Signing the first potential stock shoe. Jiao Jiao. Yang Shi's studio quickly issued an announcement. The man in the photo is Yang Shi's cousin. Please pay more attention to the new drama, Boundless Love, starring actor Yang Shi, which will be aired next Monday, with 1 episode updated every day. Members can watch 2 episodes first. Not only did he clarify his relationship with Kai Yang, he also took advantage of the hot search to advertise. Kai Yang learned this operation. When the onlookers heard that it was his cousin, their interest dropped sharply. There is a row of ellipsis in the comment section. Is this marketing account crazy? It scared me, but it turns out he's just my cousin. Wife, please tilde. Cousin, hey, orthopedic seems to be a bit difficult. Speechless, knocking on anything will only kill you. Yang Shi didn't know that Kai Yang had opened an entertainment company. Yang Shi only knew that he was very busy recently and she hadn't seen him for several days. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped her whole body. Looking at the 2 cute little babies, their eyes and eyebrows are somewhat similar to Kai Yang. Yang Shi suddenly realized that she didn't want to just be a roommate with Kai Yang. Want to go further. She was eager to know what he was doing and who he was with. She felt like she was crazy. She had no feelings for men for all these years, but when it came to Kai Yang, her favorability was enough to make her go crazy. Yang Shi then realized that she seemed to be a bit of a love-brained person. Still a clear-headed lover. To be more precise, it is marriage brain. There was no dating process, they just got married straight away. On the other side, Kai Yang was talking to the woman opposite him about the conditions he had offered, when he suddenly sneezed. Are you okay? It's okay, maybe someone missed me. Kai Yang had a smile in his eyes. Continuing with the previous topic, as long as you sign a 5-year contract with our company, you will receive a 30 million reward on the day the contract is signed. You don't have to worry about our newly opened company not having resources. Since I can give the company's first artist 30 million just because I asked, I must be confident in our resources, otherwise I wouldn't do business at a loss. And if you want to sign with an entertainment company right now, you should sign with a newly opened company like ours, because the company has fewer artists and all the resources are yours. You don't need to compete with other artists for resources, and the competition pressure is less. Kai Yang was very confident that the woman in front of him would definitely agree to sign the contract. The last string in Xu Jiaojiao's heart was plucked. Every word Kai Yang said really touched her heart. She was very short of money now, and the 30 million yuan she got from signing the contract was like a life-saving straw, giving her hope. Kai Yang talked about other aspects of the resources that were also very beneficial to her. Okay, can you show me the contract? No problem. Xu Jiaojia read each line carefully, fearing that there might be any mistakes. Kai Yang knew that she didn't recognize him. We've met before, at your school. Xu Jiaojia suddenly recalled that socially unsuccessful experience and lowered her head in embarrassment. It's you. I'm going to call you boss from now on. You're a really nice person. Although she has been in a bad mental state recently, she still has some intelligence. Although she was very confused as to why Kai Yang was willing to sign her after only one glance. She is good-looking, but not outstanding. But if you think about it carefully, the vision of capital is always farsighted and unique. They must have seen the potential in her. Kai Yang did not deny her praise. I've arranged a dedicated agent and assistant for you. Remember, be careful with your words and actions in front of anyone. No. Afterwards, Kai Yang left first. Xu Jiaojia was at a loss as to what to do and wanted to see him off, but he refused. Kai Yang saw her embarrassment at a glance. Don't worry, you are not good at dealing with people, so you can try to speak less. At most, I can give you a cold and aloof personality. But you have to maintain basic courtesy and don't let others catch you. If it were another company, they would definitely arrange for a special teacher to give Xu Jiaojia strict training, forcing her to understand the ways of the world, know how to curry favor with others, and read other people's expressions and speak. The conditions offered by Kai Yang are much better than those offered by ordinary companies. At least for Xu Jiaojiao, it was like a life-saving straw. Xu Jiaojiao's eyes were filled with tears. From beginning to end, every word Kai Yang said really touched her heart. She thought that she must work hard and live up to Kai Yang's expectations. At the door, Secretary Lin couldn't help but ask, "Boss, I don't understand why you spend 30 million to sign her. Although her face is very recognizable, we know nothing about her acting skills, and she seems to stutter when she speaks. Can such a person really act?" He really couldn't understand why the boss spent a huge amount of money to promote this woman. Kai Yang stopped and patted Secretary Lin's shoulder meaningfully. "Xiao Lin, the first lesson I'm going to teach you is that you can't judge a person by his appearance." The system interrupted and said, "We should teach him how to have a system that knows everything about astronomy and geography." Kai Yang, to be honest, I don't know how to have it. Maybe I need to die once. System, it's not a question of life or death. Secretary Lin was confused. What do you mean? You'll know when the time comes. The phone made a click. It was a message from Yang Shi. "Yang Shi, will you come back for dinner tonight?" Even Kai Yang himself didn't know that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He replied immediately and looked at Secretary Lin. "Xiaolin, how old are you?" 27, what's wrong, boss? Are you married? My girlfriend is nowhere to be seen. Yeah, come on. Kai Yang patted Secretary Lin on the shoulder, got in the car with a happy smile on his face, and left. Secretary Lin, who was left standing still, was sweating on his forehead and felt insulted. He really wanted to remind that the boss was younger than him, so it was not appropriate to call him Xiaolin. Alas, but who says he is the boss? Whatever the boss says goes. The boss who slacks off every day and still pays you can even call him your grandson. From the outside, there was no light in the manor. Kai Yang thought Yang Shi had fallen asleep, but when he turned on the light, he found a little woman lying on the sofa, still talking in her sleep. She reeked of alcohol, but it couldn't cover up her pleasant body odor. Have you been drinking and are you in a bad mood? Unexpectedly, the next second, Yang turned over, hooked her slender hands around his neck, rested her head on his shoulders, and hugged him tightly. Don't go, don't leave me, I only have you and the babies. The voice sounded aggrieved, magnetic and hoarse. As if soaked in honey, it is soft, sweet and goes deep into people's hearts. The delicate woman hugged him like this and refused to let go. Feeling her hot body, he didn't push her away. Instead, he patted her shoulder and said gently, "Be good, I'm always here." The woman in his arms didn't respond for a long time. Just when Kai-Yang wanted to let her lie down, the woman's soft and sweet voice rang out again. "Hubby, don't go." With a whooshing sound, several streams of heat spread in Kai-Yang's head. I was at a loss as to what to do with my hands. I don't know where to put it. Chapter 20, Calling Dad. She clung to him very tightly, her little mouth still hesitantly repeating those words, and the ambiguous breath hit his earlobe again and again, which was more exciting than hitting his heart. She was wearing a little red suspender dress, showing off her sexiness. After all the tossing and turning, everything that should and shouldn't be exposed was exposed. Which man can resist this scene where blood is rising? As long as this man is healthy, he will not sit idly by and wait for death. But Kai-Yang is not an ordinary man. He held back. Even the system couldn't help but complain, "Host, tell me the truth, do you have kidney deficiency?" Kai-Yang was speechless. Then how were the twin daughters born? The system hits a second time, the drug is taking effect. Kai-Yang. It has come to this. This is intolerable. Well, actually my kidneys are weak, and I've been replenishing them recently. If it was unexpected, the system would almost fall to the ground with its face tensed. Har. It's just a joke. I just don't want to take advantage of someone. She is drunk now. If I do that to her now, her favorability towards me will plummet when she wakes up. No woman will have a good impression of a man who takes advantage of someone, even if she already has a good impression of him. Unless she has a very good impression of him, I am not that confident in myself and I won't do anything that I am not sure of. The system suddenly realized, what you said makes a lot of sense. I can't even refute it. Do you understand women very well? Kai-Yang said modestly, generally. So what are you going to do now? Leave Yanxi here and go back to your room to sleep. Well, I'm going to sleep with her. Okay, huh? When the system reacted, Kai-Yang pressed down on the woman's lips, which were glowing with an alluring red hue. I wasn't prepared to do this at first, but when she kept calling me husband after getting drunk, I thought she wouldn't refuse anything I did. System. Kill the dog. What followed was a scene that made him so jealous that his eyes turned red. With the idea of out of sight, out of mind, the system turned off the screen and cried silently in the small dark room alone. The picture was turned off, but the sound was not turned off. The two of them talked to each other, expressing their feelings passionately. When love is deep, one has to make the final sprint to reach the end of happiness. When Yanxi woke up, she found that she had nothing on her body, and a trace of confusion flashed across her delicate little face. When she opened the quilt again, the dense mark seemed to be telling her some message. Recalling a scene from last night, her face suddenly turned red from cheeks to earlobes. Are you awake? The man suddenly came in and she quickly got under the quilt to cover herself. Kai-Yang touched his nose embarrassedly. The meal is ready, are you hungry? Yanxi came to the end of the bed and poked out his furry little head like a shy little rabbit. Last night we. As you can see. Taking advantage of others' misfortune, villain. She seemed angry, and she crawled into the quilt, holding her breath, not wanting to pay attention to Kai-Yang. Kai-Yang did not leave, but came to the bed and said through the quilt, I don't want this to happen either. Someone is pestering me and I can't get rid of him. Yanxi suddenly popped her head out and happened to be face to face with him, and almost kissed him again. Nonsense, I won't. Kai-Yang turned on the recording on his phone, and a woman's ambiguous voice filled the air. Hubby, don't go. I want more. I want more. Please don't leave me and the baby. They looked at each other in silence. Yanxi first looked away and then got back into the quilt. No matter what Kai-Yang said, she just stayed there and refused to come out. Kai-Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that the actress who seemed so aloof in the eyes of netizens was actually like a child. She got shy and blushed easily and was very naive when it came to feelings. Kai Yang had been breastfeeding for more than 6 months and was very skilled in feeding the two babies. He could even anticipate that the naughty mower would make trouble and knew how to deal with it. The baby is almost 8 months old and needs to be gradually given some complementary food. Corn porridge, etc. should be used to nourish the stomach, and vegetables and fruits should be mashed into meat before feeding. A series of movements develop muscle memory and become extremely proficient. I thought today was just an ordinary day. Ying's face was really smiling, and suddenly she said something in a very low voice. Daddy. Kai Yang almost lost his grip on the bottle, and came over excitedly, turning on the recording on his phone and placing it next to him. Yinga, shout again. Yinga is very smart, she moved her head back and forth as if she understood. Daddy. It sounds so beautiful, my heart melts. It has been recorded and can keep him happy all day long and can be played on repeat. Mower on the side hummed unhappily twice, and started to make trouble and pull the quilt. Looking at the naughty Mower, Kai Yang felt a headache. It is impossible to expect her to call Dad. This little girl is rebellious and born with a rebellious nature. She also doesn't know who will inherit the inheritance. Yinger's head is smaller than Kai Yang's hand, just a tiny meatball. He rubbed her head and the little fluff was very cute. He thought of the cartoons he had watched before and thought that so many people said Hututu was cute, but he thought his daughter was cuter than Hututu. So cute. The little meat hand is soft and has a milky smell. When he came to feed Mower, Mower rocked back and forth and was not obedient. Kai Yang had a helpless look on his face and had to give in. Fortunately, he was patient and fed the baby while watching TV. The next second, a soft and chewy sound suddenly rang in my ears. He lowered his head, thinking that Yinger didn't drink enough, and called him again. But what could be seen was that Moa's cherry lips moved and her two short legs kicked the fence. Mower? Daddy. This voice is clearer than Yinger's. At this moment, Kai Yang felt that it was okay for Mower to be a little naughty, as long as his daughter was spoiled. When Yang Shi came out, he saw Kai Yang grinning foolishly at the two babies and held his forehead helplessly. What kind of idiot is this? What are you grinning about? She tried her best to forget what happened last night. With her experience, she was able to sort out her emotions, but she still lost control when she saw Kai Yang. It was as if after meeting Kai Yanchi, everything in her world became out of control. She had never thought about having children before, let alone getting married. Kai Yang raised his head proudly. Baby called me daddy. Moore called me daddy too. After hearing the first sentence, Yarnshi was just about to say, what's the big deal? Yinger calls me mom almost every day. But after hearing the second half of the sentence and Moore also shouting, she lost her composure. Moore has never called her mother. So in the following time, apart from eating and bathing, Yarnshi just foolishly coaxed Moore and called her mother. Finally she shouted it out, and she went back to her room to sleep with peace of mind. Kai Yang. Chapter 21 Audition for the female lead. Kai Yang? It's really you. Why are you hiding when you see me? Am I ugly? Yuan Mi walked over wearing high heels, pouting her lips as if acting coquettishly. Yuan Mi always makes a move every time, but it's not her character to be quiet this time. Kai Yang nodded, yeah. You? Why don't you look at what you are saying? What's so ugly about me? Yuan Mi looked at Kai Yang unwillingly. She wanted to pounce on him and make things a done deal with Kai Yang. Kai Yang didn't want to pay attention to her. This kind of woman would stick to him more if he paid attention to her. The best way was to give her the cold shoulder. I heard that you have a movie to shoot recently. Yuan Mi followed behind him, wanting to continue chatting. However, Kai Yang quickened his pace, not wanting to wait for her. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow in her high heels. The man didn't answer her, and the little princess, who had been suppressed for a long time, became angry again. I was wondering why you ignored me these past few months. Turns out you found a new love. That woman is richer and more powerful than me, so you ruthlessly abandoned me without hesitation, right? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Kai Yang stopped. What woman? Yuan Mi thought he was still pretending to be stupid. Even if you are a materialistic man, I won't despise you. It's human nature to like money. My dad told me that you have someone behind you now, so you can get a role. Otherwise, where would you get the money to shoot your suspense drama? You are not human. With my dad around, no one would invest in your TV show. I bought a lipstick for your sponsor. I believe she will like it. Let her put on the lipstick I gave her and kiss you. I will also feel involved. Is that okay? She handed him a box and took the opportunity to hold his hand. If she is really richer than me, you can continue with her. I am a person who pays attention to the hierarchy of wealth. I don't have as much money as she does now, but I may not have as much money in the future. But I hope you don't forget me when you are with her, and you will think of me when you see her lips. Wait until I work hard to make money, become richer than her, and then snatch you back from her, okay? Kai Yang shook off Yuan Mi's restless hand, and veins bulged on his forehead. I have always been curious about how thick-skinned you are. Now it seems that I underestimated you. Yuan Mi's thoughts are ridiculously weird. Realizing that he might have said too much and directly told her that it was she who asked someone to do it to him, Yuan Mi panicked and hurriedly tried to explain and retain her. No, I was just too angry. It was my dad's idea to mess with you. It has nothing to do with me. How could I bear to mess with you? Bang! Kai Yang pushed away her hand that was holding the lipstick box. Get in the car and turn on the headlights. Yuan Mi took off her high heels and held them in her hands desperately, stood barefoot in front of the car, and opened her hands to stop the car from leaving. Come down, let's have a good chat. I won't touch you this time. Even if you don't want to talk to me, you have to accept the lipstick I gave her. I won't poison her. I just want you to think of me when you kiss her, so that I can feel involved. What's wrong with me? I advise you not to be so ruthless, otherwise when I snatch you back from her in the future, I will never forgive you. Kai Yang dripped twice. But the woman was like crazy, staring at Kai Yang in the driver's seat with paranoia and burning eyes. Yuan Mi seemed certain that he would come down, and raised the corners of his mouth confidently. She was determined to get him. However, the next second, Kai Yang started the car without any warning and rushed over. Yuan Mi didn't have time to think and jumped to the side subconsciously. Just a little bit and she would be crushed into meat paste. Looking at the vehicle driving away, Yuan Mi stomped her feet in frustration. Just wait for me, there will be no man I can't get. Kai Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and felt that his worldview had been refreshed. It turns out that people in the entertainment industry are more tolerant. Every word Yuan Mi says is explosive in any era. The cell phone rings. Hey, boss, do I really not have to do anything? Xu Jiaojiao got 30 million yuan and felt like she was dreaming all day long. She couldn't believe it. The first thing I did after getting the money was to go to the hospital to make up the money owed to my parents who were still in the ICU. Ever since my parents had a car accident, they have been burning money every day. The originally wealthy family was soon dragged down and even sold the house they had lived in for decades, but it was of no avail. In the past, she was worried about raising medical expenses every day. She didn't dare to eat expensive food and only chose cheap food. Sometimes she only had steamed bread for a week because she was afraid of getting sick and having to spend money in the hospital. She would feel very distressed if she had to eat a few good meals a month. I haven't bought any clothes since then. I thought such dark days would continue forever, but unexpectedly, hope suddenly came. While she was flattered, she didn't want to take the money for nothing. As long as she is given the opportunity, she will try her best and live up to Kai Yang's expectations. Kai Yang said, "Are you free this afternoon? There is a crew auditioning for the female lead. I'll send you the name of the script later." Xu Jiaojiao is very happy. Okay. Boss, you are busy, I won't bother you. Still a little girl. He is also a poor man. Kai Yang held the list of female candidates who came to interview in the afternoon in his hand. He flipped through it briefly and his eyes quickly locked on one person. Her name was Dilingzi, and the woman in her ID photo looked exactly like the one he saw with Li Qing. This is Li Qing's girlfriend. It seems that she really wants to keep the benefits within the family. But in the end it all depends on the acting. At the interview, Li Qing was much more nervous than before. She was worried and nervous about her girlfriend who was waiting for an audition outside. Li Qing always paid attention to Kai Yang's expression when he was looking at the information. Kai Yang did not hide anything and asked, "Do you like Dilingzi very much?" Li Qing didn't expect him to be so direct and was stuck. "Don't worry, I won't choose actors based on personal feelings. The most important thing is whether the actor and the role are a good match. Also, I take every relationship seriously, but I take my work more seriously." Kai Yang smiled and said nothing. In line with her previous style, when Li Qing interviewed other actresses, even those who were somewhat popular, she did not hesitate to use derogatory words and directly pointed out what was not good and needed improvement. He is indeed a recognized sharp-tongued director in the circle. When it came to Dilliangzi, Li Qing's eyes became much softer. Only Kai Yang here knows what the relationship between the two is, and the staff thought they were best friends. Let's stop talking nonsense and get started. Dilliangzi looked at Kai Yang with a seductive hook in her eyes and began her performance. I'm performing the part where the heroine saves the hero. Kai Yang. Why do I feel that Li Qing's girlfriend is not very reliable? Chapter 22, Meeting the Father-in-Law. I have to say that Dilraba Dilmurat's acting skills are really good. She has a rather gorgeous and flamboyant appearance, and looks like a fairy when she smiles, but her tears are so pure, like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world, and can be either salty or savory. It is enough to see that her acting skills are much higher than those of the actors who auditioned before. Those fox eyes also match the image of the heroine in the script. Li Qing showed a satisfied smile and looked at Kai Yang. Kai Yang also looked surprised and nodded. Good acting. He broke out in a cold sweat for Xu Jiaojiao, who was going to audition later. Dilliangzi smiled happily. Thank you for the compliment. From the beginning to the end, Li Qing had been paying attention to Dilliangzi, with even more obsession in his eyes. The two of them were sending love messages through the air, while Kai Yang was talking to the system. Is Xu Jiaojiao's acting really that good? The system said, you have to believe her. Good. In his opinion, Dilraba Dilmurat's current performance is already over 90 points, and it will be difficult for anyone to surpass her. Regardless of whether Xu Jiaojiao succeeds in the audition or not, Kai Yang has already thought of a way out for her. The villain in this drama is a female character, and her plasticity is no less than that of the heroine. If Xu Jiaojiao can play the villain well, she will still be able to become popular. But it's a bit difficult to come up with a representative work. The newcomer played a villain in her first drama after her debut, and subsequent directors who approached her for roles first considered giving her villain roles. This is a fixed impression, and it will only be broken by decent works that come out of the box office. Li Qing took a look at the information and saw Xu Jiaojiao's information card at a glance. This one is good looking, but I don't know if she's just a pretty face. Looking further down, the recommender is Kai Yang. Li Qing suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Is this what you recommended? Kai Yang nodded. She has great potential, just wait and see her acting skills. Don't worry, I won't give her a backdoor. Li Qing was a smart man and was puzzled about the relationship between the two, but he did not ask directly. Soon it was Xu Jiaojiao's turn. She was dressed like a hottie today, with dreadlocks in her hair. She looked pure and sexy, but her face was very well behaved, like a little white rabbit that didn't dare to look up. She has low self-esteem. If he looked more fierce, he would look like a character straight out of a book. Li Qing's face was as black as coal, and he looked at her with sharp eyes. Please start your performance. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Because Xu Jiaojiao's dress fits the image of the heroine very well, and her face looks similar, but her expression is too well behaved, which does not fit the heroine's domineering and flamboyant personality. Instead, she looks like a female villain who is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Li Qing quietly asked Kai Yang, does the person you recommended only want to play the female lead? Will you consider other roles? Kai Yang smiled politely. Watch the performance first, don't judge her based on how well she performs. This is not your style, Director Li, don't panic. Li Qing knew that he was indeed panicking. She had been confident about the matter, but suddenly a Cheng Yao Jin showed up and caught her off guard. On the opposite side, Xu Jiaojiao's performance also began. She performed the scene where the heroine made her debut. The hero is kidnapped, and the heroine faces off against the villain. When there was a rival scene, Kai Yang took the initiative to step forward and chose to play the villain to cooperate with the female lead. Kai Yang never liked reading scripts, as he would get a headache whenever he saw their words. But ever since he had the system, he could memorize everything he saw, so he easily memorized the words of the villain heroine. Li Qing was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you still remembered the word villain. As expected of Kai Yang, she was very optimistic about him. The performance officially begins. Xu Jiaojiao immediately put away her obedient look, lifted her hair in front of her forehead, and exuded confidence. I heard that you kidnapped my man. Li Qing immediately sat up straight with a panicked look in his eyes. She also didn't expect Xu Jiaojiao to be able to kill the enemy in seconds. Kai Yang gave her a thumbs up in his heart, and showed the aura of a villain, with a hint of ruffian on his face and his hands casually resting on the chair. Although he was sitting and watching her, his aura was no less than that of Xu Jiaojiao, who was standing, and was even more arrogant. Sister, you have no taste. How could you fall for such a weakling? Why don't you follow me? I have all the hunks with 8-pack abs for you to choose from. Xu Jiaojiao leaned against the wall, the amusement in her eyes deepened, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Okay, I want 5. 1 won't satisfy me. Kai Yang's expression froze, then he regained his composure. 5, you're really greedy. How can a weak man fight against 5 strong men? Suddenly driving on the highway, Xu Jiaojiao pulled at her limit. You can't judge a man by his appearance. No one can tell which man is more powerful through their cloth. The next scene is a fight scene, but this part is enough to show the acting skills. The aura that Kai Yang exudes is not something that ordinary people can carry over. If his acting skills were not good enough, his brain would have been stuck and his legs would have gone weak and he would not have dared to speak during the second sentence. Li Qing was generous in his praise. Great performance. Will there be fight scenes? She tried to find a flaw. The scene in which Dilraba Dilmurat auditioned did not highlight the heroine's ability to withstand pressure and her strong mentality. There was not much climax or conflict in that scene, but her acting was still good. Now it seems that it is difficult to decide between Dilraba Dilmurat and Xu Jiaojiao. Li Qing wanted to favor his girlfriend Di Liezi, but it is a fact that Di Liezi can't do fighting scenes. If Xu Jiaojiao can do fighting scenes, then it is basically confirmed that Xu Jiaojiao will be the winner. After Xu Jiaojiao left the show, she returned to her old ways, gritting her teeth and lowering her head with an aggrieved expression. Yes. Kai Yang sat on the judge's table and added for her, she is a black belt in Taekwondo. Li Qing widened his eyes in surprise. Really? Looking at Xu Jiaojiao's well-behaved appearance, it's hard to believe that such a girl was thrown over the shoulder. Kai Yang nodded and showed the information to Li Qing. Li Qing looked at the proof and nodded continuously, and his expression towards Xu Jiaojiao was also full of appreciation. As expected of an actor you recommended, he has great potential. After Xu Jiaojiao went down, Li Qing said directly to Kai Yang, the heroine is Xu Jiaojiao, do you have any ideas? Kai Yang smiled and said, Director Li is really impartial. He doesn't favor Dilianzi at all. Li Qing's eyebrows were tinged with melancholy. I can't help it. Xu Jiaojiao is more suitable than her. I will suffer again if I go back. Wish me good luck. Kai Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his impression of Li Qing increased a few points. YX, do you have time? Equals caret caret equals. YX, my dad said he wants to meet you. Kai Yang, okay, what is the address? I'll be there right away. It was time to meet his father-in-law, so Kai Yang went to buy some gifts first, even though he didn't like his father-in-law very much. Chapter 23 Father-in-law in the bathroom. Mall restroom. As soon as Kai Yang came in, he felt something was wrong. The door of the first bathroom was not closed, and undisguised ambiguous sounds came from inside. It was very loud and the door was not closed. Kai Yang. He was about to go out and go downstairs. The system reminded in a cute voice, inside is your father-in-law, Lin Chengjun, and his girlfriend. Kai Yang stopped, turned on the recording on his phone, and stood by and listened quietly. The woman panted, what if someone comes in? I'd better close the door. I'm going to die, why did you suddenly? Lin Chengjun, I don't care whether others come in or not, I'm going to come in anyway. Stop talking nonsense. Little bitch, don't you like me like this? The more I am like this, the more you like it. The woman seemed shy. No, don't leave. If you leave, I will tell others that it was you who pulled out Yarngshi's mother's oxygen tank. Lin Chengjun laughed evilly. Pregnant woman, you dare to threaten me, right? When I get the money from that disobedient thing Yangshi, I will not only get you, but also your mother, your sister, and your daughter. How could this be possible? Finally, Kai Yang couldn't bear it anymore and accidentally touched the mop at the door when he walked out. I thought the man and woman inside would stop, but they became even more intense, completely ignoring what was happening outside. Kai Yang was speechless and did not even take the gift that he had prepared for Lin Chengjun at the door. After collecting the important recordings, he sent them to Yangshi without hesitation. Yang Shi first sent a question mark and then did not reply. Kai Yang suddenly remembered that Yang Shi was very sad not long ago and got drunk. Why was she sad? He returned to the manor and saw Yang Shi playing with the babies as usual. He didn't look sad at all. Kai Yang had a guess. He sat nearby and watched the news. Yang Shi will take the initiative to say what she wants to say, and asking her about things she doesn't want to say will only make her lose favor. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Shi glared at him with resentment. Let's talk. Kai Yang, okay. Aren't you going to your father-in-law's house today? Go. Kai Yang was a little surprised. It seemed that Yang Shi was so sad that night when he got drunk because he knew that his mother was killed by his father. So you want to live in peace with your father-in-law? Yang Shi said coldly, please don't call him father-in-law, he doesn't deserve it. I'm going to meet him later. I just want to have a complete fight. Now that I'm married to you, he has no reason to control me anymore, and he won't get a single cent of the company's shares. Do you want to let Lin Chengjun go just like that? Take your time. Nothing good will come of him. Kai Yang admired Yang Shi's ability to withstand psychological pressure. When faced with such explosive damage suddenly, he just needed to get drunk. If an ordinary person's mother was killed by her cheating father, he would go crazy and certainly not think so calmly. I've already bought the presents. It's a waste of money if you didn't tell me earlier. Kai Yang blamed in a joking tone. Yang Shi looked around. Why didn't I see the gift you bought? I'll reimburse you. Look, what a bold statement. Without even asking how much the gift cost, he just waved his hand and reimbursed it. Kai Yang smiled and said, it's okay. Leave it with Lin Chengjun. Just think of it as a gift for his tombstone in advance. Yang Shi liked to hear this. She smiled, nodded slightly and left. She pretended not to care what Kai Yang was doing recently, but was actually extremely curious, but was too embarrassed to ask directly. But she didn't ask. Kai Yang took the initiative to say, the female lead has been chosen, she is an artist I signed. Yang Shi couldn't suppress her joy. She coughed twice, glanced at him, and then quickly looked away. When did you open an entertainment company? I have resources. Do you need me to recommend them to you? It's not easy at the beginning. Kai Yang, no, don't worry about me too much. Every time he raised a problem, Yang Shi would always try to find a solution and would like to use all her resources to help him. Kai Yang looked at Yang Shi, staring at him with sharp eyes. I felt embarrassed for staring at Yang Shi. Why are you staring at me? After thinking for a moment, Kai Yang said, Yang Shi, you are a good person. Yang Shi. She was originally quite looking forward to it, but when she heard these words, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over her. Now she is sure that Kai Yang is a silly straight man. But why did she still feel a little secretly happy inside? It seems that the straight man can't hide anything. At least he should be a good man. He should be a perfect husband. She sent this message to her best friend. Her best friend scolded her for being a love-sick person who could not be pulled back even by 9 donkeys. When Yang Shi saw this, he smiled and replied, you are single, it is normal that you don't understand me. Resentful girlfriend. I was so silent that I wanted to break up with him even at that moment. The first TV series he invested in was almost arranged, and Kai Yang began to select the next one. But now there are so many books and the range of choices is too wide, it's like fishing for gold and shit, he is dazzled. Occasionally, when I got tired of watching and looked up, I would see Yang Shi. Yang Shi was looking at her phone and grinning foolishly. Kai Yang complained in her heart, she really didn't expect that the movie queen who was known to the public as being aloof and taciturn, now seemed to have a lower IQ except for her beauty. Helplessly holding his forehead. What did you see that made you so happy? He is very curious. The screen lights up as a call reminder. As soon as the call was connected, Yang Qianzhen's angry words burst out. Kai Yang. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were a judge? Why didn't you open a back door for Jiang Xiaoye? I thought you were really kind and wanted to help, but it turns out you just wanted to insult us, right? You despicable person. Kai Yang said calmly, I asked her to audition for the supporting actress role, but she was overconfident and insisted on auditioning for the female lead role. What does it have to do with me? She herself doesn't know how bad her acting is. As her agent, don't you know? If you don't stop her and think more about it, is it your fault? Yang Qianzhen was furious and shouted, let's not talk about this. We have known each other for such a long time. Just tell me how you got to sit on the judge's seat. Are you some big shot on the list? I thought you were so noble, but you are nothing more than this. The speakerphone was not on, but her voice was loud enough for Yang Shi, who was not far away, to hear it. Yang Shi looked over. Keep your voice down, the baby is asleep. She walked up to Kai Yang and whispered. Yang Qingjun only heard a woman's voice, but couldn't hear clearly what she was saying. Do you have a woman over there? The tone became unfriendly and mixed with contempt. Kai Yang hung up the phone directly. The original intention was to embarrass Jiang Xieye. As for Yang Qingjun, someone would punish her. If we go to Lin Qingjuan's place, what will happen to the child? My best friend is here to take care of it. She'll be here soon. Okay. Chapter 20 for Father and Daughter Battle. At the entrance of Lin Qingjuan's villa, at a glance, the yard inside is larger than Kai Yang's manor and has a swimming pool. Luxurious at its best. There were also maids standing in 2 rows at the door, bowing in unison. Hello, miss. This. Kai Yang didn't show it on his face, but in his heart he couldn't help but complain that it was too exaggerated and exactly the same as the scenes in novels and animations. And how did these maids control themselves from laughing? Looks like a soulless robot. The old butler with a white beard and wearing white gloves was looking at Kai Yang the whole time. Kai Yang's back straightened, and a sense of pressure rose up. Walking into this place, I feel very depressed, I don't know why. In order not to reveal her true identity, Yang Shi even took his hand and greeted everyone naturally and calmly. She is worthy of being the movie queen, she remained calm in the face of danger. She lowered her voice and said, Grandpa Bai has been my family's housekeeper for decades. He watched my mother and I grow up. Also, he has always disliked Lin Chengjun. Kai Yang probably guessed that Lin Chengjun should have some management rights over the company, so Yang Shi was a little afraid of him. He nodded, reassurance knowing his on your side. Yang Shi responded with an elegant smile. I originally thought that the outside was already wild enough, at least 10,000 square meters, and Yang Shi said there was a horse riding field in the backyard. Only when I entered the hall did I understand what a wealthy family was. The door was made of gold and opened and closed automatically, without the need for a servant to push it open. Magnificent. There were a few people standing sparsely, and Lin Chengjun, who was sitting in the main seat, had a stern look on his face. He just sat there, as if Yang Shi and Kai Yang didn't exist. The two of them sat down at the dining table first. Yang Shi introduced herself to Kai Yang in a low voice while glaring at the mistress opposite her who was looking at her provocatively. That's the mistress across the street. Lin Chengjun has been getting more and more rampant recently. He brought the mistress directly home. Although I inherited my mother's property, it seems that he is very confident in taking control of the company. The one in the upper left corner is my aunt Yang Qian, my mother's sister, who owns 6% of the company's shares. Kai Yang, then she will definitely stand on your side, right? Yang Shi's eyes dimmed. No, she is having an affair with Lin Chengjun. Kai Yang. How do you know that? It's too messy. As expected, this kind of family looks prosperous on the surface, but is actually the most chaotic. Yang Shi did not hide it. My mother told me that she wanted to divorce Lin Chengjun because of this at that time, but she suddenly had a car accident and was admitted to the ICU. The divorce did not go through, and you know what happened in the end. Kai Yang looked at her with a little more pity in his eyes. Speak the deepest hurt in the calmest tone. He had to admire Yang Shi's psychological endurance. The man next to her is from my second aunt's old company, Marhua. My second aunt died early due to poor health, so the 9% of the shares are in his hands. He likes quietness and is easygoing. He doesn't like to join in family infighting. But there is one thing, he doesn't like Lin Chengjun. My aunt hasn't come yet. She doesn't believe in marriage. She's a dink. She only talks about love and not the future. She's basically only at home for a few days out of 365 days a year. The rest of the time she's traveling around the world. No one knows how many shares she has because we can't find out because she's not at home. Another thing is that she deliberately hides her abilities, so we can't find out. Kai Yang probably understood the situation clearly. Mr. Yan has 4 daughters, and Yang Shi's mother is the third one. Lin Chengjun sat in the main seat, and his self-righteous attitude made Seymour Hua unhappy, and he mocked. Now that the master is gone, the dog is no longer qualified to eat at the table. Lin Qingjuan's face turned blue and purple. Seimer Hua. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You are the same. How come, my second sister has been dead for so many years, and you really think you are the master and have forgotten your previous identity? The two started biting each other. Yang Shi held Kai Yang's hand and watched the show silently from the side. They behave like this every day. It's normal. No one will come to persuade them to make peace. But when Grandpa Bai comes, they will be quiet. Kai Yang was puzzled. Could a butler have such authority? Soon, Butler Bai came in and their whole fell silent. Lin Chengjun and Seimer Hua didn't look at each other. Suddenly, Lin Chengjun took the initiative to bring it up. Why didn't Elevener discuss this with her father and just stole their household registration booklet to get married? If this gets out, people will laugh at her. The next second, someone covered his mouth and started laughing. It's fourth Aunt Yang Qian. Oh, I'm a little girl, so I can do whatever I want. I don't care about you as my father at all. Add fuel to the fire. When Lin Chengjun heard this, veins bulged on his clenched fists. Yang Shi said indifferently, if you want to get married, then get married. Fourth aunt, you don't have to envy that the person I like also likes me. Everyone knows that you are the most jealous of others because the person you like has never liked you. Hit the nail on the head. With straightforward words, Yang Shi did not give Yang Qian any face. Yang Qian gritted her teeth, lowered her face, and subconsciously glanced at Lin Chengjun. But Lin Chengjun had no intention of speaking for her. Don't talk nonsense. After being criticized like this, Yang Qian calmed down and stopped making trouble. Lin Chengjun looked meaningfully at the tightly clasped hands of Yang Shi and Kai Yang, and asked, since you two are married, I can't break up the couple. Your name is Kai Yang, right? You are also in the entertainment industry. I see that you don't seem to have much work recently. I just happen to be in need of a driver. Do you want to come to work for me? Kai Yang politely declined, no, my schedule is full recently. Thank you, father-in-law, for your kindness. Lin Chengjun obviously didn't believe it and looked at him with blatant suspicion. Don't be polite. You are the one who is wronged. You can't be a gigolo for the rest of your life, right? Yang Shi has been spoiled by us since she was a child, so it's not easy to take care of her and indulge her. Kai Yang was about to speak, but Yang Shi couldn't help but retort on his behalf. He has his own company, so he doesn't need you, a gigolo who has been living off you for decades and still doesn't understand what's going on, to worry about him. Lin Chengjun slammed the table and stood up. The dishes on the table shook, and the other people watching the show put down their chopsticks and lost interest. Speak to me properly. Without me, you would never exist. You just keep turning your elbow outward all day long. Yang Shi was also annoyed and stood up to confront Lin Chengjun. Kai Yang stood up as well. He followed her to protect her. He was afraid that Yang Shi, a woman, would be bullied if she fell out with Lin Chengjun. Then the next second, Kai Yang stood there in a daze. Yang Shi picked up the unfinished dish on the table and threw it at him. He didn't throw it to the side on purpose, he just threw it directly on the forehead, which was very domineering. Bang! Lin Chengjun turned his head to look at the pile of debris on the ground with lingering fear, spat, and cursed hatefully, are you tired of living? Bastard! If he hadn't reacted quickly and been hit on the head by the sharp plate, there was a high probability that he would have become a vegetable. Yang Shi wants his life. Yang Shi politely took the tissue from Butler Bai and wiped his hands with dignity and elegance. You're scolding yourself. Of course, any child born from a dog is a bastard. Lin Chengjun covered his chest and gasped heavily because he couldn't catch his breath. Are you going to piss your father off to death? When Yang Qian saw that the situation had gotten out of hand, she and the mistress supported Lin Chengjun. Yang Shi, stop making trouble. Do you want to sever the father-daughter relationship with your father? Seimer Hua sneered at the side, Yang Shi doesn't even bother to have a man like this as her father, so she doesn't want him. Chapter 25 Yang Shi owes Kai Yang a condition. Kai Yang stood there, pursing his lips. He originally came to support Yang Shi, but now it seems there is nothing for him to do. I didn't expect that a woman who was so weak in front of him, who couldn't even unscrew the cap of a beverage bottle and asked him for help, would come up and attack him violently, almost turning Lin Chengjun into a vegetable. Lin Chengjun covered his chest and said, let her go, let her go. Once she leaves, don't ever come back. Yang Shi continued to deliver a critical hit, My mother had already transferred this old villa to my name before she died. It's you who should leave. Lin Chengjun almost choked on his breath, and pointed at Yang Shi, wishing he could rush up and tear apart Yang Shi's face, which looked 70% like her mother's. You rebellious girl. Yang Shi smiled brightly. Yes, that's how angry I am. Why didn't I piss you off to death? Grandpa Bai, drive them out. Butler Bai hesitated for a few seconds and looked at the expressions of both sides. He sighed sensually. Little miss, he is your biological father. Yang Shi smiled even more brightly in anger. Grandpa Bai, do you know? He was the one who killed my mother. He is a murderer. I don't have a father who is a murderer. Lin Chengjun suddenly gained strength and shouted hurriedly, you are talking nonsense. Looking at the face that looked very similar to the young lady, Butler Bai was distracted. Any evidence, young lady? He is still very calm now. Kai Yang accurately captured a movement. Butler Bai's middle finger in the white glove trembled. Yang Shi took out her cell phone and clicked on the recording that Kai Yang sent her. This was the moment she had been waiting for. She hadn't originally planned to make a fuss like this today, precisely because she had no evidence. She also wanted to thank Kai Yang for providing the recording, which was like a life-saving straw and gave her confidence. This is also the reason why she is not afraid of Lin Chengjun today and directly confronts him. Kai Yang watched silently, and feeling Yang Shi's grateful eyes, he smiled slightly. When he looked up, he met the gaze of Butler Bai, whose eyes were dark and unclear. Both parties quickly looked away. Kai Yang has always had a question in his mind. What kind of role is Butler Bai, and why do Yang Shi and Lin Chengjun respect Butler Bai so much? A very likely answer is that Butler Bai has been in the Yang family for so many years and holds key shares. By getting the shares in Butler Bai's hands, you can take control of the family company. As soon as the first sentence of the recording came out, Lin Chengjun, who was still feeling heartache in the previous second, suddenly rushed over and tried to snatch Yang Shi's phone. Yang Shi dodged nimbly and looked at him as if he was looking at a corpse. Recording. Xiao-san, no, don't leave. If you leave, I will tell others that it was you who pulled out Yang Shi's mother's oxygen tank. Lin Chengjun laughed evilly. Pregnant woman, you dare to threaten me, right? When I get the money from that disobedient thing Yang Shi, I will not only get you, but also your mother, your sister, and your daughter. Yang Qian looked at Lin Chengjun in disbelief, and pushed Xiao-san angrily. You bitch. The mistress lowered her head and dared not show her face. Lin Chengjun over there almost knelt down in front of Butler Bai to explain. That damn woman was just talking nonsense. I didn't do anything. Butler Bai looked at him coldly. It was like a death sentence. Yang Shi, like a child protecting his own, pulled Kai Yang's hand and walked out. Kai Yang had an illusion that he was the little husband of a domineering female president. I was thinking of coming to support you, but I didn't expect you to have such strong explosive power. Yang Shi said nonchalantly, don't you know whether I have strong explosive power or not? Kai Yang pretended to think carefully. I didn't pay much attention. Maybe it's because I haven't done it often enough. How about letting me feel it again tonight? Yang Shi blushed and said angrily, stop talking so slickly. Little miss. It was Butler Bai's voice. Looking back, Butler Bai was standing at the door, with 2 rows of maids standing in uniform behind him. Butler Bai's expression relaxed a lot, no longer as gloomy as it was when he was facing Lin Chengjun just now. Kai Yang thought he had something to say. Who knows? They bowed respectfully to Yang Shi and Kai Yang. Go slowly, little miss. Butler Bai added, young miss, please come back to the old house more often when you have time. Afterwards, Lin Chengjun and others were driven out by the servants, and their belongings were scattered all over the floor. Yang Shi got into the car without hesitation, without looking back, holding Kai Yang's hand with a firm look in his eyes. It's a done deal. Kai Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the embarrassed Lin Chengjun and others. Yang Shi dozed off in the passenger seat without a trace of reluctance to leave. I want to thank you for providing this recording. I thought I would have to fight him to the death. Butler Bai is on my side now, and that's enough. Kai Yang, it's okay, I just met you by chance. Indeed, if the system had not reminded him that the man in the bathroom was Lin Chengjun, he would most likely have missed it, and the plot would have gone on as before. Yang Shi would not have been able to find the key evidence and would not have been able to defeat Lin Chengjun. The system said, do you want to thank me? What is our relationship? Just kowtow to me. This sounds weird when spoken in a baby voice. Kai Yang said, I kowtow to thank you. System. Yang Shi suddenly opened his eyes and asked in confusion, You've never seen Lin Chengjun before, how did you recognize his voice? Even if you saw them, well, logically you can't see their faces clearly, and you wouldn't recognize them even if you saw them clearly. Kai Yang's mind worked very quickly. I've seen it before. Yang Shi tilted her head and raised her delicate eyebrows. It's impossible for me to get married without knowing the specific situation of the other party. I checked your family and also found opportunities to get close to Lin Chengjun. We had contact, but it was rare. So Lin Chengjun didn't recognize me and had forgotten me a long time ago. Yang Shi didn't think about it carefully, because this was the only possibility and he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Then I'm really lucky, but I still have to thank you. Tell me what you want. I owe you a favor now. Kai Yang joked, can you fulfill this condition tonight? All right. Chapter 26, This is what happens when you see a man. Kai Yang asked casually, Excuse me, is the Yang family's industrial chain very wide? It even includes the entertainment industry. Yang Shi supported her chin with one hand, tilted her head to look at him, with a smile in her eyes. If someone else asked this question, I would definitely not answer you. After all, you are my benefactor now. Basically, our family is involved in all the industries you can think of. Seymour Hua, my second uncle, inherited my second aunt's bank. You can imagine the interests behind it. But our main business is real estate, and we have a little exposure to various industries. Kai Yang laughed and talked calmly, Since your family is in real estate, and you can't find a house, do you need to live with me? Yang Shi was seen through, and was too embarrassed to look away. She said in a slightly arrogant tone, Don't think too much. At that time, old man Lin Chengjun was very strict. I was afraid that he would find out where the babies were, so he sent them away while I was away. Kai Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With Butler Bai's support, are you sure of victory now? Not necessarily. My aunt hasn't come back yet. She is a turning point. After sending Yang Shi away, Kai Yang entered the underground garage of the manor. In the parking lot, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Bugatti, etc. are neatly arranged. Kai Yang looked around, turning the bunch of car keys in his hand around, as if thinking about what car to drive when he went to his studio later. Finally, he walked to the corner and locked his eyes on a pink Wuling with a small electric scooter next to it. He usually uses these two when he goes to the studio or company. Since I was supporting Yang Shi, I just went to see Lin Chengjun driving a Maserati. The system kept complaining from beginning to end, You are the most low-key host I have ever seen. Kai Yang doesn't care. You can drive a luxury car when you take your wife and children out for entertainment, but it's better to be low-key when you go to your own studio or company. There are many benefits to playing the pig and eating the tiger, which can solve most of the troubles. The system doesn't understand how deep the water in the entertainment industry is, and it doesn't comprehend it at all. You have plenty of money now, are you still afraid that others will be jealous of you and cause trouble for you? Kai Yang, the entertainment industry is not as simple as you think. It is not just about money transactions. Why are celebrities afraid of capital even though they have money? Real capital has power and influence. I want to become capital, but having money alone is useless. There is a threshold that I need to break through. The system suddenly understood. People are divided into different classes, and so are the capital in the entertainment industry. If you, the host, suddenly get so much money and are targeted by more powerful capital, you will only have two choices. One is to become a running dog or pawn of those capitals, and the other is to disappear quietly. Are some celebrities who commit suicide due to depression really committing suicide? Kai Yang smiled and said, Okay, you've learned something. Isn't it like you suddenly understand everything? The system said, I will learn this lesson. The entertainment industry is just like society in general. What appears on the surface is only what the capital behind it wants you to see. It was just as dark before as it is now. It was just hidden. In short, it's easy to become a capital, but it's very difficult to climb up. Why do you want to be a capitalist? Isn't it better to be a happy rich man who clocks in and spends money every day? I want to control the fate of others, rather than being a pawn controlled by capital. Finally, Kai Yang chose Emule. Urban Village, Studio. Oh, what brought you here, boss? You didn't even tell us in advance. Hu Dao quickly came over to make himself familiar. Kai Yang waved his hand, signaling them to do their work quietly and go upstairs. Jiang Xiaozui followed quickly behind. Hu Dao wanted to hold her back, but she rolled her eyes at him. He silently withdrew his hand and curled his lips. TSK, what a shameless woman, seducing the boss so blatantly. As soon as Kai Yang sat down, Jiang Xiaozui came to the door and knocked. She lifted the two rabbits in both hands to make them look more three-dimensional and tidy up her appearance. Boss, can I come in? Kai Yang frowned. You don't have to come to work. Jiang Xiaozui, who was originally full of confidence, lost her composure and walked in directly to question him. Why? I have done my job well. Why are you firing me? Kai Yang lowered his head to look at the documents without even giving her a glance. The severance pay will be included in your salary. I don't agree. If you don't agree, please leave. Jiang Xiaozui. She was unwilling to give up, so she walked up to Kai Yang again and deliberately reached out to knock the pen out of his hand. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me pick it up for you. Jiang Xiaozui quickly squatted down, then knelt on the ground with her legs raised, her buttocks raised high, revealing the scenery inside. Everything went as she planned, and she was completely exposed in front of the man. The pen clearly fell at her feet, but her hand, which was looking for the pen, moved restlessly towards Kai Yang's leg and gradually upwards. Click tilde. Kai Yang stood up suddenly, emitting cold air all over his body. The woman shivered, feeling as if she was about to be kicked by him. Seeing a man like this, Kai Yang said sarcastically. Jiang Xiaozui's self-confidence was suppressed. Humiliation occupied her heart, making her look very humble. She couldn't help but burst into tears. She lowered her head, feeling very aggrieved. No, I didn't. Only for you. After a long time without any response from the man, she looked up and found that he had already gone out. Jiang Xiaozui was still feeling aggrieved the previous second, but she immediately held back her tears, slumped to the ground, and touched her legs. Damn man, you didn't react even after I did this, could you be AT? When she knelt in front of Kai Yang just now, she couldn't help but become interested, especially when Kai Yang said that sentence. She wanted to rush up and take the man's thing into her mouth. Jiang Xiaozui failed twice in a row, and a feeling of decadence overwhelmed her whole body. Last time she went to the bathroom to solve it, but this time, perhaps out of revenge, she was even more unscrupulous in Kai Yang's office, smelling the seductive scent of men's hormones. Jiang Xiaozui picked up the fallen pen with love in her eyes. It was the one Kai Yang had touched just now. Here, Kai Yang came out and found Hu Dao. Did you help Jiang Xiaozui do her work? The reports submitted were all in Hu Dao's handwriting. It seems that Hu Dao is a stupid bootlicker. Hu Dao scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. What's wrong, boss? It's just helping each other out. Kai Yang said, she has been fired by me. She is making trouble in my office and doesn't want to come out. You can go and take a look. Chapter 27. Who am I so happy to see? Hu Dao felt like he was being bullied by Jiang Xiaozui on a regular basis, which was fine, but he had to coax her when she was fired and throwing a tantrum. Alas, I have to listen to my boss. Receive. Hu Dao smiled bitterly. Looking at Hu Dao's back, Kai Yang seemed to be thinking about something. After sitting downstairs for more than an hour, neither Hu Dao nor Jiang Xiaozui came down. Kai Yang left with the necessary documents in his hand. He had surveillance footage of the office, so he knew what the two men were doing inside. Jiang Xiaozui bullied Hu Dao so many times, which should be a warning to Jiang Xiaozui. Hu Dao has done so many things for Jiang Xiaozui, so it's worth it to get some reward. Hu Dao came to the office and found the door was not closed. He heard some noise inside and felt something was wrong, but his legs still obeyed him and he walked in. Those who didn't see Jiang Xiaozui heard her unique cry. Jiang Xiaozui. Hu Dao shouted tentatively and came to the side of the desk. Suddenly a hand stretched out from below, climbed up, and pressed him to the ground. When she saw that it was Hu Dao, a flash of disappointment passed through Jiang Xiaozui's eyes, but desire took over. Hu Dao took a closer look and found that this woman. Nothing. He wanted to push her away. The woman didn't know where she got the strength from, but she just forced herself on the man. In the boss's office, it's so exciting, don't you like it? You've been wanting to get me for a long time, right? I'll give you a chance this time. You only like it if someone is watching you? I'll call the boss to come in and watch us, okay? That way you'll have the strength to get up. This is intolerable. The system is confused. Host, what are you doing? I don't understand. Jiang Xiaocui is Jiang Xiaoye's sister. So? Nothing to do. I'm a good person who stands up for justice. There's no use for an employee like Jiang Xiaocui who's bent on taking crooked paths. I'll just fire her and help Hu Dao to vent my anger. Men help men. Hu Dao is the same. He doesn't know how to refuse a woman's help, and he ends up suffering in the end. The system was shocked. It's really eye-opening to meet a woman like Jiang Xiaocui who is loved by all men. The first day of filming of You Are Not Human. Dinling's face looked very bad, especially after seeing Li Qing. Her face became extremely dark, so she simply ignored him. Li Qing looked helpless and distressed. Kai Yang took in everything and asked, "What's wrong, Director Li? Are you going to stop making trouble?" Li Qing glared at him. "You're asking even though you already know the answer." Because Dinlingzi didn't get the female lead role, she has been mad at her for several days, and she hasn't been able to sleep well these days. Kai Yang smiled and walked towards Xu Jiaojiao in the corner. This silly girl knows nothing about interpersonal relationships. When she arrived at the crew, she just found a quiet corner and huddled there, not daring to say hello to other people. She and Dilly Sakurako are two very different people. Dinlingzi opened the car that she arranged, and it was full of milk tea. She said to the staff warmly, "The weather is too hot, brothers and sisters have worked hard, 1 cup each." The staff came over with a smile and praised her highly. Everyone has heard about the competition between Dilraba Dilmurat and Xu Jiaojiao for the female lead role, and no one wants to pay attention to Xu Jiaojiao. Kai Yang didn't care much. The most important thing is to see how the show is received. Xu Jiaojiao doesn't want to socialize, but that's okay, since she is the heroine anyway. With Kai Yang around, the screenwriter didn't dare to cut her role at will. Dilly Sakurako's eyes wandered between Kai Yang and Xu Jiaojiao. "Brother Kai, are you familiar with Jiaojiao? I just handed her milk tea, but she didn't want to talk to me. She looked so cold and aloof. I think she was a bit rude." Kai Yang tilted his head to look at her and said gently, "This is the artist I signed. This is the only talent in my company. Please be gentle with your words, Sakurako. Don't talk to others like this anymore. It won't be good if gossipers hear it." The tone is as gentle as water, making people feel like they are sinking into the land of gentleness. But the words spoken have another meaning. It's a wake-up call. Dinlingzi narrowed her crescent eyes and smiled, "Har har, so that's how it is." She concluded that Xu Jiaojiao became the heroine through backdoor channels. He suddenly felt so angry that his teeth itched, and looked at Xu Jiaojiao with a cold look. For the role of the heroine, she accompanied Li Qing so many times, but in return she got a villain role. How could she be willing? Obviously her acting is the best. Li Qing said that she can't do fighting scenes, but Xu Jiaojiao can, so they chose Xu Jiaojiao as the female lead. This is simply an excuse. Xu Jiaojiao looks so frail, she doesn't look like someone who can do action scenes. She must have found a body double in the end. Kai Yang knew that Dinlingzi was no simple person, so he was wary of her. As long as Dinlingzi dares to spread negative opinions about Xu Jiaojiao behind her back, he will not let her off easily. The entertainment company is the first potential artist to sign a contract. According to the system, as long as there are resources and public opinion is well controlled, it is only a matter of time before Xu Jiaojiao becomes popular with her acting skills and face. When we train other artists later, we will have more choices and resources. Xu Jiaojiao has a very cold attitude towards everyone. Only when Kai Yang came, she stood up and bowed respectfully. "Hello, boss." Kai Yang smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, just get used to it even if it's your first time. Also, just call me Brother Kai like they do on the set, don't be so polite." Xu Jiaojiao's back was stiff and she nodded unnaturally. "Okay, boss." Kai Yang, Xu Jiaojiao quickly changed her words, "Brother Kai. He is really a social phobic. He is completely different on and off stage. But it's a good thing this way, as it saves a lot of unnecessary trouble." "Are your parents feeling better?" Kai Yang asked with concern. Xu Jiaojiao was a little surprised. "You know, my family situation. She suddenly realized, that's why you offered 30 million for the contract, brother Kai, because you wanted to help me on purpose. Kai Yang said, I wanted to sign you at the time because I thought you had great potential. I added this condition temporarily after knowing that your parents were still in the ICU. It was just a convenience. Xu Jiajie was very grateful and looked at Kai Yang with even more respect. In her eyes, Kai Yang is simply a godlike existence. If anyone on the set bullies you, just tell me, don't put up with it. Aha! This little girl has a simple mind and doesn't have any bad intentions. Kai Yang felt a little sad. She will definitely be bullied if she does this, especially Dilly Sakurako. But more training would be good. The entertainment industry is a big melting pot. No matter how pure a person is, they will no longer be so clean after staying there for a long time. Yuan Mi's eyes lit up when she saw Kai Yang. She subconsciously moved closer to Kai Yang, but found that her husband was still beside her, and curled her lips in displeasure. Who are you seeing that makes you so happy? Boss Wang was fat and big-eared, and he keenly caught the hint of joy in the woman's eyes. He followed her gaze with anger on his face. Suddenly, his eyes froze. Is this the man I failed to get at the drinking party last time? Chapter 28 Yang she will come to visit tomorrow, what is your relationship? Snort. What a small world this is. Nothing, just someone I don't know very well. Yuan Mi resisted the urge to rush over to find Kai Yang, looked away and said. Boss Wang's alarm bells rang. It would be over if Yuan Mi knew that he not only likes women, but also men. Wife, let's go look somewhere else. I feel like this crew isn't worth investing in. It won't be a hit. Yuan Mi also didn't want Boss Wang to know about her relationship with Kai Yang, so she said, okay. The two of them had their own thoughts and were ready to leave here quickly. Boss Wang, Boss Yuan, wait. Suddenly, a voice called out to them from behind. Boss Wang and Yuan Mi both shuddered. The two of them had a tacit understanding and continued walking forward guiltily, pretending not to hear. Li Qing frowned in confusion, quickly chased after them and blocked their way. What are you talking about? I've called you guys several times. It's been a long time since we last met, but why don't you come sit over here? She is usually very strict and has a stern face. But when they saw a few bosses, they smiled happily as if they saw walking money. He pulled the two of them towards the crew. Boss Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. When he saw Kai Yang's gaze sweeping over him, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Yuan Mi next to him. Feeling very guilty. Yuan Mi was the same, except that she didn't look at Boss Wang. Instead, she stared at Kai Yang's face intently. Li Qing hurriedly explained, Kai Yang, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Wang, stupid and rich. Boss Wang? Li Qing immediately changed his words, he has a good vision. He is very optimistic about our drama and said he would invest tens of millions. Boss Wang. When did he say that? Kai Yang kept smiling, how could he not know Boss Wang? Haven't seen you for a long time. Cokes. When these four words came out, not only did Boss Wang shudder. The same thing happened to Yuan Mi next to him, his brain cells almost exploded on the spot. Yuan Mi, what the hell, these two actually know each other. Li Qing was pleasantly surprised. So we all know each other. That makes it easier for us to talk. Boss Wang hurriedly explained, I have seen him before, but I am not very familiar with him. Yuan Mi breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qing knew that Yuan Mi's father Yuan Cage didn't like Kai Yang, so she was tactful enough not to introduce Yuan Mi in front of Kai Yang, and instead took her to get acquainted with other actors. Kai Yang dozed off on a recliner like GEU the whole time. Boss Wang and Yuan Mi didn't dare to say a word for fear of being exposed. Boss Wang, if this woman knew I was bi, she would probably give me a hard time again, or even worse, divorce me. Yuan Mi, what if this old man finds out that I'm having an affair and won't let me use my card? If he finds out, it will be bad for us to divide the family property in the future. Kai Yang raised an eyebrow with interest. I didn't expect these two were husband and wife. As expected of a couple, they not only like the same type of things, but also the same gender. Mr. Wang wants to invest tens of millions. Kai Yang suddenly asked. Boss Wang gritted his teeth. It was clearly just an ordinary sentence, but it sounded a bit threatening to him. Kai Yang seemed to be saying, if you don't invest more, be careful or I'll expose your true colors. 50 million is enough, right? Kai Yang pursed his lips and pretended to be thinking. What about President Yuan? Yuan Mi just wanted to be invisible at this time, and she no longer had the arrogance she had when she was alone with Kai Yang. She said with a stiff upper lip, I'm the same as him, 50 million. This short sentence almost broke her teeth. Kai Yang let out an R. It seems a little, but I received your kindness. Boss One wanted to curse. Yuan Mi was using his card, which meant that the 100 million was all his money. My heart is bleeding. It's not that he has no money, it's that he feels that investing in such a B-level drama will not make money, but will only lose money. Li Qing had only been away for a few minutes when he came back and heard about 2 critical hits worth 50 million. He laughed out loud. He silently gave Kai Yang a thumbs up. Sure. We can raise 100 million yuan in investment in a short period of time. Although Kai Yang didn't seem to be in need of investment, he invited her to be the director and invested in an entire drama. The 2 babies sat there and clapped their hands, while Yarn Shi, bored, played with toys with them. Counting on my fingers, Kai Yang has been away from filming on the set for almost half a month. From the time the baby was born to now, more than half a year later, no matter how busy Kai Yang was, he would always take time to accompany her and the baby. Now that there is suddenly one less man in the family, Yarn Shi is extremely uncomfortable with it. Open the chat box with Kai Yang. Although they say good morning and good night to each other every day, share daily fun things, and make video calls from time to time, Yarn Shi still inexplicably misses Kai Yang. I tossed and turned at night and couldn't fall asleep. Open your browser and search, what does it mean when a woman loses sleep over a man? The answer that popped up made Yarn Shi stunned for several minutes. Answer: if a woman loses sleep because of a man, it means that she misses this man too much. She has fallen in love with this man, so she loses sleep for him. If the man confesses his love to her, she will not lose sleep. What the hell? Yarn Shi picked up the pillow and hit the bed twice. Her delicate face is rosy and she is wearing a cute pink nightgown, looking like a girl who walked out of a 2-dimensional anime. But stop and think about it. She does have a good impression of Kai Yang. Even the condition Kai Yang made in the car last time was fulfilled at night. When she heard this, she didn't feel disgusted. She was even looking forward to it. Who knew Kai Yang was joking? If Kai Yang said her next sentence a second late, she might have replied, okay. After thinking for a long time, she decided. Ask a nanny to take care of her for 2 days, and she goes to visit the Kai Yang crew. She couldn't let the rest of the crew see it, so she had to pretend to talk to Li Qing about personal matters. YX, Sister Li, I will come to your crew tomorrow. I haven't seen you for a long time. Let us have a dinner together. When Li Qing saw this message, he felt as if he had eaten dog shit. He rolled his eyes and replied. Li Qing, are you sure you're not here to peek at my little lover? Although she is not single, she is very full of dog food. There was no reply from the other end. Li Qing saw Kai Yang coming and pulled him aside to talk in private. Did you know that Yarn Shi was coming? Kai Yang said calmly, I don't know, what happened? She came to see you, you two have a really good relationship. Li Qing looked unconvinced, bullshit. Tell me quickly, what's the current status of your relationship with the great actress Yarn? She raised an eyebrow gossipingly. Kai Yang's mouth twitched. I don't really know her well. Oh, I don't believe it. Even if there is a relationship, you can't just say it out loud. Kai Yang respects Yarn Shi's ideas. Yarn Shi loves acting and naturally wants to play more different roles. She doesn't want her acting range to be narrowed because she is already a wife. When will she come? Li Qing replied, tomorrow. Why don't you ask her in person what our relationship is? Forget it. Even if you ask her, she won't tell the truth. Chapter 29 If Yarn Shi secretly gets married and has a child, I will eat shit live. 2 o'clock in the morning, hotel. Kai Yang was sleeping soundly when suddenly there was a knock on the door. He hesitated for a few seconds and shouted outside. Who is it? No one responded. Kai Yang picked up the phone to call their hotel customer service, and an unread message appeared on the screen. Sent a few minutes ago. XY, I'm here with your crew, now. Kai Yang? He opened the door and saw Yarn Shi's delicate and beautiful face, very distinctive, wearing a sports suit. She was holding a mask and sunglasses in her hands, which she had obviously just taken off. Kai Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you here? You can come during the day. Yang Shi said calmly, my room is next to yours, go to your room first, I have something to tell you. Kai Yang obediently gave up his seat and went to sit in the living room. He yawned. Just check the time. Oh my god, I was woken up at 2 in the morning just after I woke up. Yang Shi suddenly stopped talking again and just stared at Kai Yang with his sharp eyes, not knowing what he was looking at. I have nothing to do with you. Kai Yang was slightly surprised and smiled, are you missing me? It was a joking tone, but Yang Shi took it seriously. She nodded seriously, her fox eyes like two pools of clear water, charming and smart. 1,000 words are expressed in the movement of the eyes. Kai Yang immediately stopped being so nonchalant and joking. To be honest, I was surprised. So what did the great actress Yang want to do by coming to my room in the middle of the night? Yang Shi's small earlobes turned pink. It's nothing, I just missed you. So how do you want to think of me? Kai Yang's gentle tone, mixed with a hint of inducement, led the woman into his ditch step by step. The shy look of a woman is so cute. Yang Shi bit her lower lip, grabbed the hem of her skirt with her fair hands, and lowered her head, too embarrassed to answer. Kai Yang became interested and suddenly moved his face in front of Yang Shi, so close that their noses were almost touching. The warm breath hit the face opposite, and the air quickly heated up. There was an ambiguous relationship between the two of them. How about we play a game? Okay, Mom. When Yang Shi heard the last 3 words, her heart was touched and her face turned even redder. Yes, she has already given birth to twins for him, so what is there to be afraid of? Whatever game, just play it. Good. She gritted her teeth and tilted her head with a reserved and arrogant look. I can't help you if you want to play. The man's joyful laughter rang in my ears. She was so cute that I couldn't help but want to eat her right there. And Kai Yang is a person who will do whatever he wants to do. The cruise hotel's soundproofing was not very good. Before Kai Yang did anything, the sound of communicating feelings was heard. It seemed to be coming from the opposite side. The voice sounded familiar, and Yang Shi was the first to guess who it was. It seems to be Director Lee. Is it with her little girlfriend? Kai Yang had the same idea as her. For the first game, let's guess who will beg for mercy first. Yang Shi's brain short-circuited. She didn't expect him to speak so boldly. Now that they are husband and wife, she is no longer reserved. I've never met Director Lee's girlfriend, but judging by his androgynous style, she should be number 1. Kai Yang shook his head, I disagree with you. Impossible. You'll find out in a moment. The noise over there became more and more intense, and they even shouted wildly, as if they were using all their strength. Wife, I really don't want that anymore. Why are you so awesome in the hotel too? Just now in the elevator, I didn't. It was Li Qing's voice. Yang Shi was very surprised and was caught off guard by the man who pressed over her. Gradually sinking. So you like being in hotels? Your first time was also in a hotel. You pressured me and said you only wanted it once, but you pulled me over and over again. Do you want me to recall it for you? Yang Shi finally got a chance to catch her breath. Stop talking, don't touch there. Be good, don't touch me, 1111. No, it's dirty. Not dirty, very clean. It's really dirty, no. If you do it a few more times, it won't be dirty. The next morning, Kai Yang had a scene to shoot in the morning, so he got up early and went out. He lovingly gave the woman a long wake-up call. Finally, the woman responded to him and he was willing to leave. Kai Yang looked in the mirror, straightened his collar, and hummed a song in a good mood. Yang Shi got under the quilt, showing a little head. Her pitiful face was full of childishness. She cursed, you scum. Kai Yang hummed, thank you for the compliment, Ms. Yang. Li Qing on the opposite side also had a ruddy complexion. When their eyes met, they both looked away in embarrassment and guilt. Good morning, Xiao Kai is going out too. Yes, Director Lee just left as well. Har, yes, have you had breakfast? Not yet. Then do you want to go together? Har, no need. Then I'll be leaving first. Bye, see you on the set. Kai Yang waved at Li Qing's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Such an awkward conversation. Especially after what happened last night. That's right. Li Qing remembered something and suddenly turned back. Yang Shi is coming to visit the crew today. You don't have any scenes to shoot this afternoon. Where are you going to go with her? Kai Yang pulled the door, which was not closed. As long as Li Qing takes a few steps forward and looks carefully, he will find women's clothes scattered on the ground. Director Li, please stop joking with me. I'm really not familiar with her. We were just introduced by a friend and we just happened to hit it off. Li Qing still didn't give up, so what's the relationship now? Kai Yang said perfunctorily, ordinary friends. Li Qing's lost look was too obvious. Oh. I thought Yarnshi's iron tree was finally going to grow grass. I was so happy for nothing. But why didn't she date anyone in all these years? Kai Yang shook his head, I don't know. He locked the door and the two of them walked and talked. Li Qing had a flash of inspiration. She has no interest in men, could it be that? Kai Yang. Li Qing clenched his hand into a fist and knocked it on the palm of his other hand. Could it be that she is interested in me? Seeing that I am already taken, she stays by my side quietly and waits. Kai Yang had a cold face, but he was already laughing inside. I have to say, Director Li is worthy of his name, he has a rich imagination. This is not impossible. Right, it's me as expected. Li Qing looked so proud that he was just short of boasting about how smart he was. Kai Yang, who knows everything. Yarnshi knows best whether he likes a boy or a girl. I can't say it directly, or it will arouse Li Qing's suspicion. But he loves to teeter on the edge of danger. What if she's secretly married? Maybe she even has a child. Li Qing immediately denied this possibility. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yarnshi. She's a Grand Slam winner. If she's secretly married and has kids, I'll eat shit live on TV. Kai Yang. Chapter 30. A decent man cannot get a wife. Ahem. A familiar coughing sound behind me. Kai Yang was acting with Li Qing at this time. He turned around and saw that it was Yarnshi. Li Qing kept a certain distance. It really came true. We've known each other for such a long time, and yet we still do this. There was no one else around, so Li Qing spoke directly. My girlfriend is also on the set, why don't you just hold yourself back a little? At least wait until I'm single again before visiting my set. Yarnshi looked at Kai Yang with a confused look on her face. Do you understand what she is saying? Kai Yang also shook his head innocently, not understanding. Director Li, I have something else to do this afternoon, so I'll leave first. He said goodbye first and made an appointment with Yarnshi to go to the beach. Li Qing nodded. It was indeed a long time since he had seen Yarnshi and he wanted to catch up. What kind of drama have you accepted recently? I'm telling you, don't accept dramas like the last one. That screenwriter is a notorious drama queen. No matter how good the characters and plot are, she can ruin the ending. When Yarnshi saw Kai Yang go out, she chatted with him casually. Would you like to have dinner together this afternoon? Li Qing was successfully diverted to another topic. No, my girlfriend is very strict. Unlike someone, I don't have a partner and I'm alone. Yarnshi. The children were born and the marriage certificates were obtained. But this was exactly what she was waiting for. When I first arrived, I saw a beach nearby, so I went there to play and eat something. I'm really hungry. I'll come back to catch up with you after I'm done playing. Having said that, even if Li Qing had a lot to say, he had to hold it back. Looking at Yarnshi's back, who was unwilling to stay here for another second, she fell into deep thought. It seemed like she was overthinking it. Why does she feel like something is wrong? After thinking about it, Li Qing felt like his head was hit by a wooden fish. I remembered something was wrong. Just now I told Yarnshi to be more restrained when I told her my girlfriend was here, but she didn't say anything. Could it be that Yarnshi is really interested in me? YX, where should we eat? Remember to find a restaurant with private rooms so that we can be spotted by fans if we eat with other people. Kai Yang, don't worry. Kai Yang waited in the box for a long time, and seeing that Yarnshi had not come yet, he went to the bathroom first. Kai Yang? Why are you here? Yuan Mi stood alone by the sink washing her hands, with undisguised joy in her eyes. Soon, she became a little alert. No, who are you eating with here? This floor is full of private rooms, there's no way you're alone. Kai Yang walked out, really not wanting to get entangled with her anymore. Yuan Mi held him back and wouldn't let him leave. Answer me. Who is it? Who dares to steal my girl? Kai Yang was speechless. Every word that came out of Yuan Mi's mouth really dealt him a heavy blow. 100 million, I'll tell you. Yuan Mi hurriedly withdrew his hand. You are crazy about money. You keep talking about money. I can give you 100 million, but how can you, a man, be so embarrassed to ask a woman for money? Kai Yang. Your husband is here. With just one sentence, Yuan Mi, who was aggressive just a second ago, suddenly became quiet, and she wanted to draw a line between herself and Kai Yang. Looking back, there was no one there. Got cheated. Looking at the place where Kai Yang was just now again, the man had left. Yuan Mi gritted his teeth, eager to know who that woman was. Of course, what she said to Kai Yang last time was also true. Before, she was a piece of shit with no ambition, but now she started her own company, hoping to surpass the woman behind Kai Yang, and then make Kai Yang regret it and come back to her. Yang Shi was wearing a mask and standing at the door of the box with her brows slightly furrowed. I just saw Yuan Mi, but she didn't recognize me. Be careful. Kai Yang nodded, feeling emotional. The gap between women. Yuan Mi is a blindly confident woman who has no real ability but pretends to be a domineering female CEO. In fact, she is just a gigolo who is supported by a man. She has no career of her own and relies entirely on her parents for support and exploits her resentful husband. It's just this kind of woman who is spoiled by her father and husband but still doesn't behave herself and instead flirts with other men. Kai Yang curled his lips. Nothing had ever happened between him and Yuan Mi, but in Yuan Mi's mouth it was as if everything had happened. Looking up at Yang Shi, she looked fresh and refined even while playing with her cell phone casually, her fox eyes full of charm. Although Yang Shi is also a rich second generation, everything she has now was earned by starting her own company, and she has not yet successfully taken control of the Yang family's main company. The baby is at home, is the aunt reliable? Kai Yang asked. That nanny has been in the industry for more than 10 years and is very professional. She didn't see me when I came out and didn't know it was me. If I continue to hire a nanny in the future, I will definitely have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Oh, I remember one thing. Jiang Xiaye is your ex-girlfriend. She happens to be a newly signed artist of my company. I gave her an ultimatum. If she doesn't get the lead role in 2 TV series within 2 months, the company will put her on ice. Kai Yang knew what she wanted, so he leaned over and kissed her soft cheek. My wife is awesome, praise her. Yang Shi moved aside with a look of disgust. Hey, you didn't eat anything just now. Have eaten. You're done. You're so dirty, I still have foundation on my face, and you have oil on your lips. It's just a joke. I didn't even touch my chopsticks. You see, they are all clean. How dare I dirty my wife? If I really get them dirty, I will just wipe them clean the way they got dirty. Be serious. You just know how to bully me. A decent man can't get a wife. You're still talking. But don't think too much about it. We just got the marriage certificate because of the child. We live our own lives. We don't have to live like a real couple every day. Well, why did you bite me? I don't like what you say. I'll just keep your mouth shut for the rest of my life. At this moment, the cell phone rang at an inopportune time. It was an unfamiliar number. Kai Yang didn't want to answer it and subconsciously rejected it. Yang Shi was sharp-eyed and saw the clue. This seems to be Lin Qingjuan's number. Kai Yang sat up straight and asked, why did he look for me? Then select answer. Lin Qingjun spoke roughly, and his first sentence was in a very arrogant tone. I'll give you 100 million yuan, and you'll leave my daughter Yang Shi. Kai Yang and Yang Shi were both silent. This sentence seems to have only been seen in TV dramas, and Yang Shi has also starred in such TV dramas. Kai Yang smiled and said, don't we usually meet face to face, and then you throw out a bank card? There's no sincerity in talking on the phone. Lin Qingjun had a bad attitude and said, if you agree, I'll have someone send you the agreement and directly transfer 100 million to your card. But it's impossible to meet in person. Who knows if you will blackmail me and complain to Yang Shi, that unfilial daughter? Kai Yang had a playful smile on his face. I'm sorry, your daughter was right next to you and heard every word. Chapter 31. Who were the man and woman that night? Yang Shi didn't care. She was very confident in Kai Yang and would never agree to it. Kai Yang said directly, your daughter said she wanted 20,000 yuan before she agreed to divorce me. Yang Shi was confused. You old bastard. Lin Changjun refused sternly. She is trying to steal my money. Where would I get so much money? Then, he finally realized what was happening. Yanxi is right next to you? Where are you two now? Preconceived questioning. In other words, Yanxi heard everything that was said just now. It's so difficult. Kai Yang, yeah. Lin Changjun shouted, give the phone to Yanxi and ask her to talk to me in person. I want to see what kind of person she is. She asked for 2 billion right away. I'm her biological father, but she doesn't give me much pocket money. She even tried to snatch my shares from the company. Yanxi felt hopeless and secretly pinched the flesh on Kai Yang's waist. Look at what you have done. Kai Yang was still smiling a second ago, but after being pinched, he pretended to be in pain and cried out, "R." Lin Changjun sensed something was wrong and subconsciously thought in that direction. What are you doing now? Why are you making such a noise? Both people here heard it and knew that he had misunderstood, so they agreed to ignore the misunderstanding. Kai Yang deliberately touched Yanxi's sensitive parts, causing the woman to gasp. What are you doing? I didn't mean it, stop it tilde. Yanxi was not willing to be outdone. She begged for mercy but went on to tickle Kai Yang with her hands. Kai Yang wanted to laugh, but he was trying so hard to hold back tears, so his voice was a little hoarse and restrained. Louder, so your dad can hear you. Yanxi deliberately glanced at her phone. The screen showed that she was still on the phone. She deliberately cooperated. Don't hang up the phone. Why, wouldn't it be good for your father to listen to his daughter's voice? Let him be a witness to our love. The two people lost interest in tickling each other. The food on the table was almost cold, but Lin Changjun opposite was still there. They had no choice but to eat first, picking up spoons to scoop up the good black chicken soup, which made a watery sound. It was a very ordinary voice, but when it reached Lin Changjun, it gave him a different understanding. Kai Yang deliberately moved closer to the phone and said something. Hey! There's still a light bulb here that hasn't hung up the phone yet. Lin Changjun said nothing and hung up the phone angrily. Since then, Lin Changjun did not harass Kai Yang for a long time. Kai Yang is filming on the set and has a lot of peace and quiet. Brother Kai, this is our first time acting together. Sister Ching said that you have great acting skills. She asked me to learn from you. Please take care of me. Dilliangzi handed over a cup of coffee and said. Kai Yang was originally acting opposite Xu Jiaojiao, and was a little surprised as he hadn't seen Di Liezi on the set for a long time. Wait a minute. Dilliangzi, okay, I'll wait for you. Xu Jiaojiao was very nervous at the beginning of the scene, but now she is much better and can act smoothly. Whenever she didn't understand something, she would ask Kai Yang directly, treating him as a respected elder. Suddenly, Dilliangzi interrupted and said, Huh? Brother Kai and Jiaojiao have a really good relationship. As expected of the male and female protagonists, Jiaojiao treats the staff very coldly. A sarcastic tone. There was panic in Xu Jiaojiao's eyes, and she almost subconsciously asked Kai Yang for help. Kai Yang also guessed that Dilliangzi must have bullied Xu Jiaojiao a lot. Jiaojiao is a slow warmer, she'll get used to it after knowing each other for a while. Student Dilliangzi, not everyone gets excited as quickly as you do. Kai Yang's eyes became meaningful. Dilliangzi always felt like she was seen through and felt very uncomfortable. Har, no, I'm slow to warm up too, it's normal, I didn't mean to say anything wrong with Jiaojiao. Kai Yang, well, let's go over there and rehearse. Dilliangzi was sweating profusely. She only found out from Li Qing's ear that this drama was invested by Kai Yang. At first I couldn't believe it. How could an outdated actor have so much money to invest in a TV series? Now it seems that Kai Yang is really capable. Brother Kai should know the relationship between me and Sister Ching, right? Kai Yang frowned slightly. I know, what's wrong? The night before last, I actually slept with Sister Ching in her room. You seem to live across from her. Did you hear any strange noises at night? Kai Yang. His mother tongue is speechless. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Dilliangzi continued casually, it seems like a man and a woman. The more I listen, the more it sounds like Brother Kai's voice. It really does sound like that. Kai Yang's voice and expression were stern. What do you want to say? Just say it. Dilliangzi is also a brave person and she speaks directly what is on her mind. Actually, that must be Brother Kai. Sister Ching also said it sounds like your voice. Who is that girl? She seems to be in the crew. After hearing the latter sentence, Kai Yang calmed down. As long as you don't recognize Yarn Shi's voice, it's fine. I went to bed early that night because I had scenes to shoot the next morning. Who would be like some young people who stay up late at night and disturb others? Dilly Sakurako was very embarrassed. Har har, yes, people like this are really annoying. She felt a little guilty. Kai Yang continued, yes, this kind of person only cares about his own feelings, is immoral, and has poor quality. Dilly Yingzi wanted to say something, but held it back. You? What do you want to say? Nothing. I ate too much at noon and feel a little uncomfortable. I want to rest for a while. Dilly Yingzi found a place to sit down and rest, not wanting to listen to Kai Yang. Kai Yang knew it very well, but he didn't point it out directly. Well, have a good rest. If we don't rehearse later, we'll just start. If you make a lot of ings, your sister Ching may not tolerate you. I'm so angry. Dilly Yingzi had a good rest, let's act together. Kai Yang put down the script and cleared his throat. Bring it on. Why do you open your mouth so wide? No, brother Kai, you don't even look at the script when you're acting. Have you memoized all the lines? Kai Yang nodded calmly. Yeah, I remember it after just one look. This is also thanks to the cheat code given by the system. Before, he would fall asleep after reading just a few lines of a script. Dilly Yingzi was shocked and silently gave a thumbs up, which further increased her favorability towards Kai Yang. Don't be too excited. Especially when she saw Kai Yang's effortless acting skills, she didn't react and didn't catch the role. Kai Yang frowned and asked, time is limited, please don't be distracted, okay? I don't want to work overtime. Dilly Yingzi put away her straightforward attitude and stopped speaking directly. She said apologetically, okay, sorry. He wanted to touch Kai Yang with his arm, but Kai Yang dodged it without leaving a trace. Play well. Dilly Sakurako. She was so proactive and leaned on him several times, but he didn't know what to do. Chapter 32 Wife, open the door. For some reason, Dilly Sakurako has a woman's sixth sense. She always felt that the man among the male and female voices she heard that night was Kai Yang. And that woman is most likely Xu Jiaojiao. Dilly Yingzi felt that the role of the heroine Xu Jiaojiao came in an unfair way, which made her feel even worse. Just because the money she was with was not as good as the one Xu Jiaojiao was with, she didn't get the role of the female lead. Kai Yang felt uncomfortable all over and didn't want to stay with Dilly Yingzi for another minute. This woman's ambition and purpose are so obvious. Dilly Yingzi is very similar to Jiang Xiaocui, except that Jiang Xiaocui is more bold and reveals her thoughts and puts them into action. A woman like Dilly Yingzi is scheming. She sends Kai Yang ambiguous messages, but she appears calm on the surface. You should adjust your state first. When you are in good condition, come and play with me again. Kai Yang is the male lead and has 1 or 2 times more scenes than Dilrabber Dilmurat. Time is precious and I don't have time to waste with Dilrabber Dilmurat. Dilly Sakurako still wanted to keep him. Hey, wait a minute, I was just distracted by your acting, brother Kai, and forgot my lines. I'm fine in my current state. She was confused. According to her previous routine, it would be fine if Kai Yang didn't take the bait, but he actually just left like that. She felt that she could not accept this result. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary. She just flirted a little. Don't men love flirting with women? Kai Yang did not stop because of this. When he came out and saw Li Qing, he looked at him meaningfully. Di Li Yingzi and my boyfriend are not in the right mood, I think you can help her adjust. If Director Li has time, you can go in and help her adjust, and rehearse the scenes. Then we can just start shooting. There's no problem on my end. Li Qing was confused. Wasn't she fine just now? That shouldn't be the case with her acting skills. It seems like your acting is too good and she is not experienced enough to catch up. Li Qing really felt that Kai Yang was a promising talent and couldn't help but praise him. I also feel in my heart that a man like Kai Yang will sooner or later make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. As long as Kai Yang wants. Be good, let daddy see the baby. Kai Yang returned to their hotel and called Yarn Shi. 2 little babies were sitting on the furry floor, with their chubby baby flesh. If Kai Yang was there, he would definitely not be able to help but rush over and give them a rub. Fat baby, fat baby. Moer had a sky blue pacifier in her mouth and was much more well behaved today. Normally, her speech would be unclear and no one would be able to hear what she was saying, but Moa kept mumbling and humming. You will definitely be a chatterbox in the future. Compared to Moa, the good baby Yinger next to her is much more well behaved. She holds a pink pacifier in her mouth and raises her two little hands towards the camera. She is so cute. Daddy. As soon as he opened his mouth, the pacifier fell out. She started calling Dad in front of the camera in a baby voice. A closer voice, Yarn she pretended to be unhappy and said, You only call Dad and not Mom, Mom is very angry. The innocent Yarn she appeared in the camera, with her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed up, and she looked to the other side, angrily, and several emoticons of venting anger automatically appeared in her mind. Yinger was very smart. She crawled on the ground to Yarn she, revealing 2 rows of sparse teeth. Mom. Yarn she looked at Yinger's 2 rows of pitifully few teeth and was immediately tickled. She covered her stomach and laughed. Yinger clenched her little fleshy hands into a small circle, placed them above her ears, tilted her little head, and 3 question marks that gradually shrank appeared. Mama? Kai Yang on the video call couldn't help but cough twice. He also saw the 2 rows of pitifully few teeth, indeed. Very cute. Kai Yang said, Have you received any notice recently? Yes, but it's okay. I can choose the one that's closer to home. It's impossible for the 2 kids to fly around with me. At least I can come back once every 3 days. Yarn she rubbed Moa and Yinger's furry heads, and the 2 babies shook their heads cooperatively. How long will it take you to finish filming this drama? 2 months. Why, did you miss me? Kai Yang teased. Yarn she's earlobes blushed in embarrassment. What are your plans after filming this drama? Will you continue filming or what? Now that they are both married and have 2 babies, Kai Yang naturally doesn't hide anything. I will film if I see a script I like and am interested in, and the rest of the time I will focus on behind the scenes. After all, everyone knows that singers and actors are just commodities packaged by capital, and they are clearly priced. It's easy to make money in the industry, but I don't need it. I don't want to win the Best Actor award at the moment. I mainly want to learn the routines of entertainment companies and package more artists. Do you have any good artist resources to recommend? Yarn she often said, I also run an entertainment company. If I had the resources, why wouldn't I keep them for myself and push them to you, my future competitor? Kai Yang also said in a joking tone, the great actress Yarn thinks too highly of me. She actually regards me as a future competitor. Yarn she subconsciously said, I believe you. As a result, Kai Yang suddenly said something inappropriate. After all, we are competitors now. Tonight. Yarn she was angry and embarrassed. Speak properly. During the day, too. Okay, you just woke up this morning. Shut up. Har har har. Kai Yang laughed happily. His 3 great joys in life. Make your wife blush. Make your wife cry. Kiss my twin daughters. By the way, Jiang Xiaoya seems to have noticed something and is asking her financial sponsor Li Dier for information about me. I don't know what she wants to do, but it's probably not a good thing. Yarn she suddenly brought up this topic. Kai Yang was a little confused. Why did you suddenly mention that woman? Why do you care so much about her? Is your wife jealous? I don't want to bother with you. It seems that I guessed right, wife. Why are you calling me? I heard that if you call your wife 3 times a day, 1 wife will become 3 wives. 3 wives? How dare you? Har har har, just kidding. Saying it 3 times means that your wife is very important. I like you very much. How silly. You are stupid. Yarn she was busy with her career before and had no time for a relationship. She was a young woman who was just beginning to fall in love, and she was caught off guard by the man's straightforward confession. But more of it is heartbeat. Her heart was beating so fast that she felt her heart had never beaten so fast even when she was filming action scenes. My wife is blushing. I'm sorry. It's my husband's fault. I'll punish him to come and accompany you. My wife, open the door. Where did you learn all this, huh? Chapter 33, If you change jobs, remember to pay the penalty. Yarn she was stunned and looked out the window with a silly look. She has the habit of locking the first floor door at home. There was a car parked at the door, and she recognized it as one of the cars in Kai Yang's garage. Why did you come back so suddenly? Yang Shi opened the door and looked up at the man. Only she knew how excited she was at that moment. Few women would not be moved by a man who can appear beside them at will. She felt her heart was about to jump out. As for the professional ethics of a movie queen, on the surface she still acted very well and calmly. But this is just her own good acting. Kai Yang took in the pink on Yang Shi's earlobe. It looks like a kiss, so cute. Kai Yang smiled and said, I missed you, so I came in. He found that he was quite similar to Yang Shi. If I miss someone, I will squeeze out some free time and be by her side. Never keep it in your heart. No woman is immune to a man's bluntness. Yang Shi was no exception. She scolded, you are missing your baby. Kai Yang picked up Yinger and touched her soft face, which felt even more comfortable than a small puff. Fat baby, so cute. I have to treat my two daughters equally. He picked up Moore again and was about to rub her, but Moore pushed him away with her little fleshy hands in disgust. Don't let. Kai Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He disliked his father at such a young age. What would happen in the future? I will interact more with my twin daughters and spend more time with them in the future. Both the baby and the mother want it. He responded to Yang Shi's words. Yang Shi snorted coldly. You're back just in time. There's a scripted dating variety show that invited me to be a judge in the little house, but I don't really want to go. Will you go? If you go, I can ask my friends to recommend you. Dating variety shows in recent years have high ratings and exposure rates due to specially crafted dating scripts. If you participate in variety shows in your free time, you can make yourself familiar to passers-by and directors. Kai Yang remembered that Yang Qingjin had mentioned a dating variety show before, and Jiang Xieye was a guest in it. Jiang Xieye is one of the guests. Is it from that romance show? Yang Shi shook her head, I don't know. Why? If she's there, you go, but if she's not, you don't go. Kai Yang, on the contrary, if she is involved, I will try not to participate. Even if I am not involved in the relationship and just comment on it in the small house, it is better not to do so. I know the personalities of Yang Qingjin and Jiang Xieye. They will not miss any opportunity to create topics. In addition, I just played the male lead in a TV series, and I will be able to accumulate a certain number of fans when it is broadcast. My main focus now is to promote artists under my company, such as our only artist Xu Jiaojiao. Yan Shi is a smart person and she roughly understands what Kai Yang means. Jiang Xieye seems to have found a new sponsor. She has fallen out with Li Dier. It seems that she can fulfill the condition I proposed to her, win the leading roles in 2 dramas within 2 months. In fact, if she wanted to terminate the contract with Jiang Xieye, it would only take a few minutes and she would just have to pay some liquidated damages. But this will affect the reputation of her company. Of course, if Kai Yang personally asked her to terminate the contract with Jiang Xieye, she would agree even if it was not good for the company. Kai Yang asked in confusion, why is our great actress Yang so concerned about Jiang Xieye? They are all in the past now. Yang Shi felt wronged. She muttered softly, I just want to help you vent your anger. Although it was just a mumble, Kai Yang still heard it. Okay, my wife is the best to me. I know my wife is doing this for my own good. I am so happy to have a wife who always thinks of me. Yang Shi said modestly, don't think too much, I only care about you because you are my baby's father. Kai Yang exposed her with one word. People who share a bed still have feelings for each other. Although but. Yang Shi touched her heart and asked herself, she seemed to care too much about Kai Yang. The crew of You Are Not Human. Kai Yang spent most of the day following the crew and watching everyone perform. Even if he didn't have a part to play, he would stand by and watch with a frown. After all, he invested the most effort in this drama, and it was also the first TV series he invested in and filmed, so he would definitely put more effort into it. All things are difficult at the beginning. There were many things I didn't understand the first time, but I gradually became familiar with many things about the crew. Kai Yang watched the supporting actors filming with a serious expression. Xu Jiaojiao came over, watched for a while, and then obediently recited her lines. She was too embarrassed to be lazy. Because the resources Kai Yang provided her were really good. She played the leading female role as soon as she debuted, and her starting point was higher than most female stars. Jiaojiao, come here for a moment. Kai Yang saw Xu Jiaojiao and happened to have something to say to her, so he called her. What happened to brother Kai? We are discussing a variety show. Don't ask for leave these days. Keep it for backup. The variety show will be recorded in installments. When the time comes, you can just go directly to Director Lee and write a note for leave. Kai Yang instructed, and he also told Xu Jiaojiao's assistant several precautions. Assistant Wang, if you hear any staff or actors say bad things about Jiaojiao, please write it down and tell me. Don't let them make it a habit, or many people who don't know the truth will be confused. Xu Jiaojiao was very grateful. Thank you so much, Brother Kai. Don't worry about what others think, gold will always shine. Kai Yang, acting as an elder, told her a lot of stories from the past. You've just entered the entertainment industry, and there are many things you don't understand. You don't know how to get around other people's language traps. Don't be too anxious. Take your time, okay? Yeah, don't worry, Brother Kai. Dilliangzi came over at this time. Why are you two always together every time I come here? You have such a good relationship. This is the first time I've seen a boss and his own artist have such a good relationship. Kai Yang smiled and said, I'm the only one, so of course we have a good relationship. If Ingzi switches to my company, I will never be partial. We just happen to be short of artists. Dilly Sakurako's eyes kept wandering between the two of them, trying to find the floor. But Xu Jiaojia was not flustered and nothing could be seen. Kai Yang also answered calmly. Dilly Ingzi frowned. Okay, Brother Kai, remember to pay the penalty. By the way, do you know Jiang Xiaoye? Xu Jiaojia searched her mind for a while, then shook her head. I don't know him. Dilly Ingzi looked at Kai Yang with a smile. What about Brother Kai? Kai Yang. The stubborn ex-girlfriend. I've seen him before, but we weren't very familiar with each other. Do you know Jiang Xiaoye? Dilly Ingzi replied meaningfully, oh tilde, so that's how it is. I just heard Xiaoye asking about Brother Kai's news, and I thought you two knew each other very well. I have known her for a short time, but I feel that we met too late. Kai Yang looked at Li Qing, who was working diligently not far away, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He always felt that Li Qing had countless hats on his head, but only Li Qing himself was unaware. Chapter 34 Yarn Shi's best friend, never stop drinking. When the staff get together to gossip, they talk about nothing but the dirty things in the entertainment industry. They all know everything, but the fans of those artists are kept in the dark. I heard that the handsome actor was caught by his wife as a mistress. Oh my god, is this what I thought? Really? I can testify. My cousin was at the scene at the time. She went with the woman to catch the man. In the end, it seemed that the man gave her money and suppressed her. This can be suppressed. But it will come out sooner or later. Quick, I'm going to expose it anonymously online, and then I'll be a prophet, ha 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 ha. By the way, I heard that the biggest investor in our show is Kai Yang, is this true? It feels real. I saw him staying on set every day to discuss the plot with the director. He was more serious than the director. But I seem to remember that he was banned by Director Yuan. Where does he get the money? He's probably rich, maybe he's a second-generation rich man who came to the entertainment industry to experience life. He's handsome, gentle and doesn't get angry. How nice it would be if I had a boyfriend like him, woo. Calm down bro. You're a man. Oops, I accidentally let it slip. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone, check out the hot searches. Holy crap, someone is saying that the actress might be married. This is a follow-up to the previous melon. Hashyarn, she gets married. The first thing you see when you click on it is a video posted by Entertainment Brother. The outfit of the woman in the photo is exactly the same as in the last trending search. In this video, a woman is walking side by side with a man without any physical contact. But they went into the Civil Affairs Bureau. The comment section exploded. I must have gotten up too fast today. I didn't see it. Damn, I can't fool myself, the 3 words Civil Affairs Bureau are too big, I can't even pretend to be blind. Quick, my wife, please issue a statement to refute the rumors. I will believe whatever my wife says. I suddenly remembered a song Yarn she released before, and it's especially appropriate to play it now. I said I love you. Baby, please don't believe it. True love definitely exists in the world. But not me and you. The brother upstairs is heartbroken. Don't force me to commit harakiri any minute. Hurry up and do seppuku, don't force me to run over to you and watch you do it. Kai Yang had just finished his work and saw this trending search. He sent a message to Yang Shi. Kai Yang, have you seen the trending searches? The reply came almost instantly. YX, I've seen it. Don't worry about me. I have a public relations officer here. Afterwards, Kai Yang saw that Yang Shi's studio had issued an announcement. The specific content can be translated as: the man is the cousin of actress Yang Shi. Yang Shi accompanied her cousin to get a marriage certificate that day, and her cousin's wife was also present. However, the entertainment public account took his words out of context and deliberately cut out the cousin's wife in order to deceive uninformed people and gain traffic. 8 out of 10 rumors debunked in the entertainment industry are true. Kai Yang was not surprised. The entertainment public account has no substantial evidence, so what even if it filmed video of people entering and leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau? Even if it is that kind of video, the studio and the capital have ways to clean it up. Yang Shi was on the hot search list again and again because of this matter, which aroused Kai Yang's vigilance. Someone has been eyeing Yang Shi, so he needs to be more cautious in the future. Just as Kai Yang was thinking this, Yang Shi sent him a message asking him to come out and meet her, saying that they had something to discuss. There's no one else in the cafe. The only counter attendant was the boss. As soon as Kai Yang came in and sat down, Yang Shi came out blatantly. He was surprised for a moment, then lowered his head and pretended not to know him. Yang Shi sat opposite him and said with a smile, "Don't be so scared, this cafe is opened by my best friend, she knows about our affairs and won't tell anyone." Kai Yang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the boss. Estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall, he almost mistook Yang Shi's best friend for a man with long hair at first. However, his appearance was obviously female. He wore sneakers and his hard arm muscles were exposed. Muscular girl? Kai Yang's mouth twitched, and he felt a chill on his back for some reason. Feeling very guilty. Women these days are stronger than men. Yang Shi introduced, "This is my best friend's good friend, named Kakimi, and my best friend is the one below. Midwa, his coming." Kai Yang was stunned. It turns out he really is a man with long hair. The long-haired Kakimi raised his orchid finger, pressed against his hard muscles, and said in a rather girlish tone, "You're so annoying. Why are you staring at me? I've never seen a muscular guy like him tilde. This is a sexy ending." Fortunately, the coffee Kai Yang ordered was not ready yet, otherwise he would have sprayed it out in his mouth. Yang Shi stepped out to mediate and said awkwardly, "Har har, Kai Yang is like this, he likes to look at men with muscles." When Kakimi heard this, his big eyes, which had originally been full of disdain, suddenly brightened as he looked at Kai Yang, as if he was excited to see a fellow creature. "Really? I have lots of other muscles." He is a strong man, and his voice, words and actions reveal a sinister aura. What a huge contrast. Kai Yang coughed twice and forced himself to remain calm. "I'm fine, I don't like it that much, har har." Then he glared at Yang Shi, he knew she did it on purpose. Yang Shi stuck out her tongue mischievously. Slightly tilde. Unexpectedly, Kakimi dropped another bombshell. "Does that mean you prefer touching?" Kai Yang. I have never been so speechless in my life. This question is actually not that bad. But it always feels weird when a man asks another man. Maybe he has seen too many relationships like that in the entertainment industry, so everything he sees seems weird to him. Yang Shi was trying to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't help it anymore and laughed secretly. Kai Yang glared at her angrily. This woman must have remembered the grudge from last time and is taking this opportunity to take revenge. A woman came out from under the counter in front of Kakimi. She had light black skin, red lips and big golden wavy hair, exuding a European and American style. "I guess this person is Yang Shi's best friend, am I duo?" Maido held 2 bottles of beer in her hands and bit them open with her side teeth, casually, confidently and domineeringly. "Xiao Ka and Shimaya, please stop teasing that little brother. Don't make him break down. Come on, I'm in a good mood today, none of you leave, let's drink until we're drunk." Kakimi took out a bottle of red wine from 8 or 9 years old. "What's the point of drinking beer? If you're brave enough, let's compete in drinking red wine tilde." Suddenly, the area in front of Kai Yang was filled with bottles and jars. It's all kinds of alcohol. The corner of his mouth twitched. Isn't this a cafe? If he hadn't seen the name of the store when he came in, he would have thought this was a bar. Chapter 35, Introducing resources to make you more comfortable. Mido curled his lips. Oh my. You can't drink alcohol in a cafe. There are people drinking mineral water in the bar. She said whatever came to her mind. I heard that you two haven't taken any real action since you got married, so I'll make it more fun for you this time. Come on, the more you drink, the more fun you'll have. Kai Yang and Yan Shi looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. We asked him to come here not only to get to know you, but also to talk about something. What is it? I've already said that I won't be an ancient maidservant standing by to add to your fun. What are you thinking? I just want to coordinate work with Kai Yang here, and I want you to help cover for me. Yang Shi didn't even dare to look at Kai Yang. She had already cursed her bestie 1,000 times in her heart for being unreliable and saying anything. Meeker has always been bold and unrestrained. He looked very interested in the last second, but instantly lost interest and looked listless. Oh, it's just a small matter. I thought it was something else. After that, she stood on tiptoe, hooked her hands around Karkimi's neck, and wrapped them around him naturally. Inseparable. Karkimi's eyes were filled with affection as he smiled and said, "You damn bitch, you only know how to play with me." Meeker's movements became more wanton. You don't like women anyway, so it's impossible for us to just play around as a pastime between friends. It's fun for both of us. The two men changed their postures again and again, and then they started fighting at the checkout counter. Completely ignore the two light bulbs next to it. Yan Shi opened his mouth in shock. He had never seen the two of them like this before. She pulled Kai Yang to sit at the farthest seat, where there happened to be a potted plant that could block that area, so that the two inseparable people could not be seen. Yan Shi and Kai Yang looked up at each other, then tacitly turned their heads away from each other. Fortunately, the noise over there was not loud and you couldn't hear it unless you listened carefully. But if they don't speak, the sound over there becomes very obvious. Not far away, open-minded men and women. Yan Shi had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "You have an artist named Xu Jiaojiao under your company. If I remember correctly, you want to focus on training her, right?" Kai Yang nodded and replied, "Yes, I think she has great potential, and I'm still contacting people for follow-up resources." Yang Shi frowned unhappily. "Why are you contacting someone else? There's someone with a lot of resources in front of you, why don't you seize it?" Yang Shi glanced at Kai Yang secretly, then quickly raised her head proudly and put her hands on her shoulders. It seemed as if there was a line of words written on her: I have resources, come to me for help. Cute and silly. A strange and silly woman. Kai Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he just followed her words. I'm afraid that if I ask her for help, she will dislike me, so I'd better do it myself. With some effort and money, it shouldn't take long to get it done. Yang Shi was originally very reserved and wanted Kai Yang to take the initiative to find her. She felt that her hint was obvious enough. Kai Yang is still too independent and not sensible at all. In desperation, she had to say directly, I have resources. We are all family anyway, so it doesn't matter if I introduce you to something. You don't need to refuse. It's my business if I want to give it to you, and it's your business if you want it or not. Anyway, I just want to introduce you to resources. Kai Yang always felt that these words sounded like the words of a love-minded person who does not ask for anything in return. Okay, thank you, my wife. You've worked so hard. I'll definitely reward you when I have some free time to make you more comfortable. Yang Shi. The sound not far away suddenly became intense, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Don't be so funny. Tell me, do you think I'm in love? Yang Shi was very nervous and asked. Kai Yang was silent for 2 seconds. What a silly woman. The definition of love brain is that if only one of the two people is giving, then the other person is love brained. If we both give, it doesn't count. If you think you must be in love, then I will be your wife's licker, okay? Does this make you feel better? Yang Shi's fair face seemed to turn yellow. Is that what she thought it meant? I recall that scene and the feeling I had at that time in my mind. Why don't you speak? Kai Yang raised his eyebrows in pleasure, propped up his chin with one hand and watched his little wife blushing. Every time they met, he couldn't help but want to tease her. I want to see her blush. I want to see her cry. Yang Shi's earlobes became redder as the man stared at her. She changed the subject and said, let me talk to you about resources first. You said you don't want to show up in the entertainment industry for the time being and you don't have any intention of becoming an actor. That means you have to support Xu Jiaojiao. I have selected resources for several dramas and a variety show for her. The first one is the female lead in a sweet drama. Originally, the director offered me a high salary to play the role, but I have played this kind of drama before and now I mainly take on big productions and want to break through the most popular work award, so I declined the offer. However, I told the director that I was optimistic about a junior and pushed Xu Jiajia's information to him. He and I have known each other for a long time. I made my debut by playing in his sweet drama before, so he agreed. The contract for this drama can be handed directly to you for signing. Kai Yang silently gave a thumbs up. As expected of my wife, awesome. As expected of my husband, you narcissist. Yan Shi gritted his teeth and retorted. Kai Yang was not to be outdone, childish ghost. Yan Shi glared at her coquettishly, with a sweet look of a young girl. She is usually very cool and mature, but I don't know what happened, but when she is with Kai Yang, she always can't help but become childish. Yan Shi suddenly remembered a sentence that was the best reason to describe becoming childish. People who are in love, whether men or women, will regress to their ancestors and become very childish if they feel happy. The remaining few TV series have artists from my company as the female leads. I will keep the roles with high plasticity for Xu Jiajiao. Don't set your sights too high. Not everyone can become famous overnight, and there won't always be female leads. Many of the more well-known actors nowadays started out by playing small roles and then supporting roles and gradually rose to the top. The entertainment industry is not the playground you had as a child. Even if your parents are there to protect you, it's impossible for everything to go your way. I know an actress with a bad temper. Because her debut drama was a big production, she started to get carried away. She would not take any other dramas that were not big productions, and she ruthlessly rejected invitations to ordinary dramas. The result can be imagined. Later, she could not even film ordinary TV dramas and could only play small supporting roles. In the end, she could not make any money, so she directly retired from the circle and found a rich businessman to become a rich wife. Chapter 36, Hubby, I'm a very good boy. Those producers are not fools. The entertainment industry changes artists very quickly. If you don't act, there are many people waiting in line who want to act. Don't be stupid because of your high standards and miss a lot of opportunities. I'll take the chance if I get one. Of course, I don't mean to take any really bad drama. I'll take any ordinary drama as long as the plot is okay. Nowadays, whether it's novels, TV series or movies, the themes and stories are all pretty much the same. They are based on a formula with a little bit of innovation added in. This is true for every show, including some big productions. You won't get to star in those very innovative shows. The top artists have already been chosen by the capital behind them, and newcomers don't even have the qualifications to audition. Yan Shi suddenly realized that she had actually told Kai Yang so much. I feel a little uneasy. You don't think I talk too much, do you? Kai Yang shook his head and smiled. I am deeply inspired and very useful. Thank you for your teachings, you are worthy of being the movie queen of Yan University. Yan Shi said embarrassedly, no, I said this because I don't want you to go astray. Many entertainment companies and artists can't get off the ground because they went astray in their initial positioning. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Don't bother others. Kai Yang looked at her. In her eyes, Yan Shi seemed to be glowing. A light that is unique to her. People who speak freely about the areas they love are indeed very attractive, and the magnetic field around them changes. It makes people feel good. The noise not far away finally subsided. Yan Shi stood up, tilted his head and asked gently, what do you want to drink? I'll get it for you. They should go to the room behind the counter. They are not outside. Kai Yang, bar, I haven't drunk for a long time. Last time I saw my wife drinking so happily, I was so envious. Yan Shi glared at her coquettishly. That's a nice thought. Then she went to the wine cabinet. After a few glances, he picked up a bottle and put it on the table. Just one bottle. Kai Yang personally went to get 2 bottles of wine with a higher concentration. Yan Shi looked at the concentration and shook his head subconsciously. It's too strong, I can't drink it. It's okay, drink some. I really can't drink it, how about I go make a cup of coffee? Okay, then, we will hold a cup of coffee in our left hand and a bottle of wine in our right hand. I heard that drinking wine mixed with coffee is better than drinking wine mixed with water, and it can reduce the concentration of the wine. Kai Yang said seriously. Yang Shi hesitated. Really? Really? If you don't believe me, just try it and you'll know. Kai Yang held back his laughter and tried his best to fool him. Watching the dazed woman take a sip of coffee and then a sip of wine, the system couldn't help but ask, is this the legendary pregnancy that makes people stupid for 3 years? Kai Yang said like a protective child, don't talk nonsense, she is cute. She is innocent. The system is ashamed, isn't being simple just stupid. Then I realized that I was fed a mouthful of dog food. Shit, I can't even go one day in Class B. He wants to resign. He was cursing while working normally. Kai Yang looked at the woman slumped on the table and sighed helplessly. Shrugging innocently. He only asked her to drink a little, she drank so much on her own, it's not his fault. Stupid, don't you know that the higher the concentration of the alcohol, the stronger the after effect? Kai Yang also drank a little, but he was not drunk yet. At most, his mind was a little foggy. I called Secretary Lin, and when he came over, I saw two lovers cuddling together, very close to each other. Secretary Lin was slightly surprised when he saw his boss's face. Didn't he expect that the boss, who has always been thrifty when traveling, would have such a habit? The cafe is booked so that people outside cannot see inside, but they can see outside. The boss and the woman were inside watching the passers-by outside. Secretary Lin usually reads a lot of novels, so he automatically imagined what happened. I thought the boss was having too much fun and was drinking to liven up the mood. He patted Kai Yang's shoulder gently. Boss, I'm here to pick you up, you. Kai Yang raised his head, revealing the face of the woman under him that he had just covered. He was still awake and had not fallen into a deep sleep. He stood up and took a while to calm himself before he could stand steadily. Secretary Lin stared blankly at Yang Shi's delicate and beautiful face, which was so beautiful that it didn't seem like a real person. He was dumbfounded. This, isn't this Yang Shi? She is a movie queen, such a big shot, how could the boss know her and be together with her? Kai Yang patted his shoulder and signaled him to calm down. I was so excited that my legs were shaking. Calm down, I'll hold her, you go and drive the car out. Even though Secretary Lin no longer dared to believe it, he still had some rationality left. Go out obediently and look back every few steps. Wow, his world collapsed. Yang Shi is the dream lover of many men. She is also his. Now she is lying in Kai Yang's arms, humming a few words from time to time. She is so cute, like a pure and innocent high school girl. Is this still the aloof Yang Shi that he knows? Secretary Lin remembered that he had never seen Yang Shi so gentle and well-behaved before. Before, she always had the image of a high-class flower. When Kai Yang got in the car and let go of Yang Shi hugged him tightly in a daze and did not let go. Don't go, hug me. A sweet voice of coquettishness, as sweet as honey. Kai Yang rubbed his temples. He also felt a little uncomfortable, but he still stretched out his hand for her to hug. Yang Shi's little head rested on his shoulder, like a little bird. She looked so well behaved, just like the girl next door. Kai Yang, okay, don't go, be good, don't move. Yang Shi groaned. Honey, I'm so good. So obedient. Secretary Lin acted as the driver. He gritted his teeth and accepted the attack with tears in his eyes while sitting at the driver's seat. His goddess actually calls Boss Kai husband. Woo, he doesn't want to live anymore. This is what adult life is like. You never know when something might happen and it might suddenly collapse. Kai Yang knew that Secretary Lin could hear their conversation, but he didn't care. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Secretary Lin could not afford to pay the penalty. He rubbed Yang Shi's soft hair lovingly, and Yang Shi's little head shook cooperatively. Like a good little kitten, even if she doesn't speak, her every move is showing her cuteness, so adorable. Little liar. You obviously don't listen every night. When your husband runs away, he grabs your ankle and drags you back. You still don't behave after coming back. Your husband doesn't bully you anymore, but you come up to me again. You want to tie me to death. Yang Shi hummed and moaned, looking very innocent. In her sweet dream, she could not hear Kai Yang's mumbling. The woman looked heartless, and Kai Yang said helplessly, there is no way, you are my woman, no matter how much you like to make trouble, I can only spoil you. Secretary Lin in front was hit repeatedly and his hair turned into an afro. He probably shouldn't have been in the car. You should reflect on your mistakes by facing the wall under the car. Chapter 37, My Parents Call from Home. Secretary Lin asked tremblingly, "Boss, may I ask what is your relationship with her?" Damn it, even though he knew he shouldn't ask this, he still couldn't hold back his anger. Kai Yang raised his eyebrows. "We have done what we should and shouldn't do. What do you think the relationship will be? Just sign the confidentiality agreement and be quiet." Secretary Lin nodded respectfully, feeling like crying but without tears. "I can only watch my beloved goddess and my boss being so sweet. And he was acting as their driver and escort. There's nothing I can do, the boss gave me too much." Kai Yang handed Xu Jiaojiao a few contracts and sipped his coffee calmly. "Look, there are 3 dramas in it, 1 female lead, 2 female supporting roles, and a variety show. They will start filming this month. When the time comes, you can ask director Li for leave and go out to record the variety show." Xu Jiaojiao was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She had just signed the contract and Kai Yang had given her so many resources. "I dare not even think about it." "Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard." Kai Yang nodded and motioned for her to go out. He will have a video call with the babies later, and will keep in touch with them regularly when he is not with them. Care about children's growth. Xu Jiaojiao bowed and walked out very carefully. Suddenly, she couldn't help but come back. She asked cautiously, "Boss, I have always had a question. You have so many resources, why don't you give them to yourself, but support me? Of course, I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious why. Doesn't the boss want to win the Best Actor award or something?" In Xu Jiaojiao's eyes, there is no actor in the entertainment industry who doesn't want to become the best actor or actress. But she had never seen anyone like Kai Yang who had no desires and was wholeheartedly supporting others. What words can be used to describe her feelings towards Kai Yang? Stay clean and untainted by the mud. I don't care at all whether I'm popular or not, or whether I have money or not. This mentality is so admirable. In Xu Jiaojiao's eyes, Kai Yang is not only her mentor, but also her teacher, and her benefactor whom she can never repay. So she hoped Kai Yang was doing well and couldn't help wanting to know more about him. This is the way a woman thinks. She pays special attention to some things about her benefactor. Even Xu Jiaojiao herself didn't know it. She thought it was a teacher-student relationship. In fact, other things have been secretly growing in my heart. At a desperate moment in her life, her parents were in a car accident and were in ICU, owing heavy debts. She originally wanted to end her life at this point. It was Kai Yang who gave her a hand. This benefactor not only recognized me, but also saved my life. Kai Yang raised his head and glanced at Xu Jiaojiao. This clean face, as pure as a piece of white paper, is a typical and distinctive movie face. This was the first product he selected for investment. If Xu Jiaojiao doesn't show any improvement next year, he will no longer waste his time and energy on her. Others are artists waiting for him to support them. But Kai Yang had clearly sensed that Xu Jiaojiao was particularly concerned about his affairs, and something was wrong. He said coldly, "Don't ask about the boss's affairs. Just do your own job. This is not your business." He would not give Xu Jiaojiao any hope. Xu Jiaojiao stood there in embarrassment. In her impression, Kai Yang has always been a gentle person, but now his attitude towards her has changed so quickly. She was a smart person and understood what Kai Yang meant. He was warning her not to have any uneasy thoughts about him. He secretly said that it was impossible for him and her. Xu Jiaojiao felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, but she still endured the pain. Her lips turned pale, her fingers tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, and she forced a smile. "I'm sorry, I talked too much. I won't do it again next time." Kai Yang lowered his head, too lazy to look at her. From the moment he bound the system, he was on the path of becoming a ruthless capitalist. He has no interest in his own merchandise. If a female artist's relationship is exposed, it will be difficult for her to be promoted again. If she can be promoted, it will cost twice as much money, time and energy. There are many more artists who can't wait to come to the fore. They can replace you. Do you understand what I mean? What this means is that if Xu Jiaojiao's relationship affects her career in the future, he has someone else who can replace her. He could abandon her at any time. Xu Jiaojiao's heart ached deeply and her voice became hoarse. I know all the rules in this circle. You have been very kind to me and I will not let you down." He didn't know whether he would let Kai Yang down in the future, but he would not put all his resources on Xu Jiaojiao. He has been looking for other potential candidates recently. It is impossible for the company to always have only Xu Jiaojiao as the artist. He also wanted to use this opportunity to put some pressure on Xu Jiaojiao so that she would be more motivated. After Xu Jiaojiao left, Secretary Lin broke out in sweat. Boss, Jiaojiao is not very good at socializing and is quite introverted. If you put pressure on her like this. Kai Yang smiled and said, this is a small problem. I can protect her at the beginning, but she will have to grow on her own in the end. A mature artist should be able to face these easily. Xiao Lin, you have to understand one thing, no one is unchanging, only she doesn't want to change. Secretary Lin thought about it and felt that what he said made sense, so he stopped talking. In fact, I have secretly called Kai Yang an old fox several times. Baby is so good, daddy gives you a kiss. Kai Yang kissed the person across the screen. Every day when he talks to the babies on the phone, his expression becomes much softer. Suddenly, a call came in and the previous conversation was cut off. It says it's Ji Changwook. This is his biological father. According to the original plot, after Kai Yang's death, Kai's family was unwilling to claim his body and had never visited him. The result is that each organ is hastily processed by the industrial chain behind it. Kai Yang hesitated for a few seconds and chose to answer the call. Sure enough, the person on the other side kept swearing. You rebellious son, you still remember to answer the phone. You've had enough of being out there, why don't you come back? Are you still dreaming? You make a living in the entertainment industry, isn't it said that you make a lot of money? How come you haven't even bought a house? Your brother recently passed the civil service exam, got a girlfriend who is a judge, bought an apartment, and took out a loan to buy a new car. Look at yourself now, what kind of talk is that? Ji Changwook has very traditional ideas. The older generation is all like this, they value face more than anything else, and think that a stable job is not only secure, but also gives them face. This is why they have never liked him. Kai Yang himself also felt this and was not prepared to tell them that he was married, had children, and had countless properties. He knows them too well. He has favored his brother Chizuzu since he was a child because his brother's grades were better than his. Every time the two brothers fought, their parents would always stand on his brother's side. Chapter 38, Vampire Brother and Partial Parents. Kai Yang was very calm. What's up? It's like a fist hitting a sponge, leaving a big hole. Ji Changwook felt uncomfortable and his tone was still very bad. Come back more often if you have nothing to do. If you don't know, you would think your brother is the only child in our Kai family. Kai Yang pinched his brows and said perfunctorily, I'm busy recently and don't have time. Unexpectedly, the person over there became furious and started chattering non-stop. We asked you to come back and keep us company, but you said you were busy. How can you be that busy? I heard people say you're almost out of business, and you can't make any money acting. I don't know who has such a big mouth. Kai Yang didn't want to think about it, as he was indeed very busy recently. Looking for idols and actors to sign. I am also filming at the same time and have to talk to the babies when I have free time. He had very little time to rest. But you can get through this period of time. All things are difficult at the beginning. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up now. Ji Changwook roared. If you dare to hang up on me now, never come back to the Kai family again, and I will pretend that I don't have a son like you. Kai Yang. If you don't know, you might think he's an ancient emperor with a throne to inherit in his family. He sneered in a nonchalant manner. Ji Changwook was stabbed in the neck. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to come back, just give us some money. Your brother's girlfriend is pregnant. She is about to give birth to her baby in 5 months. Your brother recently took out a loan to buy a house and a car. His monthly salary goes to repay the loan. He has no money. Kai Yang interrupted coldly, don't have children if you don't have money. His time is precious and he really doesn't want to listen to nonsense. If it weren't for the grace of raising him, he would have wanted to cut off ties with this cold-blooded pair of parents to avoid bad luck in the future. Ji Changwook was furious. Speak nicely to me. Just tell me if you have money or not. I want 100,000. 100,000 is enough for your sister-in-law to give birth to a baby. Kai Yang heard this number. I haven't heard such a small number in a long time. He was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Ji Changwook was extremely anxious, speak up. 100,000, if you don't give it to me, I will go to your place and make a scene, and expose you on the internet. Let's see how you can make money by acting in the future. You only know how to spend the money you earn, and don't even know how to give some to your brother. You have no conscience. Kai Yang pursed his lips and said, I was thinking, my brother is a civil servant, and he can't even get 100,000 yuan. Then why be a civil servant? When he was silent just now, he searched the salary of civil servants and was speechless. Although the job is stable, the salary is not satisfactory. Young people should not waste their youth. They should go out and start a career while they are still young and smart. After making enough money, they can go back to their hometown to retire and lie down. Why is he lying down at such a young age? Ji Changwook tried to interrupt several times during the talk, but he couldn't get a word in because he was not good at speaking. Kai Yang continued to output. It's fine if you don't have money, you can save up to buy a house and a car, but you actually got a girl pregnant before you got married. What will the girl's family think of you? You can't even get money for a wedding, you have to borrow from your own brother, you don't have money to have a baby, and even if you get married in the future, you won't have money to do anything. That's enough. Ji Changwook was so angry that his breathing became heavy. He's your brother, how can you say that about him? He had always been proud of his eldest son's admission into the civil service with a stable job. Now that the truth had been revealed in public, he was so angry that he wished he could die on the spot. I have lost my dignity, what's the point of living? Kai Yang waved his hands helplessly. Just say that what I said is not true. If you don't have money, don't have children yet. Wait until you have enough money. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but your wife and children will suffer too. Stop changing the subject, just tell me whether you're going to give me the 100,000 or not. Ji Changwook threatened viciously. For Kai Yang, 100,000 is not enough to even spend on shopping with his wife. But it doesn't mean that they are stupid and have a lot of money. What good will it do me if I give you 100,000? You are my son. It is only natural for me to ask my son for money. Besides, you and your brother grew up together. You didn't even help him when he was in trouble. Are you still a human being? And use this to restrain him. Boring. Kai Yang did not continue the topic. Why do you want me to go back? Just to ask me for money. Ji Changwook lost his patience and became extremely impatient. Your own brother's wedding, aren't you going to attend? Your brother is still waiting for your money for the wedding, when are you going to give it to him? Even before Kai Yang agreed, he was certain that he would get the 100,000 yuan. I can give it to you, but I have conditions. What conditions? You don't want the groom to be you, do you? Ji Changwook asked. Kai Yang rolled his eyes. What kind of train of thought is this? I don't know what kind of idiot can ask such a stupid question. I look down on women who are willing to help themselves to the pole. Ji Changwook frowned. Indeed, but she doesn't want a dowry. Where can you find such a cheap woman? Only your brother is capable of dating such a stupid woman who doesn't want a dowry. No wonder he has a house and a car, is a civil servant, and is about to get married and have a wife and a son. Unlike you, you're already in your 20s and still don't have a wife or kids, you don't even have a house, and you probably only have an electric bike. You're such a loser. Kai Yang smiled as he listened to the words that belittled him. What a coincidence. He had a wife and twin daughters. There is a small manor. There are so many luxury cars that I always worry about which one to drive when I go out on a date. No loans, deposits in the tens figures. However, he couldn't tell Ji Changwook about this immediately. He knew the temperament of his vampire parents. If they knew this, they would pester him endlessly and continue to suck his blood to please Chizhuzu. Chizhuzu is his brother, but he is not a good person. He was very scheming and took advantage of his parents' favoritism to bully him a lot. On the day of the college entrance examination, Kai Ju deliberately stole his admission ticket, preventing him from taking the exam. Yes, I am a loser, unlike some people who are successful and need to shamelessly borrow money from losers to get married and have children. Ji Changwook was speechless and almost fainted. Another male voice came from the other end. Dad, let me talk. I want to talk to him alone. Shayan may still be in his rebellious period and is not very obedient. Kai Yang heard a familiar voice and immediately recognized it was Kai Juju. Chizhuzu, I didn't expect you to be so poor that you need to borrow money from me to get married. Wow, you are such a coward. Facing the person who had bullied him for so long in the past, of course he had to humiliate him. Kai Juju gritted his teeth. Xiao Yang, please speak properly. How can you say that to me? I'm just short of money at the moment. I will pay you back the 100,000 yuan when I have more money in the future. Kai Yang still doesn't know his temper. You haven't paid me back the 20,000 yuan you borrowed from me before. Pay me back first. I didn't expect you to be so poor now. Every word pierced Chizhou's heart, but he still spoke gently and did not show his emotions easily. Chapter 39. Diliyingzi said she likes you and will wait for you and Yang Shi to separate. Kai Juju smiled but didn't smile, saying, My dear brother, it's not like I won't pay you back. I'm a civil servant now, and I have a regular job. Are you still afraid that I won't pay you back this mere 100,000 yuan? Kai Yang said it all. Yes, then you can say why we are family and we care so much. Talking about money hurts feelings, doesn't it? When did you ever pay me back the money you borrowed from me? Ji Changshu asked doubtfully, Does your brother often lend you money? He doesn't spend much on a daily basis, so why would he ask you to borrow money? I'm afraid you are deliberately blackmailing him. Kai Yang was speechless. Chizhou, what are you talking about? Am I blackmailing you? Do you want me to find a screenshot of the chat history and show it to Dad? Chizhou couldn't save face and held it in for a long time before nodding and admitting it. Dad, Xiaohua always asks me for money to buy a bag. If I don't give her money, she'll break up with me. I have no choice but to get things done cleanly. Kai Changshu scolded, If it weren't for the fact that she was pregnant with our Kai family's child, I would have slapped that woman a long time ago. She's so shameless even before they got married. What a spendthrift woman. Chizhou originally wanted to show off a few words, but Kai Yang pulled out his trick and he dared not say a word. But Xiaoyan, if you don't give me the 100,000 yuan, I can borrow money from relatives in your name, and then you can come back and pay them back. Ji Changwook said as a matter of course. Kai Yang really laughed. It refreshed his understanding. What a great father this is. Then why don't you just borrow the money in Chizhou's name? He's the one who'll borrow it in the end anyway, so why bother borrowing from me and then borrowing from others in my name? Har har. That's your brother. Don't be so disrespectful all the time. Your brother is a civil servant now. Can he borrow money from relatives? He wants a good reputation. Unlike you, you have already brought shame to our Kai family. It's okay to lose face again. Kai Yang didn't want to get entangled with them anymore. He's a civil servant, what's there to be proud of? He doesn't make much money and is not a good person. Forget it. No matter how much I talk to this old guy, he won't give up. How about this, you take out a loan to hold the wedding first, and I'll go back to attend Chizhou's wedding, and then I'll give you the 100,000 yuan, okay? He's already taken out loans to buy a car and a house, so he doesn't need a loan for the wedding. If he can't get a loan, he can use your ID card to get one. Ji Changwook refused without hesitation. Who knows if you are lying to me? What if you don't come back to attend the wedding? Kai Yang said calmly, You can come and make trouble when the time comes. It's no different if you make trouble sooner or later. I didn't go to the wedding, so you can expose me online as you said just now. If you take out loans more often, you will become more addicted. He wanted Chizhou to end up with loans that he couldn't pay back in his lifetime. Ji Changwook was very hesitant. What are you making a fuss about again? You don't have any money now. There are no paper banknotes, but there are 10-digit numbers in the bank cards. These $100,000 will definitely be given to these vampires in the end. But not now. Now on the internet, no one knows if you send money via mobile phone, so the 100,000 yuan is spent without any value. At the wedding in Kaiju, the 100,000 yuan was given in person with all the relatives watching. How cool! Let everyone see, this elder brother who has always been superior to him since childhood now needs to borrow money from his younger brother to get married. I guess after that wedding, that family won't dare to be too arrogant anymore. Kai Yang hung up the phone directly. On the other side, Ji Changshu noticed that the other party had hung up the phone and looked at Kai Juju. What do you think about this? Kai Juju looked very unhappy. He didn't expect that this unpleasant brother would refuse today. In the past, no matter how much money he borrowed from Kai Yang, he would lend it to him. What happened this time? Kai Yang took the wrong medicine. That's the only way. I'll borrow some more money first. We can't not hold the wedding. Otherwise, Xiaohua wouldn't have given birth to our Kai family's son. He didn't believe that Kai Yang had no money. As for Kai Yang's purpose, he doesn't know yet. The father and son nodded and let it go. Ever since Kai Yang said those words to Xu Jiajie last time, Xu Jiajie rarely appeared in front of him except when she was acting. Kai Yang didn't worry about it and listened to the assistant beside her reporting the news. As long as she didn't have a secret relationship, it would be fine. Director Lee, I think the plot needs to be changed. If we act directly according to the original plot, I'm afraid it won't pass the review. Maybe we have a better solution. Li Qing was absent-minded today, staring at Kai Yang in a daze. Xiaoyan is very handsome. Kai Yang was discussing the plot seriously when Li Qing suddenly blurted out this sentence, leaving him confused. What? I said, you are very handsome. Don't fall in love with me. I don't have any intention of falling in love for the time being. Kai Yang took a step back and kept some distance. Looking at Li Qing is like looking at a weirdo. It turns out to be a double. Li Qing looked a little depressed. Ingzi broke up with me last night, but I didn't agree. Can't understand. This preface doesn't make sense with the following text. Is there any connection? Then what? That's all. Breaking up is not divorce. There is a cooling off period for divorce, which requires both parties' consent. I had no choice but to agree. We were forced to break up. No wonder Li Qing looks so haggard. Kai Yang patted her shoulder and said comfortingly, it's okay, there are many women in the world, why bother to love only one flower? But I have to tell you, if you are hurt by a woman, don't take it against me. Li Qing suddenly said, the reason she broke up was because of you? Kai Yang was confused. What does this have to do with him? I remember the subtle seduction that Dilraba Dilmurat showed him when she was acting opposite him. Kai Yang suddenly understood and had to admire the courage of that sister, who actually told the person involved about the mental infidelity directly. The most shocking thing is that Li Qing not only readily accepted and did not scold Dilingzi, but also wanted to keep her. I thought Li Qing was just playing tricks, but unexpectedly, she was the most affectionate one in love. Li Qing sighed in self-pity. I was just playing around with my previous sister. I really like her. Why did she have to like you when there are so many other people she could like? If it were someone else, I would have tripped up the person she likes and never appeared in front of her again. Kai Yang's mouth twitched awkwardly. Then I have to thank Director Li for not messing with me because of our friendship. Li Qing, I did this for Yarn Shi's sake. I told Ingzi that you and Yarn Shi were definitely having an affair. She said she felt the same way, and she still liked you very much. She also said that as long as you and Yarn Shi haven't married yet, she will always wait for you to come back. What a fucking big daddy. Chapter 40, Husband and wife share the joys and sorrows, and be jealous together. Kai Yang said weakly, there's really nothing between Yarn Shi and me. Li Qing continued to talk to himself, why don't you get a marriage certificate with Yarn Shi as soon as possible? The sooner the better. I will be your assistant. If you encounter any difficulties in pursuing Yarn Shi in the future, come to me. I will definitely be your strongest assistant. The kind that will make you feel more interesting and exciting when you roll around in bed. Is this something that can be said? Kai Yang covered his face helplessly. Although, he and Yarn Shi had already obtained a marriage certificate and had 2 children. Are you really listening to me? There is really nothing between Yarn Shi and me. You misunderstood. Li Qing disagreed. It's okay. It doesn't matter now. I will try my best to assist you. I will find an excuse to ask her out, and then I will sneak away and let the 2 of you have a sweet solo date. Isn't this a great assist? What Kai Yang really wanted to say was, he didn't even need an excuse to ask Yarn Shi out. Send a text message, saying that you miss your wife and want to meet her, and Yarn Shi will come over. These cannot be said out loud. Har har, how do you know I like Yarn Shi? Is it so obvious? In that case, don't miss the free assist. Li Qing had an expression that showed he understood everything. Come on, that's Yarn Shi. Which man doesn't like Yarn Shi? With her curvy figure, beautiful face, she's a real beauty. Whoever gets to pursue Yarn Shi in the future will probably be rewarded for working like a slave for her in his previous life. It should be said to be a gift from God. This statement is so awkward that it makes me want to deduct a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Kai Yang scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. That's right. Xu Jiajiao had been standing outside the door for an unknown amount of time, and her hand, which was about to knock on the door, stopped in mid-air, trembling slightly. In the end, he withdrew his hand and ultimately failed to knock on the door and go in. There was hurt in those innocent eyes. So, the person Kai Yang likes is Yarn Shi. Now that she has someone she likes, she has principles and will not continue to pester him. But she can wait. Wait until Kai Yang no longer likes Yarn Shi. She didn't believe that Kai Yang would only like Yarn Shi in this life. Moreover, they hadn't gotten married and had children yet, so she still had a chance. Xu Jiaojia pinched the hem of her skirt and left. Not long after she left, Li Qing also came out. The script was almost finished, and she wanted to go to Dilraba Dilmurat to make her presence felt. She couldn't believe that the feelings between them had disappeared so quickly. However, just when Kai Yang was about to go out, with a click sound, the wardrobe door against the wall suddenly opened. A woman came out with a charming smile on her face. It was obvious that she had carefully prepared her outfit today. Kai Yang was almost frightened. How long have you been hiding in there? Do you like eavesdropping on other people so much? The tone was sharp, without a trace of emotion. Dilly Sakurako wanted to pull his hand, but failed. She said coquettishly, "Don't be like this, I was trying on clothes in the fitting room. Who knew you guys suddenly came in? I hid subconsciously, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, don't be angry Tilda." Kai Yang's stomach churned. Feel like vomiting. A woman like Dilly Ingzi hooks up with every man she meets. I don't know how many people she has slept with. It's disgusting to talk to him in this tone. Then you keep trying, I'm leaving first. Hey, how am I worse than Yarn Shi? Isn't she just prettier than me? So what if she won the Best Actress award? I will get it one day in the future. Can't you consider me? You don't want the opportunity that comes to your door, but you have to go to Yarn Shi and get rejected. Bang! What responded to Dilly Sakurako was the cold door. The moment Kai Yang slammed the door and walked out, the door almost bounced back and hit her transparent nose. Dilly Ingzi protected her nose, still feeling frightened. Fortunately, I was shocked. TSK, there is no man she can't get, and the same goes for women. She can even turn a straight woman into a lesbian, let alone a man. When Kai Yang falls at her feet in the future, she will definitely punish him with a rope. Kai Yang took some time off and returned to the manor. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening and the lights were still on upstairs. It seems that the woman is still awake. I wonder what she is doing. Kai Yang went upstairs, and the moment he saw the woman, his body froze. Grass. The hobby was touched. Yarn Shi had a great figure to begin with. She wore a stepmother's hip skirt with black stockings. The extremely short skirt just covered her elastic hips. When she bent down at this moment, the curve was even more wonderful. The upper body is also compact, with a vague outline. The next action made Kai Yang's nose bleed. Not knowing what had rolled under the sofa, Yarn Shi had no choice but to crawl on the ground, raise her hips, and lie flat on the ground with her front half to look for it. But after searching for a long time, she became a little annoyed, but still couldn't find the lost things under the sofa. Suddenly, something hard pressed against my back. It turned out that she hit the corner of the cabinet and was startled. The moment she looked up, she saw Kai Yang standing not far away, staring at her in a daze. Hey, when did you come back? Kai Yang looked calm on the surface, but in fact his blood circulation had already accelerated and his heart was in turmoil. Yarn Shi's mother's hip skirt today was just jumping on his liking, and he wished he could do it directly. Superior. He tried to control his tone, I missed you, so I came back. Yarn Shi stood up and said, if you want me to, just send me a message. I can go to the crew to find you. You are busy with things on the crew right now, and it is tiring to go back and forth. It just so happens that I don't have any schedule at home for the time being, so I can accommodate you and let me find you. It's a pity that I didn't get to see enough of Kai Yang. But it's okay. She asked my wife anyway. Watch it anytime and however you want. Today's outfit looks great. You can wear it more often in front of me in the future, but don't wear it when you go out. Hey, I haven't even worn it out yet and someone is jealous. I'm afraid you'll meet bad people. Who could be worse than you? Don't think I don't know that there are many women in your crew who like you and want to pursue you, right? Humph. Yarn Shi proudly crossed her arms over her shoulders and deliberately avoided looking at him. Kai Yang laughed and said, you still say I'm jealous, your jealousy plate is bigger than mine. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen, took out a bottle of vinegar, poured a glass of vinegar into a goblet, and walked in front of Yarnshi. Yarnshi frowned. What is this? Red wine. Kai Yang took a sip, held it in his mouth, pinched Yarnshi's jaw, and instantly blocked her charming red lips. The next second, a mouthful of highly concentrated authentic vinegar suddenly rushed in. Yarnshi's beautiful pupils shrank like an earthquake. Being forced to resist. Swallow it. This feeling went straight to the top of her head. She felt that she didn't want to add vinegar to anything she ate from now on. Kai Yang smiled and let her go. Husband and wife share the joys and sorrows, so let's be jealous together.